Good morning. Welcome to 2025 Emergency Communications and Response Summit. Welcome. My name is Ashwini Jral. I'm the advisor to the executive director at the IJIS Institute. So we're glad that some of you are here in person. We do have a lot of folks joining us remotely. So we're excited for this summit. And the purpose of this summit is to not just do a presentation from the panelists, but also engage you all in a dialogue as we look at the next generation. And we're going to talk about that, what that really means and where we are going in this community. So what we are hoping to achieve out of this summit is that collectively as a community, what are some of our opportunities as we look at the technology innovation, as we look at the resource issues and the constraints that we face in our job on day-to-day basis, that what is the best solution and best path forward. So with that, what I would like to do is get into the agenda. You will see in the agenda that we're talking about funding, we're talking about the legislative issues, we're talking about next generation, we're talking about interoperability. So if there's anything else that we have missed in the agenda, we'd love to hear from you so we can actually have a further discussion here. And if you are a practitioner and work in a state, local government sector, we do have an emergency response committee at IJIS Institute. We'd love to actually have you join and participate in that. We do have a chair of that committee here at Craig, standing in the back in red shirt. So he's the only one, I think, in the red shirt there. So, he's the chair. So again, welcome. And with that, I will turn it over to Scott Brillman, Director of Fairfax County. And Scott, thanks for hosting this summit. We really appreciate your support and partnership. And then to Maria Cardialis, Executive Director, IJIS Institute. Scott?
Thank you, and welcome back. Scott Broman, I'm the proud director of DPSC. Why you guys are industry leaders and why we're talking about what works and what doesn't work and where we want to be and the timeline. I want to remind you, you're on the second floor here, but down below, at the same time I'm speaking, one of our first responders downstairs, they're doing CPR on someone, right? And telling the family member, what to do. They're also taking another call of helping someone get out of a house that's on fire. They're also taking a call from Prince William County that's misrouted and trying to get that call back to Prince William. And another call taker is talking to someone, a visitor, that doesn't speak English and waiting for a language line to come on board. And it's been 4 or 5 minutes. But in the meantime, they're texting back and forth and capturing information. So at the same time we're up here planning, there's a lot of things going on downstairs and we can't forget that. And the whole purpose of us getting together in the room is to make sure we give them the tools and the ability to do their job and do it easier and to save lives. We're in a very transformational time in 911. There's a lot of, and we'll talk about this today, but there's a lot of vendors out there showing us tools, a lot of next gen things that may work, may not work. A lot of decisions need to be made. We have our partners from fire telling us we should be doing telehealth, we should be changing our EMD protocols every day. Does this sound familiar? I don't know. We have police departments saying you need to tap into our real-time crime centers. You need to now monitor license plate readers. We need to, we need you to do more and more and more and more. And then we have, elected officials in government saying there's no money. And so a lot of stuff going on that we need to talk about and that we need to drive forward. But that's why we're all in a room and getting everyone in a room to talk about it, to tell the truth of what is working and what's not working and where the challenges are and where we're succeeding. That's how we're going to move forward. So I just thank you for pulling us together again. And hopefully we do more sessions in the future. And I like this intimate setting. So welcome. If you guys need anything, come grab me. Thank you.
All right, folks. So for those that I've not had the opportunity to meet, again, I'm Maria Cardialis, Executive Director of the IJIS Institute. And I am very grateful that you made it here in person, and for those that are connected, that you're making the time to listen to what are some critical sessions and critical discussions. We mentioned the IJIS Institute. I don't know how many folks are actually familiar with that. I don't want to burden you with slides and a big history, but I do want you to know that the group itself is something that we refer to as a collaboration network. It's been in existence 25 years, and what that means is that for 25 years, we have fundamentally done our best to support the justice domain and all that that represents, from the PSAP call to emergency management to all the components all the way through to corrections, to understand what the operational imperatives and priorities are, to understand what the policy implications are, burdens, support, opportunities, and then to understand what is the best path to reach those technical solutions in order to meet those objectives and those priorities. Scott mentioned two critical things that is of apparent value. The most obvious one is the real world that's happening downstairs and the real world that you guys deal with on a daily basis. What we do as a community to try to support you, sometimes I feel is a Band-Aid, but we're here to supply as many Band-Aids as we can. And it's these types of events and conversations that we try to set up on a more frequent basis so that the conversation and dialogue is everlasting. And I say that because at the beginning, when we first started this a couple of hours ago, it happened to be a return individual because they were here with us last year. And I said, it's still time to chip away at the list and try to make progress, right? I won't say that anything was solved from any one event, but all the policy issues, all the ops issues, all of the changing environment issues within our world, all of the administration transition issues, they are far more abundant and they seem to be swirling a lot faster. When we see the new products with all the new bells and whistles, we're all attracted to it and we're all tempted to say maybe that will solve our problem. And I won't say that it won't, but I do know that these type of events seek to ensure that we cleanly define what are the priorities that you define. We try to bring up what are policy issues or procurement issues that may be things that you need to think of in advance when you're going down that road. And most importantly, be there when you're trying to implement those efforts to ensure success. So with that said, that is fundamentally the IJIS purpose, not only for existing, but for being here today. Part of how we do this is with the hospitality of the local agencies. So Scott, I am very grateful that you're hosting us once again. We love the facilities. It's nice and close to our headquarters, so that's even more convenient. And I thank you to the sponsors. We have Roger Mann here from Smart Response Technologies, and we also have Security Pitch. I have not had the pleasure of meeting our contact from Security Pitch, but both of those sponsors do in fact do so much for us. It's not about, and again, this is where our community is so unique. It's not about putting their tools and wares at the forefront. It's about them wanting to be up here with you, having that conversation so they best understand your needs. So feel free to use the opportunity not only to engage with them, but to let them learn from you and vice versa. I won't speak to the agenda because Ashwini already touched on it. You see that it is very rich, not only in the topic areas for what is a day and a half, or really a day from a process perspective, but more it is rich from the type of individuals that we brought in, whether they're practitioners, whether they're policy folks from the outside, whether they are industry. The intention always is to ensure that the dialogue is there. So feel free to jump in with questions. We try to make these things as informal as possible while still enough content and richness to be of value for your attendance. But feel free to jump in and say, you know what, it really doesn't make any sense to me. I don't agree with that. Or did you ever think of other perspectives? Because that will make the difference in a qualitative product. So with all that in mind, I thank you for being here. I ask you to jump into the mix. I do think that before we start the panels, and Ashwini is going to serve as our MC today, so we all get to have fun and not only watch, but then absorb a lot of good info. I do think that there would be utility just to go around the room and then be able to introduce yourself. And we don't need a lot of bio. We just need to know what organization that you're representing, what function you play, so that we understand the totality of all the skills that we have in the room. And we'll ultimately do that for the folks online. And the last item I'll mention is that from a housekeeping perspective, we are taping this. I hope that there's no objections to that. We do that so individuals that might have come in late, individuals that, didn't get an opportunity to be with us can still join us later on. But if there's any objections in the room or online, feel free to let us know. Okay, Winnie, I'll pass it to you, and again, look forward to the conversations.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Sims. I'm with Prince William County. Previously an operations supervisor, now a training coordinator, and happy to be here and see what we can learn.
Good morning. My name is Jaleesa Berto, and I'm a 911 call taker with Prince William County.
Hi, I'm Leonardo Solis. I am also a 911 call taker for Prince William County.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Sam Kirian. I also work for Prince William County, 911 call taker, working to be a fire dispatcher.
Good morning. I'm Caitlin Stevens, and I also am a call taker for Prince William County.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Berenson. I'm an operations supervisor for Prince William County.
Good morning. My name is Deja Snyder. I am the training and development manager for Prince William County.
Good morning. I am Michelle Sordam, and I am the director at Prince William County.
That deserves it.
Hard act to follow. I'm Jeff Cohen. I'm recently founded Mountain Peak Strategies after serving most recently at APCO International as its chief counsel.
Good morning, I'm Gabe Elias. I am the Virginia statewide interoperability coordinator.
Morning, Jack Markey. I'm the Maryland statewide interoperability coordinator.
Hi, good morning. Heather McGaffin. I'm the director of the Office of Unified Communications, which is Washington, D.C.'s 911 and 311 center.
Jeffrey Holmes, County of Fairfax, Interop, Radio Wireless Interop Manager and Radio System Manager.
Peter Christensen, good morning. I'm with Fairfax County. I'm the branch manager for the radio services department.
Good morning, I'm Adam Elder. I'm the director for public safety, Fairfax County.
Good morning, Steve McMurray. I work for the Department of Public Safety Communications, the county's 911 center, and I'm the IT division chief.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jack Rubens. I'm a public safety planner with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and I work closely with a lot of our 911 directors.
Jim Pingle with Mission Critical Partners, the director of our integration and data analytics, and also a longtime IJIS member and recently a member of the IJIS board of directors. Happy to be here.
Good morning, Joshua Chasen, work for Fairfax County Police Department, the IT manager.
Good morning, Mike Hernan with Security Pitch, and I have had the pleasure of working with DC, Fairfax County, Arlington, and Alexandria, but unfortunately not Prince William yet. So.
Good morning. I'm Jim Merkel with Smart Response Technology. I serve as a CFO and whatever else Roger tells me to do.
Good morning. I'm Phil Winarski with IJIS, and I am the liaison for the Emergency Communications and Response Advisory Committee.
Good morning, Ed Craig. I am the chairman of the Emergency Response and Communications Committee within IJIS, and I serve as the CTO for Prince William County, and as the CTO for Smart Response Technology. And I'm a resident of Prince William County, and I'm going to take a few seconds and just say thank you to all of you up in the front row, because I've also been a volunteer for the fire and rescue system for 26 years in Prince William County. So I appreciate all you all do to help us be able to do what we do. And that's not to discriminate against any other center that's here, but Prince William's got the contingent up front. So.
I'm Kathy Gatton with the IJIS Institute. I've been with IJIS for about 16 years, and I'm the membership manager, and I also live in Prince William County.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Maney. I'm with Mission Critical Partners. I manage our 911 operations domain. I'm also a member of the Emergency Communications and Response Advisory Committee.
Hey, my name is Phil Dunphy. I'm here with the IJIS Institute, helping run this summit.
Roger Mann, CEO of Smart Response Technology, and real honor and privilege to be sponsored to pass along, free high top drawer content to folks. And I do want to give a shout out to Adam Eller. He's been working the IJIS stuff as long as I've worked it, which is many, many years. And interoperability like CAD to CAD, ASAP to PSAP. These are things that have been done in alliance with APCO and NINA through IJIS and making interoperability real. So thank you.
I would like to actually ask our sponsors to come here and speak, take a few minutes to talk about who they are. I know that they introduce themselves. So Roger, I'll start with you, Roger, if you want to come and talk about smart response technologies.
Roger Mann, you just heard, CEO of Smart Response Technologies. We've been for many years and since the inception and before of the Emergency Communication Response Committee that Ed co-chairs with the practitioners, a member of IJIS, and we truly believe in open systems integration so that you can bring the best technologies to assist you and enable you. In our case, our real focus has been in AI before AI was the buzzword. Like we were actually building our own engine that does the hardest thing there is to do in transcription, which is radio transcription. So I don't want to take too much time, so I'll turn it over from there.
Thanks, Roger. So next I'd like to invite Mike Hernan from Security Pitch. So Mike does have a few slides. So Phil, if you can, we can pull that up.
Thank you. So to Scott's point about vendors showing you new tools. So I'll be very, very brief as well, but I think I've already spoke. You took up more time than you guys did. Just want to introduce you to Security Pitch. We are a brand new company in the area. You might have noticed some Thai language on that video. Security Pitch Limited is a Thai company. Security Pitch Incorporated is a US corporation. So just to get that straight, we are licensing the software from the Thai company, bringing it to the US, getting it verified for NIST and CJIS compliance and all the things that we need to see in the US. So good, two separate companies, but we are leveraging existing technologies. Our headquarters on Duke Street, right down the street. In addition to myself, as I mentioned, I've worked in this area, lived in this area for a long time. Pakorn is my co-CEO. He has a PhD from the MIT of Bangkok. He has a master's degree in cybersecurity from GW University and the former major in the Royal Thai Police. So again, briefly, the company is not all the RoboCop that you just saw, although that is a lot of the sizzle. There's three main platforms. One is security and privacy, cybersecurity, managed in the cloud or on-prem. OneForce is the other platform to complement your existing 911 and CAD environment. It's not a replacement. It's an excellent tool for RTCCs, watch desks, EOCs, and the like. You saw in the video the cyborg cop, RoboCop, was integrated into the command center in real time. By the way, that RoboCop has currently been credited with 20 arrests, and it was only launched about a month ago during the Thai New Year celebrations. Last but not least, the One Light platform is an app that is focused on your citizens and tourists, providing general information. Could be sponsored by the county or the city, could be the Chamber of Commerce, and it integrates back into the command center for a real live SOS, as well as receiving alerts, in addition to normal business and tourist type applications. And we white label that. So that would be, for example, Prince William County application that they make available to their citizens and visitors. So those three platforms, merge together. In an ideal situation, most customers in Thailand pick one or the other, quite frankly. And a lot of the one fence is private sector clients. You saw the RoboCop, that's a new initiative. And we're also getting into money laundering via cryptocurrency investigations, which is a growing problem around the world as multiple cryptocurrency platforms exist. And they use these mixers to disguise the trail of the money. So that becomes a challenge to investigators. We have existing partnerships. All the applications are run in the cloud on AWS, and will be on the AWS government platform here in the US. We have an astounding board revises that we'll be announcing soon. And that's all I wanted to let you know about Security Pitch. This is our first presentation as Security Pitch Incorporated. So I appreciate you guys being here. And certainly any questions, you just email me at microsecuritypitch.us. And again, we're happy to be a sponsor here and support your efforts. And to Maria's point about the vendors being part of the team, the company, myself, Pacorn, all the staff, we all have public safety and public sector background. So we actually come from government, and we just ended up in the vendor world by simple twist of fate. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. So before we start on the first panel, one thing I'd like to do is to actually call Ed Craig up here and to come and talk about the advisory committee and what the committee is doing. So at least if you are not part of it as a practitioner, you can join. And we do have Kathy in the back, and part of the private sector. Please talk to her too, because we just want to talk about is the valuable work that IJIS does is through our advisory committee and task force working group. So Ed can just share some thoughts about the committee.
Good morning again, and I'll say it one last time. Good morning to the Prince William County contingent. They're all right in front, so you got to understand that part of it. Thank you, Ashwini. As was discussed, within IJIS there are multiple committees. I am honored to be able to co-chair the Emergency Response and Communications Committee. The name is kind of I don't want to say a misnomer, but we talk about a lot more than just communications and response within that standpoint. A little bit of history on the committee. We were stood up 6 years ago, 5.5 years ago. Well, basically, we started down a path of putting our charter together, and then COVID hit. And I don't want to be one of those of, oh, COVID, and all the things that happened, but we quickly pivoted to how the heck do we do things when we shut down. And we were fortunate to be part of the process that Alexandria and Arlington went through with remote telecommunication and helping to start to work through some of those problems and do those things. And we've evolved then to discussing not only the challenges, but the successes within communication and starting to truly address what is happening out there. I'm not a telecommunicator. I've never been a telecommunicator. I'm not going to claim to understand that world. But through the committee, I have certainly started to understand the challenges that go to that world. And I said it a little bit ago, and I'll say it again. Thank you for everybody that does that job, because one thing I have learned is I don't know what your job description is, because every time I ask somebody, it changes. And that's one of the things that the committee is really starting to look at is how do we start to grasp everything that's going on out there, both from a public and a private sector, bring that together and start to address the needs of where things need to go, whether that's facilitating communication, whether that's starting to say, hey, look, we don't understand what this baseline looks like. We've talked about AI. We've had those discussions. I wouldn't want to take credit for spawning another group within IJIS, but maybe we helped push that forward a little bit from an AI communications. So it sounds like I'm all over the planet there on all the things that are going on, but that is the world that we're in. And so we're trying to make some sense of that and bring that together. And then lastly, and selfishly, I will make the plug that you will hear not once, but a few times today. If you'd like to be a part of that committee, please reach out. We only meet once a month. And we do have a working group that's now been working, I should talk about that real quick, on some of the staffing guidelines that are needed based on the evolving workforce. So we're starting to look at what does it really mean to be a telecommunicator? And dare I say, analyst, public relations person, 311 person. Basically, I'm the public and I have a question and you better have an answer person, kind of thing. So the group's looking at what that means, and we'll talk about that on one of the panels today. But again, if you have questions, if you're interested, please reach out to myself, reach out to Phil, anybody from IJIS. We'd love to have you on the committee.
Thanks, guys. I did not know there was a call on that for this one. So, so just so you all know, if you're new to IJIS, before we go to our next panel, our history goes a long way back in public safety space. We actually was very instrumental in working with APCO, our first partner, on establishing CAD specification. If you go to APCO website, there's a CAD functional specification. IJIS Institute is written into that, and we actually worked on that. That was our first work product and the standard. Then we suddenly found ourselves CAD to everything. So we started looking at CAD to CAD. So we looked at CAD functional specification, and I'm gonna take two names here. I'm sure you all know, if you've been in this business long enough, who actually helped us guide through this journey. And then we started looking at what's else, right? So when we were talking about interoperability, and we have a panel on that, we actually had a lot of discussion. We wrote our first paper on CAD to everything else, or using the term public safety interoperability in 2011. And the two individuals that actually were also instrumental in helping us stand up this committee, one was Dave Mahalan, and he was a great supporter and friend of IJIS Institute for a long time. He wrote first few papers. When we talk about cloud, he was part of our first cloud working group in 2007. When nobody was looking at cloud, he was there, and Eddie Reyes. And of course, Eddie's having fun in Middle East and enjoying his time there. But these are two guys, and Roger and Ed both knows this. We visited multiple times with Dave in Arlington to talk about what this group should be. We went back and forth, and it took us almost 2 months to write the charter, which we are usually write it pretty quickly, but this one actually it took us a couple of months. So I just want to share that history. And when we ASAP to PSAP, that was mentioned. IJIS Institute actually wrote the actual standard that sits behind ASAP to PSAP. That is now adopted. And now one of the things that we are looking is when it comes to ASAP to PSAP is the whole innovation that's happening in the alarm industry, right? When we wrote that ASAP to PSAP spec, there are only a handful of players, right? Now, then Ring was not there, Nest was not there, so only they showed up, right? So we're actually looking at is how to bring that together. So I just want to share that with you, that there's a lot of history here, and we want to let you know that this is not something that we just started. We have been working in this space for a long time. So I would like to invite our next panelist. So Scott, if you want to join here, then Steve McMurray is also will be participating in this discussion, John Gibb and James Lake. So everybody's on. Okay, all right. So I'll turn it over to Scott, who will be moderating this panel. Scott.
Thank you. We have a great panel, and these are all colleagues that are driving our industry, and truthfully, these are colleagues that I probably talk to once a week when I don't know what to do, and so I reach out to them and I go, "What are you guys doing around this?" or "What are you guys doing around that?" So I'm happy, very honored to moderate this. But let's introduce them. I'll start out with you, Steve, since you're rolling solo in the front. To introduce yourself.
It's on now.
Yep.
I should mention that I also live in Prince William County, so just and we have a sign up for anybody that wants to move there. Discount on your taxes. I'm Steve McMurray. I mentioned before, I work here in Fairfax County. I started here as a call taker back in 2008, was a dispatcher. So I've been on the floor. I was able to be promoted into a position of technology and some other roles based on things I'd done prior to joining Fairfax County. But my job as the IT division chief is I'm responsible for the mission critical systems that we use, CAD, phone, and other assorted systems. So it involves a lot of trying to plan for next generation 911, and obviously to work with a team of very talented people that do the real work, keep the systems up and running, and then to coordinate as necessary with local jurisdictions.
All right, thanks, Steve. James.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Lake, or James, whatever you prefer. I'm the director of the Charleston County Consolidated Emergency Communications Center here in Charleston, South Carolina. I've been in public safety for over 45 years. I am an expert in nothing. I'm lucky to work with some great people. And I think to Scott's point, for anybody in the room that hasn't done this, so we don't generally reinvent the wheel. We reach out to our partners. We ask, what are you all doing? And we work together. So this is a great summit to do that.
Thank you, Jim. John.
Good morning, John Geib, Bucks County 911. This marks my 30th year in emergency communications. I started as a call taker in 1995 in a county south of where I'm at right now. Spent 5 years on the private side, really going to college for 5 more years. That was really what it was like. And then came back in the midst of COVID to my home county, Bucks County, in 2020. So it's great to be with you today.
Awesome. Let's get into this. So I'm saying this jokingly, but Jack Markey said that they've been talking about next gen before I was born. And so I want to talk about what next gen means to everyone. What does it look like? And what are we doing? And so, Steve, I'll start out with you. What are your thoughts around next gen?
I think next generation 911, as you indicated, has been around for a long time. And I think that it is similar to the concept. If you've been to a PSAP in this industry, you've been to one PSAP, because if you go to the next PSAP, things are going to be a little bit different. And I think that in general, that's what you might find as you go around the country to see where people are with next generation 911, because it has a very broad definition. And parts of it are a little bit more specific, but the manner in which people have implemented the ability to use technology to deal with emergency situations has a wide variety. There are people that have sort of fairly simple implementations that are just using the 911 next generation call network. And then you have situations where people, in addition to having that ability to get 911 through that IP next generation 911 network, they've also introduced a whole slew of additional technologies using cloud-based systems, artificial intelligence, over-the-top applications. And so that's where you get into this morass of things that work, but it's not uniform as you go from PSAP to PSAP. And that's why, as Jim indicated, there's always an ability and a necessity to reach out to say, have you guys used this tool and how have you used it? Because you might find that your neighboring jurisdiction is using it perhaps in a different way. And based on what they're using and how they're using it, they may or may not have run into challenges. So when people say, are you next generation 911? It's always yes, in part, but nobody is really fully there. And I don't think anyone ever really will be fully there, because that's just the nature of the technology.
It's almost like the goalpost keeps changing, right?
It does, because it's a standards-based plan. The standard is going to evolve. Some of it is more defined than others. Some of it is less defined. And so I think that you at least generally are going to have some parts of your capabilities that are next generation 911 and some that are lagging. But as always, it's the people that make it work. It's the technology is one piece of it, but as represented here, the people figure out how to actually make it work, and they can overcome sometimes the limitations in technology. And that's really the most central thing, is anything that you're doing in this space, you have to try to keep that perspective in mind.
Right. Jim, what are your thoughts?
recognizing that hate is a strong word. I hate next generation 911, that term. As we've all indicated, we've seen it for years and years and years. It's really, we're living it now. I think to Steve's point, it's more like next evolution 911 between voice and text and alarms and signals, all of this data or way we're communicating with the public and these alarm companies. I think it really is more about how do we take all of that and add the relevant data that supports the calls that we're receiving or the incident requests we're receiving. And how do we make that and get that out to responders so we provide a better service to the citizens and the responders? I think the next evolution of emergency communications is what we're doing every day. As Steve said and as Scott said, it's changing constantly. There's no longer a one set goal line. We're just continually building on what we already have.
I love the name Next Evolution. Jeff Cohen, you're a trademark attorney, aren't you? What do we do with that? John, your thoughts?
I love engaging the newer generations coming up into this industry. And I promise I won't continue to point out that front row again, but I think it is fantastic that we have a front row of frontline dispatchers in this discussion, because those of us on the panel have a limited amount of time left, and we need to make this our goal, and everyone else sitting around them, the vendor innovation community, the leadership, needs to focus on turning a flood of information into a stream of actionable data. That is what we need to do to make sure that we are not losing this group coming up. And Stephen and Jim both said it. You know, I've been on NINA work groups for decades now, and Steve does a fantastic job with one of the work groups I'm on. And we've been talking about different iterations of next gen for many years. And so it's here. When I talk about some of the technology we look at maybe implementing years down the road, you know, wouldn't it be great if we had, you know, you walk into our center and you see individuals with VR, you know, moving things around on a screen. And they'll say to me, yeah, we do that when we go home from here. Like, this is the stuff we're already used to using. So being smart with the technology that's associated with Next Gen 911 or Next Evolution 911, I think we should start using that, Jim. I like that. Next Evolution 911, and making sure that everything we do is creating that flood that's coming at us into an actionable data stream.
Exactly. Let's dig a little bit further, and Jim, I'm gonna send this to you. Let's talk in detail. What are the challenges around next gen? Where are we struggling with it? Where are we doing great things? And what do we need to do to move it forward?
Thanks, Scott. I think we're definitely making progress on ESINet and core services. More and more PSAPs are moving in that direction. I think the challenge is many PSAPs are still using ESINet and core services, not using it, I guess, to its capabilities. So how do we expand that? How do we make that information that we can bring in more actionable? I think we're seeing momentum in cloud services and certainly in AI. I mean, only a few years ago, I don't think PSAPs in generally were even interested in what AI could do for it. And now there seems to be this rush of, okay, how can we best use it? So I think we certainly have made momentum there. But I think challenges, it's always going to be funding. You know, years ago, I can remember because I'm old enough to remember, next generation 911 is going to be cheaper. It's going to be less expensive. Yet we have not found that to be true. It just keeps becoming more expensive. But you know, maybe we'll talk about it a little later on. But you know, interconnecting ESI nets. You know, we've done some testing with Collier County in Florida. So I mean, there are things that we can do with it. But if I could, the two biggest things I see that are challenges for us: too many screens for the public safety telecommunicator to look at, and too many applications on those screens. There's a lot of data we give them access to, but I think John mentioned it. I mean, we've got to provide them with actionable data in one place, not some multiple applications. They've got to look in 15 different areas to find it.
Yeah, that is interesting. Before I go on the next one, let me ask you a question. Do you think our vendors know that there's too many applications and too many screens?
Well, any of them that I have talked to, they know that, because I mean, that's one of the reasons why we don't go with a lot of different vendors. And in our case, we made it clear to our industry partners when we contract with them that they are no longer vendors. We're in this together.
Yep.
And so I think they need to understand but of course everybody's got a tool that you can put it all into, but it's all proprietary.
Interesting. It's an interesting topic. We won't dig into that now, but soon. John, your thoughts?
Yeah, PA Nina, a couple of years ago, we started to use at our conference the term death by portal. To Jim's point, you know, I think that's one of the largest concerns. And competition breeds innovation, and I get that. And I think we have some awesome innovators among us in this community. But that is one of the things when we start talking with any of our future partners or current partners, we will, that is one of the first things that we drive to, is where does this live? How does this integrate with what we're doing now? And that has to be solved before we can even move forward.
Great. Steve?
I would concur with the concept that what we have, I think, and the challenge in blending in for the operations supervisors is taking this fractured set of solutions that the industry tends to provide to us. Everybody has a new tool, it has AI in it, that you could artfully call it a mosaic, but to me it's a little bit fractured, and everybody has something new with AI and they want you to use this new thing. But the problem is we have this challenge, speaking to what Jim talked about, having data that's actually usable to the people who are under the headset. You get into a situation where this particular technology would be very useful, but how do you make it cohesive in terms of what the people see in front of them? How do you help management sort of take the data that's available there? The cloud provides a lot of capabilities to integrate language translation and sort of automating the responses that people are telling us about emergencies, and which would perhaps sometimes reduce the amount of typing that's necessary. But to make those work in a way that is consistent and usable and then provides useful data, you can get into a situation where you're just providing too many clicks for the people who are sitting under the headsets to sort of go to find information. And I think that's what in part Jim was referring to. It is a challenge, and it's going to continue to be a challenge, and it might result in, you may find that, I think as you go through this sort of solution set that's being presented to us, is that you may have to try to change over to another solution provider as you go forward. You might use something for a year or two, but then you find, well, finally, my main vendor partner has caught up to what a new provider in the industry has provided, and I might have a more integrated solution. So the challenge that I see is this ability to start with a provider, to go through the procurement, to have a solution there, and then there's somebody knocking on the door with perhaps the new and improved thing, and people want to use that, but they don't understand. We don't turn on a dime. You can't just walk into the store like you would and buy something. The procurement process and just the planning and the approval process is a challenge to make all these things work together. So I think we're making progress, but it's a continuing challenge to not overwhelm people with change and to give data that's actually useful in an integrated way to both management and to the people that are responding, because the focus always has to be, is this really helping us get a better response? It might look fancy, but I think that the screen environment that we find is a real challenge, and there are a lot of vendors out there that have a set of hardware that can help you manage the screens and sort of make it more consistent and easier to utilize that data. But they're also a challenge of what the cost is. So we have all sorts of opportunities to learn and to trial things. Question is, can we do it in a way that makes sense without impacting performance?
You are 100% on. Sometimes we forget that these centers are made up of technology and humans. And so when we get technologists in the room, somebody needs to say, what about the humans in every conversation? So you're right. So let's talk about the public safety mission, but I also want to, if you guys are willing to talk about some of the things that you're doing now in your center, or you're dabbling with these tools. And John, I'll go to you on this. What does this future look like? What's the mission look like? And what are you doing in your center right now?
So one of the more recent efforts that we started was a pilot project with a company to use ChatGPT and AI tools on our 10-digit non-emergency lines. Bucks County is it's a consolidated center, 650-ish thousand people. And before 911, all of these, I don't know, 40 or 50 police departments, 60 to 70 fire companies, those agencies each had their own line in. Those lines still come in, those 10 digits. And so not only answering 911, but these 10-digit calls actually are 75% of our incoming calls. We all have staffing issues, you know, that's across the public safety spectrum. So what do we do to create a workload balance with the staffing that we have? And so we're working with a company, and this is a pilot project to use AI and ChatGPT tools to process initially some of those 10-digit calls and working toward what we can utilize in that realm to bring the call volume down to our current workload. We're not trying to eliminate the human. We're trying to create a workload that's practical. And you know, for that pilot project effort, just across the entire spectrum, I think is a great tool. A lot of vendor and innovation partners have started to use, trying to figure out their own tools in real time. And, you know, I think maybe decades ago that would have been harder because you only had a handful of early adopters like Jim Lake and Christy Williams and some others who are willing to really push the envelope. I think that group is growing in our realm. And so I would encourage, if it's fiducially practical in your model, to embrace that pilot project mentality. That really helps to start to introduce and maybe even flesh out the kinks and the bumps before it goes to full production. But that is currently in flight right now. And the state of Pennsylvania itself is a statewide ESInet. As of, I think, March or April this year, all 67 counties are on it. All 911 calls are delivered through this. And the ESInet was built with an immense bandwidth. So it's just call delivery right now, but the state itself is encouraging counties and regions of counties to look at how we can leverage this network to start sharing data. We're working with a county next door on a shared logger to reduce the amount of hardware that's required for the redundancy and resiliency that's needed. Logging, I mean, outside of CAD and phone and radio, you want to start maybe somewhere that's a little less impactful when you're doing something like that. But we started that project as well to start leveraging that statewide ESI net. So those are two examples that are recent for us.
Great, thank you for that. You struck something here that new things are very scary. They're scary to the workforce, scary to our bosses, and so. But if you put the word pilot in front of it,
Yeah.
it kind of makes things nice, and so if it doesn't work out, it's okay. So Steve, I want to do like 5 pilots in the next few months. Tell us about what we're doing in Fairfax.
One of the things that we've had underway now for probably 4 to 5 months is trying to assist our professional standards staff that are doing quality assurance reviews. Historically, that has been a very manual process where whoever is assigned that has to search through CAD systems and they have to find out who they want to review. Then they go look for events that that particular person worked on in CAD, and then they have to go find the recordings in the recording system, and then they have to listen to it, and they have to fill out the forms. One thing that we've implemented and we're tweaking to get it final for rollout is we have automated a significant part of that quality assurance. And I don't know what the exact number was, but it was certainly less historically than 5% of the calls that we were reviewing. And in some cases, much less than that. With this pilot, now we have the automation tool, which is an AI assisted tool. It takes the calls from the previous day and the CAD events from the previous day, matches them together, and it does an initial evaluation of all of those calls. And it provides an initial pointer to the person that's doing the review to say, here's roughly how they have done on this particular, the key things that you've identified. Say it's 5 things. Did they ask for the address? Did they confirm this? Whatever those 5 or 6 things are. But we have better than 95% of those calls available for the people who are doing quality assurance to review on a daily basis. Is it perfect yet? Not yet. We're still targeting to make sure that the match gets all the relevant calls associated with an event so that we can eliminate maybe a little bit more of the manual process, but has done a substantial ability or has provided information about when we do implement a change. Perhaps there was a change in a particular EMD protocol that was mandated by the medical director. And you can see when you look at this data at a sort of a high level score, how many people are actually complying with this new requirement, because the AI tool looks for whatever the keywords are that are a part of that new MD protocol and flags, yes, these are the ones that are complying, and there's some subset that did not comply with it. It doesn't mean that they did a bad job. There are obviously extenuating circumstances, but there are things about automating that process that will assist us to perhaps over time have very good data that can speed up that ability, and not only just to identify have we missed something, but where are the people who are really highly performing? You can see perhaps which people on the floor are doing their over and above perhaps what might be necessary. And it makes it simpler perhaps to give positive feedback as opposed to just having the more perhaps sometimes common situation where you're bringing somebody in because they didn't do something. This might give supervisors, without having to do a lot of significant work, it gives them the ability to do kind of a cursory review to give people immediate feedback. You did a great job. And I can see consistently that you're doing that. And it provides the ability to have to use the word that was used earlier, portal. It can give individual reports to people if that's the decision that's made, so that somebody can say, well, how am I doing? I have a sort of private view of how I'm doing overall on my scores, so that they can sort of self-improve and get immediate feedback. So that's one thing. We're doing some other things which are radio transcription. And we were talking earlier about what the issues are with technology. The interfaces to do some of these capabilities, there's always some little interface that you didn't account for. And when you tie into sort of the radio system, there's always some additional thing that's necessary. But the one thing that we're close to being able to sort of turn on to get action or verifiable feedback from the dispatchers is the ability to provide the dispatchers the ability to see their radio traffic transcribed on a screen in front of them as an additional piece of information as they're responding to an event. So it's, you don't necessarily have to sort of push the playback button on the IRR. And it would allow them to highlight keywords, and it would sometimes assist in understanding garbled radio traffic. So those are probably two areas that we're doing a few things that use components of AI, but also use technology to make things easier, or at least the intent is to make some part of the operation more efficient.
That's great. I know we're not talking about culture, but a reminder that humans love positive feedback. And so I think this will help. The other interesting thing is 10 years ago, I don't think this was even on our list of next gen capabilities of automating QA. And just interesting, just in the past few years, it's bubbled up, and now it's a reality. Jim, what are you doing down there in beautiful Charleston?
We're blessed. I always like to say that I've got 11 IT people that are assigned specifically to our department. So I like to lead with that. So we can do a lot. But we're doing similar. We're using AI for our non-emergent calls and online reporting for that. And we've got, we're doing something with QA as well, as far as lifetime or almost lifetime feedback to the call takers, because again, they want to get better. One of the things that we're doing though that's really important is engagement. We're trying to change the culture. So, way back in the day when I started, there was a certain mindset. I'm in it for public safety, and I'm going to be the hero. And we're seeing a different group of people coming in now, and sometimes there's a clash there. So we've actually hired an outside consultant to help us better engage that new generation of people coming in, because it is about the people. But one of the things that when they sent the questions out, how are we changing the mission of public safety? So we're getting video from the scene. We can get it whether we're accessing camera or we're accessing the caller's phone. But one of the things that happened the other day, we had a situation go on where someone struck two children, mental health patient driving that vehicle, ran out with a knife, and we had all sorts of resources looking for him. We are actually, at the direction of law enforcement, texting the suspect. So it's a new level of involvement now that we have these next generation tools where law enforcement is actually asking us to engage with and talk with, and it's been an interesting experience. We do some social media scraping and some open source information. And one of the things that we are doing that's helping out the call takers and the dispatchers is we have a real-time information center. And they're specially trained communication specialists to access this information about live time incidents and provide that information to responders. Because again, we're not able to put it all in one place where the information being presented is actionable. We're still having to filter through that.
That's great. Those are fantastic programs. Maybe pilot programs. I don't know. But
oh no, those are real. We're full speed ahead with that.
Full speed ahead. No, that's wonderful. But let's talk about the human factor. And how did you get there? How did you get from A to Z to implement this? And we'll start with you, Steve. How do you implement new systems and new tools with your workforce?
it's always I mean, we start with always trying to have users involved in the process as we identify requirements and go through the process of making selections for technology tools and doing the demonstrations. And it's the operations job is so demanding. One of the challenges when you do that is that to keep the same group of individuals consistently engaged through that process can be a challenge. But so it's a sampling. You try to get the best people together and try to engage them as best as you can. But some of the best people work at night. I don't work at night. So some of the vendors, they don't come in at midnight to do demos. So you have to manage this process and try to figure out ways to schedule things in a manner that allows you to get input from the people that are most important. But that's probably the biggest thing, is to get user input. Some of that can be sending out written materials, but people are much more visual. So if you can work a way to have live meetings and to show people what you're trying to do, they can react much quicker. And all of us have constraints. People that are working on the operations floor have constraints. And when it makes sense, obviously we're trying to bring in our partners from the fire department and the police department as we're looking at solutions and trying to get their input also.
Steve, you were a call taker. I'm not going to ask how many years ago, but 10 years ago?
Yeah, I did call taking up to 2012 and dispatching.
You probably went through multiple migrations, implementations, new things. What was the attitude back then?
Actually, to show the difference, there weren't as many then. It's accelerated in the last 5 years, I think, much more than it was before. When I was there, it's not that long ago, but back in the old days, because my original dealing with computers goes way back. But I only had to deal with 2 call handling systems, and they were essentially the same. I had to deal with 2 CAD systems. They were different, but not entirely different. But they were fairly stable during my time when I was working in that area. And I think now, because the ability to have location data available through vendors that have pushed the envelope and sort of advanced the ball for what we need in 911, that capability and the ability now of using cloud technology has just accelerated new ways to take information and present it differently. So it was a little bit easier. And I think now it's more of a challenge in terms of planning for what technology can be done. There are often things where you'd like to make changes more often, but they can only be coordinated and implemented and trained and managed in a process that you have to spread it out over time. But it's accelerating. The number of new things that are out there has changed, particularly in the last 3 years, in my mind.
John, how do you manage change in Bucks County?
So one of the recent changes that we made was the development of a one-page Y form. The project owner, the ROC owner of whatever project we're proposing has to fill out this form. And the very first item is, why are we doing this? In a brief paragraph. And if they can't answer that, or if it's not based on, again, turning this flood of information into a stream of actionable data, then we don't do it. If we do, the Y form continues on with a brief timeline, and then also at the bottom, to Steve's point, encourages participation. And here's how. Depending on the project, it might be as a user group, it might be as a researcher, it depends what the project is. That was born out of a cohort that I've been part of for 2 years, 10 agencies throughout Canada and the US. It's led by Dr. Renee Thornton, who co-wrote Navigating Adversity. And the entire premise of this cohort is to develop that effort toward leading high performance cultures, changing that culture in our 911 centers. And Scott, I think you said it and somebody else mentioned it. The generations coming up are looking for more immediate feedback, good or bad. They want to know how they're doing, and they want to feel like they belong. Those are two of the biggest drivers in the generations coming up. You know, as leaders, we need to embrace tools that show them that we are sincere. We want you to be involved. We want your feedback. You know, you belong here. You don't need to earn your stripes anymore. You belong. And so those some of the recent things that we've done.
That's great. Jim, your thoughts?
Totally agree with John and Steve. I think the word that wasn't used but was alluded to is sharing the vision. I think that especially with the younger people coming up, they want to know what is the vision, where are we going, and that continued messaging, and understanding if your messaging is meeting your people. So I will tell you, most of my staff does not read anything I send them, and they will tell me that. And so, but we send it, we continue to send it. It's their choice whether or not they want to read it, but we will physically put them in the room at least once a quarter. So face to face, I will deliver the same message. So it's knowing and understanding how to do that and reinforcing that. And then back to what John said, why are we even doing it? You know, in most cases right now, our focus really has been reducing workload.
That's great. Next topic is not my favorite. It's policies and procedures. And we've talked about next gen moving so fast. Over the past 3 years, just new things popping up. How do we, if somebody has created a policy and procedure, how do we share it? Like, who writes it? Who figures out who's doing great things across the nation? John, I'll start out with you. What are your thoughts around writing policies around this stuff?
Well, I came from a CALIA organization, and so that made it a little easier. You have the structure, and you have a community within that structure of fellow CALIA accredited agencies. Outside of that, I would love to know. I probably don't have. I love to write policy, actually. I confess, but yeah, I know Jim.
You're about to get a bunch of emails, by the way.
But I struggle too. I have my book here. I'm taking notes at the same time, so I don't know if Steve or Jim have better ideas. But that outside of my CALIA community, that's kind of what I've leaned on in the past.
There's certainly a challenge, right? In our industry, there's what, 5,500 or 6,500 PSAPs. We should be operating in a similar fashion. And so how do we make that happen? Jim, any thoughts around policies?
So we are also a CLIA accredited agency. So I actually have an accreditation manager who's responsible for that. But we make it a sound, absolutely have to do whatever we're working on. We include the subject matter experts from the floor, who are the ones that are actually using it. And I know as great leaders, you've all seen, we've written a policy or procedure, we send it out there and they say, that's not what we do. Who wrote this? So we do that. But I think there is, I think other than an association or an accrediting body like CALIA or somebody, it's just word of mouth. We share our policies. We actually have a list of all the SOPs we will share, except for the ones that may address some security concerns. So we don't share our security concerns or our security SOPs. But we do the same. We'll share it with everybody, and we're not afraid to ask if somebody's doing something that we haven't done yet.
That's great. Steve, your thoughts around policies?
We obviously generate them through various aspects of our operation, training supervisors. You may have a set of subject matter experts that provide that information, and there's training bulletins that are pulled out, and there's content delivery systems that we use to try to make people read them and adhere to them. But I think fundamentally the policy, as we introduce these technologies, will vary because some of what we're trying to introduce, say in the area of language translation, it's hard to write a definitive policy for using a language translation tool. If we're introducing AI and tools like that to assist people in doing language translation, the people that are given the option to use those tools are the ones that we have to sort of learn how to follow up on. How well did this work? We know that traditional over the phone interpretation, as an example, is a hit or miss proposition depending on what's going on. But there are things that we're trialing in our center where you can use language translation. And the policy is it's optional and you can use your own discretion when to use it. Over time, will that change? Will we get enough confidence in the language models that we're using for translation that we can stop using some of our traditional methods? That's that feedback and data management process that we need to tie in with our policies so that we can sort of make a more definitive policy and use something that's more consistent both for the people that we're trying to assist as well as our staff internally. Because the policy can be, if you give too many options, people might retreat back to what's safe, what's not going to get me in trouble. I'm going to do it a particular way. And sometimes we'll find, I think, as we introduce these technologies, that there may be advantages to using tools like language translation that could help us to hear something sooner as to what the need is, because the capability is there to immediately begin translation that's available to the call taker instead of waiting 10, 20, 30 seconds to get a third-party language translation. So I don't think that there's one panacea for it. There's obviously sort of a process which we all follow, but then to follow up on those policies to say, what's the feedback mechanism to make sure that we keep these policies up to date and current with what the technology is? I don't have the answer for that.
But we'll figure it out in the room. You know, as a 26-year paramedic, the American Heart Association keeps changing how many compressions we do every 2 years. It's a policy change. I can't even keep up with all the changes. So imagine all the policies being sent out to the floor. Do this differently, do that differently. But it's tough. It's tough on your folks. So
Hey,
we should
Scott.
all keep. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean to interrupt you. I just had a thought while Steve was talking, and I don't know how I feel about this, but there's a lot of smart people in the room, and maybe this can be a topic of conversation later. But when we did a pilot for Video to 911, that vendor actually had some sample policies from some of their other clients, some of the other partners. And I would just be curious to know how other directors or managers would feel about doing that, you know, as part of the project. It's helping to develop, maybe with other templates, your policy, but then giving that back to them so that through that channel, there could be some sharing of similar policy.
I think that's a great idea. You know, Jim said they're industry partners. They should be able to reach back to their partner and say, can we borrow? Can we trade? Can we share your policies? I think that's a great idea. All vendors should, all industry partners should do that. All right, this is actually my favorite topic, and we only have 12 minutes left, but this could be a whole nother session. But I want to know, you guys are all doing cool things, and I know Pennsylvania has done some great things around partnerships and next gen. And I'll start out with you, Jim. What does next gen mean when it comes to interoperability with other regions or states or working together with other centers? What does it mean for you?
Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite pet projects.
Yeah.
And and Scott up in the NCR and with Steve out in Nashville, we're doing something very similar. So in our region, South Carolina, we have a formal intergovernmental agreement where 5 counties, 1 town, 1 city, we all provide automatic and mutual aid for each other. We made a conscious decision not to operate on the state CSI net and core services. We're doing our own thing so that we can uh, do what we want to do and use our network the way we want to do it. But one of our most recent successes is that we've actually sent live 911 calls to Collier County, Florida from South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and they in turn have sent 911 calls from Collier to us, and we've answered those. But here's the best part. We were able to get them back for dispatch. So not only did we answer the call, they were dispatched. And that involved actually tying together, and I think this goes into that next gen term, next evolution term. We actually have our digital ESI net linked to the national Motorola core. And I think that's the part we all miss is that when I asked them, why haven't we done it before? They said, nobody asked. So I think it's up to us to start pushing our partners to do that. So right now, and this occurred yesterday, there was a problem with a industry partner providing services yesterday, and we started automatically receiving 911 calls for our partner county, and we just answered them because we practice it, we do it, and we got them back for dispatch, and the public never even knew the difference. I think that's the big thing we need to work on and think about. The public expects us to answer that call and get help when they call us, no matter what. How are we making sure that happens, even if our 911 center is not operational?
All right, you heard it. It's being done. So nobody said it can't be done anymore. And I want to hear it. John, you guys in Pennsylvania, when you built your EZNet, you guys really came together in Southeast PA. What are you guys doing over there?
Yeah, there's 6 counties in the Philadelphia region. It's about 3.5 million people, that those 6 counties. So it's important, I think, and we're right on the border of New Jersey and Maryland and Delaware. Yeah, those 3. To understand how interstate connectivity, and you know, I think I said this on a call with Jim. I need to take a trip down there to figure that out, because we are, the good thing is we are exploring. We are an open conversation. We get together regularly, the leadership team of those 6 counties, and all of 2025 has been bringing in vendor and innovation partners to talk about how they are implementing and leveraging AI tools to make a better environment in the ECC. So that continues, and we bring up more questions than we probably answer, which is great. And that's why I like about summits like this as well. There's probably going to be as many questions as there are answers throughout the day. But it's just an open, honest conversation. We're not all at the same place, but we need to get there. We need to work with the state, who has created a great state network. There's only 61 911 centers, PSAPs in the state of Pennsylvania, so it's a close, tight-knit group, and it makes it a little bit easier to shift and move as we need to. But there has already been some discussion, I'm aware, at the state 911 office level, of how, you know, part of the Maryland counties, I believe, I don't know if they are in the NCR group, but anyway, they're doing their own thing. Delaware and New Jersey is working toward a statewide ESI net. So at some point, that we need to make sure that we are prepping our network to make sure it doesn't stop at the state border.
So, you know what, sometimes we forget that we have state borders, and it's huge to be able to partner with them to make sure they're They're in the meetings and they're at the table, and we have Marilyn here. We have our Virginia Swick here, and they should be probably driving together in carpooling to all the meetings. Steve, what are we up to with interoperability and some projects we're working on?
I think I would bring focus to a couple things that we're not so much focused on here today, but having been in a recent conference and people talking about issues with interoperability, this particular region, and we have representatives from our radio team that helps manage the radio network in this area. The NCR has done quite a bit in radio interoperability for many, many years now. And they've solved a lot of issues that some very large cities have not been able to solve in terms of the ability to make the ability to interoperate between jurisdictions using radios and a process to keep the radios configured in a way that they're interoperable is something that doesn't get a lot of play. I'm not the radio manager. We have a couple of the people that are the brains behind that are in the room, but the radio is always the central part of any 911 event. And we benefit from the planning and the processes and the backup capabilities that our radio interoperability managers have put in place. And just the whole way that they manage it has been key to our interoperability. Tied in with that is that this region has done a lot for many years. It's more than 10 to 15 years in having a fairly robust CAD to CAD capability between jurisdictions so that we can dispatch and manage units based on where they're located in terms of getting them to an event. And it's a variety of different CAD systems that are tied together in the network. So they've done a lot of work. They're doing planning to sort of get to the next generation of CAD to CAD interoperability, which has its own planning and interoperability issues, which is an entire discussion on its own. One thing that we're planning to try to do, we have a alternate center that we use as the county, but it's in a very small location, and they're essentially building around that location in a way that we won't be able to use that center for the next couple of years. So we're trying to, within this region, to establish a regional alternate center, and we're working with our surrounding jurisdictions to intentionally plan for a physical location that has all the necessary capabilities, power, connectivity, so that we would all use an alternate center instead of today, various jurisdictions each have their own alternate center. So I think that there's a lot of capabilities and successes that'll come from that as we're able to implement that. And as we begin to perhaps normalize on a set of standard mission critical systems, it'll just drive us to be able to be more interchangeable so that our people that are working in one center would have policies and procedures that are somewhat similar to our jurisdiction, so that we can sort of help each other out when we have issues, staff issues, or whatever the case may be. Those are some of the key things.
There's one piece, and I know we have a lot to learn from Jim, but do you want to mention Nashville?
Yeah, we are working in a similar way to establish a backup capability between Nashville and Fairfax County. We happen to be on the same ESINet platform, and we're in the process of establishing testing of those capabilities. But we would be doing something similar where we're similar sized jurisdictions in terms of our 911 center, but we will have already signed an agreement, and we're working through some of the technical details so that with coordination on each side, we can automatically handle their calls, and then vice versa, we could send their calls to them. There are a lot of operational details we'll still continue to work out. Jim has worked out some of those, and we'll have to work out how they apply to our particular situation. But it's the same concept. We want to work, and we do work with our local jurisdictions, but it is helpful to have somebody out of the region because if the entire region has a particular issue, those 911 calls need to be answered somewhere. So we're making plans for that.
Thank you, and thank all three of you for a wonderful session and all the advice and insight that you bring to the industry. Do we have like 5 minutes? If we can, if we have comments or questions. Does anybody have a comment around next gen or this subject that they'd like to share or a question? Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff Cohen again. Next generation, I love the thinking to call it something else. I've been trying to think of what to call it for a long time, but I think that term's been used for 25 years. Another comment I have is I like just the name of the panel. The fact that it's described not as next generation 911, but next generation emergency communications and response. Because too often NG 911 is thought of just the call side. And of course, it involves response and then therefore CAD. A lot more I could say, but I think this has been a great panel. So thank you for the opportunity.
Any other thoughts?
Anyone else in the room?
Maybe online? So do we have any questions online?
All right.
That's not.
Back to you.
All right, thanks. So let's give a round of applause to the panel. So Scott, thanks for moderating this and thanks to all the panelists. So we'll take 30-minute break and come back. So if you are here in person, we have lunch coming in, so lunch will be provided. And so for the folks online, if you can think of any questions or thoughts or comments, please enter that in a chat and we'll monitor that. So we'll reconvene at 11. Thanks. All right, we're gonna start our next panel, which is impact of innovative technologies on ECR. And Ed Craig is gonna moderate this panel. Ed.
Thanks, Ashwini. This I actually knew I was doing as opposed to talking about the response committee to start. So again, thank you to everybody for being here. I introduced myself, so I won't go through that again. But I will give the chance for the speakers to introduce themselves real quick before we start. Since we always start in the room, I'm going to be different and start with the people on the online. So Jessica, you're actually in the top of the screen I'm looking at, so I'm going to let you go first if you want to just give a brief introduction.
Hey everybody, I am Jessica Lowe. I am with the Lincoln Emergency Communications Center in the state of Nebraska, and I am the emergency communications head for our 911 center. So I have the privilege of serving approximately 60 telecommunicators in our center and providing them with the tools and the necessary actions needed to make sure that they can do what they can do at home for every day. So kind of a cool gig. Thanks for having me today.
For being here. And everybody's program says that it's Jeff Wobbleton on, but this is actually not Jeff. This is Tim. So Tim, I'll let you introduce yourself and thank you for stepping in for Jeff. I know he had something come up he had to deal with.
I carry his lunch all the time, so it's no problem. Yeah, my name's Tim Kane. I'm the operations manager for Arlington County ECC. Started in public safety in '87, started in 911 in 2006. Working mainly in Maryland, but I'm in Arlington, Virginia now.
Thanks, Tim. And Bonnie?
I introduced myself earlier, but I'm Bonnie Maney with Mission Critical Partners. Did spend 20 years under the headset in the PSAP, telecommunicator through executive leadership as well before dipping my toes into the consulting world. So it is great to be here with you all.
One quick housekeeping note. The chat was mentioned first, and it was actually turned off for those of you that are online. It has been turned back on, I've been told. So if you have a question or comment or anything, if you're online, feel free to put that in the chat. It is being monitored. And they've assured me that they'll make sure somebody tells me because I'm terrible at looking at those things while I'm doing this. So Phil's got my back on that one. So innovation is what we're going to talk about and how it affects the ECC. And I thought it pertinent because
we've talked about so many different technologies that the first thing to ask is, well, what do we consider innovation? Because I know I have a definition of it, but the last time I asked somebody else, theirs was not quite in line with me. So Bonnie, because I turned over and saw you, I'm going to give you the lead on this one. So what do you consider to be innovation? So we kind of bound this a little bit with where our discussion is, and what is innovation today?
So I think it depends on the audience that you're talking about what innovation is, right? If anybody heard of the diffusion of innovation curve? So early adopters, Jim, John, Bob, Vinny, all these other folks, even, here with Steve, and Scott, they're all the early adopters, right? They're the bleeding edge, the cutting edge. There'll be a beta for almost anything to see if it works. But then you get into that early majority of folks. Okay, it's been tested, let's get into that. And then you have your late majority and then what you call your laggards. And it follows a curve. And so depending on where you feel you are in those kind of categories is what innovation, it has a different meaning. Maybe very innovative, even if you're a late adopter. But for your agency, your area, that could still be considered innovative. Right? So that it really has, I think, from my perspective, a very broad definition, depending on where you fall in that diffusion of innovation curve.
Okay. Jessica, thoughts?
Yeah, so innovation for me, and I am just going to say I am very grateful to sit on this panel, but as I have shared with my peers on this panel, the human resource is really at my core, and it is the priority in my why and what I do every day in 911. So when somebody comes to me and asks about innovation, while I am greatly appreciative of our vendor partners and the tools and the technologies that continue to come our way and grow and expand, they mean nothing to me unless I can put them in front of one of our team members or all of our team members and they're functional for them to do and meet the mission every single day. When we do that, right, we can implement a number of tools, and we think, right, typically in leadership that those tools have a set of rules that we're going to follow. I know in the previous sessions we talked about policies and procedures and sharing those with each other as we're onboarding these new things, and those are all well and good. And I definitely, I appreciate good procedure and policy, but I think that as we continue into these newer generations and we continue to reset the mindset of those of us that have been in 911 for a little bit, we have to stop being so rigid with them, and we have to put these tools that we know meet the boundaries of what we must do to uphold trust with our communities and uphold our integrity as a profession. But once we have those boundaries set, let our 911 professionals be the innovators. Let our 911 professionals show us exactly what those tools can do, because it is that 911 professional at that console that is going to take those tools. They are going to tell you if the tool has too many limitations, or they are going to show you where you thought limitations may have existed and they've reached beyond them. They are the ones that are the innovators. And as much as there's the competition out in these vendor environments, I don't think that you would meet any vendor that doesn't have a connection within a center, because it is that center 911 professional that is truly their innovator to develop the next biggest and best thing that is going to serve 911. So innovation to me is our human
Okay. Tim, go ahead.
So innovation, it goes back to necessity being the mother of invention. I mean, you have to think outside the box. If you have a problem that you're trying to solve, to innovate is to apply solutions that aren't commonly applied in your genre, right? So reach outside what's common, what's the accepted practice, and look beyond that to how other people in other, either in business applications or in other parts of government outside of just 911 solve those problems, and try to apply that solution to your problem. So you find the need for something, and then you try to work out a solution. Sometimes you just have to think outside the box, go outside of where you're comfortable, the people that you know, and talk to other people, like I said, in business that have solved similar problems, and see if you can take those lessons from them and apply it to your problems.
So I want to pull a couple threads there real quick because I think there were some important things there. And Jessica, I'm going to steal a little bit from you, but I think one of the biggest threads there is it's not always technology that's the innovation. It's the people. And I can tell you from the vendor standpoint, we have the conversation all the time of this is great, but it's not great until somebody that's actually going to use the tool tells us it's great. And Tim, you've talked about the mother of invention. Not necessarily in the 911 space, because I think it's a little controlled, but certainly in other spaces, you see people going, well, I need a tool to do this, and they just build it. And, you know, I've worked in cybersecurity and had a few instances where it's like, and you did this, why? You know, but those are people saying, look, I have a need. And Bonnie, to follow on you a little bit with the innovation curve, innovation playing right back into that human loop is what's the next thing that helps that person or that center? It's not necessarily the next great technology. So I kind of want to pull that now into saying, so how do you see innovation playing in the day-to-day operations? Okay, what are we seeing that's changing? What do we see that's evolving? And I'm going to use the term of, you know, not next gen, but evolving within operations, and what are the drivers associated with that? And those are kind of a few things, but I think it's a big space that kind of dovetails right into what are the challenges and how do we innovate to be those. And I'm going to do the reverse order now. So Tim, I'm going to let you have this one first.
So how do we innovate? And where are we going? So in Arlington, I was fortunate enough to land with a group of people that are forward thinking, and we got together to try to solve a problem with our call volume, and that led us into using AWS. So we use AWS on our non-emergency line. We've built workflows. So common questions that people have. I'll give you an example. One of the big things that goes on every October in Arlington is the Marine Corps Marathon. So people will call that non-emergency number looking for information on road closures, on towing, on, you know, what time the race starts, general information. So we've developed a workflow. So when AWS answers a call, that they detect an utterance, which is, you know, the pathway that puts them into that workflow. If somebody asks about the Marine Corps Marathon, we can send them a link. They can click through the link, it takes them right to the web page, and they've got all the road closures, they've got all the information that they'd be looking for. So that's one of the many workflows that we developed to take that load off the telecommunicators. The same people that are answering non-emergency lines are answering 911 lines, right? So every call that we can divert from the floor is another opportunity for somebody with an emergency to get their call answered more quickly. So we've been doing that since June of 23. We've had some really good success with it. Last week, we started building the next iteration of that with AWS, which will be a bot. And some of the great things about the bot is its natural language processing ability, and its ability to converse with anybody in any language they speak. So it expands that opportunity for people that are not native English speaking people. There's 5 primary languages in Arlington, so we're only serving a portion of the public currently with the workflow. But in this new process, we'll be able to search a lot more. It'll work differently. Basically, we'll give it a library of URLs or PDFs that'll be able to crawl those documents and converse with somebody using natural language processing skills in their native language to give them the information, again, diverting it away from the floor. So that's, you know, some of the technology that we've used, and that's where we are currently, but we're moving, you know, it's ever evolving. So as it evolves, we'll continue to evolve with it to try to further develop that solution.
Okay. Jessica.
For me, there's a few, I guess, different angles that I look at this question from, and the first and foremost of those is probably fear. So, you know, what Tim shares is amazing. And it is absolutely a technology, right, that we currently are working to determine best solution for our team, right? Which solution is going to provide the right tool for our team. But when you, again, put yourself back in the shoes of the 911 telecommunicator, and I think it demands from leadership, right? That leadership is putting themselves in that role on occasion, right? You can't lead and you can't provide for what you don't understand, but to truly know that they're heard, sit in that seat, and recognize the fear factor that comes with all of the changes. Well, while it's great, right, that I may not have to answer the question of a designated spot for a tornado, right, or a route for a marathon, as Tim had mentioned, or hey, what's happening in my neighborhood? Those small kinds of questions that we don't see as the critical 911 call. Our telecommunicators, as much as they want to take those things off of their plate, that's also defined them in their role for so long. So when you're talking about the retention of these human resources that have truly served their communities for so long, and we just spring these things on them, right? Not permitting that space for them to feel that fear, but at the same time, as leadership, and again, it's not something that we have yet even, we're starting with it. We have not perfected it. So I don't want to stand here and act as if this has absolutely happened for us, because it hasn't. It's definitely in progress. But those same individuals were brought up in a 911 industry where everything is so black and white. It's not in policy and it's not in procedure. You can't expect it from me. You can't make me, because if I do it, then I could be in trouble for that, right? And that's really, I think, compounded the fear of adding these new technologies and tools to our consoles. Instead of saying, here's our mission, here's our values, meet the mission, don't compromise our value system, but empower them and make them courageous to then take the actions that are needed to meet that mission, and then let us know, right, what those boundaries are on our new tools and solutions. So for me, first and foremost, it's not minimizing that fear. That fear is real, and that's, quite honestly, I have to take ownership of that as a leader, right? If we're not permitting that to be heard, we are not creating an open environment for change where they're going to feel successful. So it does definitely contribute to our retention issues in the industry. It also starts to invalidate value within our team. So that's my first approach. I will stop there so that I'm picking up all this.
Oh, that's fine. And I want to pull on that a little bit though, because you brought out fear, but when you originally talked about it, it was fear of, I'm going to say, monitoring, or fear of not doing something correctly. I want to pull a little bit to say, is there fear of also bringing forth, hey, this just doesn't work? This is a technology that somebody said, hey, we should do it. But it doesn't work for me. So does that fear exist? And is there a way to, and I liked your words, empower the telecommunicators on the floor? And I know, talking with certain center managers, this is core to them, and I know it's core to you. Empower the people that are doing the job to come up and say, hey, look, this doesn't work, or I need something different. And how does that flow happen? And how do we get those flows happening? And is there a way to, I'm going to say, for lack of a better word, let the voices be heard? Because, again, we hear it all. And we've talked about it here of, but I need this. I don't have this, and well, I got a great solution for you. I'm sorry, what was the problem that I asked you to fix? I have a captain that I work with. He is notorious in meetings of, what's the problem we're trying to fix, not what's the answer we have in front of us. So I'll come back to that a little bit, because I know we're going to talk a little bit about health and wellness, but I want to make sure we don't lose that aspect, because I think, Jessica, your fear comment is more than a little bit of what you were saying, and we can expand on that. But before I do that, Bonnie, I don't want to take away your opportunity to speak to innovation and kind of how we're seeing it day to day from that perspective.
You just opened up like a huge, there's stuff that Tim and Jessica and everybody's been talking about, that the fear thing is real, right? And the idea of vendors, do they have a solution trying to find a problem? Or is there an actual problem that they have a solution for? And that does go right back down to what Jeff was talking about, human factor, the, practitioners under the headset every day. It's also driven by the community's expectation of level of service, right? My Uber can find me, but you can't, right? That whole piece, which is really driven then, location accuracy and things like that. And then some of it is business. Let's just be real. Sorry, vendors, but we have you guys have products to sell. And so you're trying to find these solutions, which we have to be really careful how we go about it. So there is the human factor. There's and one way to kind of manage that, and John mentioned it very briefly previously, is having a change management policy, right? How are you going to ingest ideas that you need to consider being implemented? How are you going to evaluate those solutions? And then how are you going to bring them to your staff and your team in a way that does not exacerbate change fatigue, right? Which then reduces the confidence level of the telecommunicators. And you want the telecommunicators to be confident in their tools, in their policies and procedures and everything else. So that's something that I think kind of plays into what they were talking about. Now, as far as what are we seeing day to day, the idea of answering, using an AI supported auto attendant for day-to-day 10-digit answering, it's becoming more and more mainstream every day. But I'm going to take that a step further and talk about, what do you think about it being used on a 911 line? Nerve-wracking, right? Scared. There's your fear factor. I can tell you it's happening already. Is happening and I think it's going to make sense to y'all here. I love this front row. Because I can speak directly to you. It's happening today, and I think it makes sense when you hear the type of call. It's actually Orleans Parish, so New Orleans, right? Big place. They are using it on their 911 lines, same concept, for auto crashes. How many calls does an auto crash on the interstate bring in? Duplicate, right? So they're using it on their 911 lines. If it goes into queue, well, first of all, the call will come in, they'll enter it, it'll put it, this is where next gen stuff comes in. It'll put a 200-meter geofence around that location. It's not moving, stationary. And then all the other calls, as soon as they go into queue, if they're there, I think for more than 10 seconds, they go to the auto attendant. Ask 2 questions. Are you calling about the accident at such and such? If you say no, goes it back into queue for 911. If you say yes, it'll ask the second question. Do you have any important information? Like, not the guy driving down, he's 5 miles down the road and he saw something, right? So if you say no, you have the option to hang up. It always puts it on the caller. So what else do you think could be used, that same type of technology? Maybe a structure fire, right? I'll take the same thing with video, the fear factor back to video. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, video, it's gonna be terrible. It's actually being used a lot more for day-to-day things. In Colorado, people will mistake smoke in the winter from, steam out of chimneys and like things that are totally benign. Well, I can show you a video and you can go, oh yeah, that's the factory that always does that at whatever time. So there's actual day-to-day applications that aren't necessarily emergencies that can help slow down that fear. So I know that was a lot of information, but.
So
what do you want to pull on next, Ed?
So I'm gonna do the chicken and egg thing, because I've heard all 3 of you talk about innovation, change, and fear. And there's a whole study and cycle on all of that, and I don't want to dive into that, but I want to talk about, so what drives the innovative change? Because we've talked about a couple of things, but I want to get the panel's thoughts on what's driving that change. Is it the business process within the center? Is it the expectations of the public? Is it the evolution in technology? Is it all of those? And I'll start by kind of saying, we've talked already today, and I was going to actually start a timer and I forgot to see how long it took for AI to be first mentioned in this whole summit. But we've talked numerous times of, well, we weren't even talking AI in public safety 3-4 years ago. Well, why did we talk about it so suddenly and why is it here? So I don't want to go down that path, but I want to kind of go back to what I said of, you know, that innovation change. And so where is that coming from? What is it inside the centers? Is it out? Is it all of those? And kind of what do you think is the largest influencing factor? I think I know where the answer is going to go, but I'll leave it open. And Bonnie, I'm going to let you start since you said, what am I going to pull next? You get to be the one that feels that.
I'm gonna try to keep this really short. First of all, I think it's all three. But it just depends again on the demographics of the community and everything that you're working with. But I think it's really the goal at the end of the day is to improve emergency response. And if what we're proposing as a solution or something, if it can't answer that basic question, whether that's from the telecommunicator, from the floor, from the field, from the community, wherever that lays, if you can't say that it is going to improve emergency response, making call takers available more to handle the emergency lines, anything, those things improve emergency response. If we can't say it does that, then, I think we need to look at other solutions and consider saying, no, we do not need this new shiny thing.
Okay, Bonnie, I'm sorry, you just said, yes, Jessica.
I definitely agree with Bonnie, right? The assessment of first and foremost, are you meeting your mission? I mean, the mission should be the driving factor of any 911 center to organization. If it doesn't exist, why are you there, right? If that mission for us, it's inclusive of our community, right? Because nothing happens without them. If they don't pick up the phone and trust us, when they dial 911, it doesn't matter what tools we have. It doesn't matter for any of that. But I think really for me, it boils down to education, right? And I think that education and the focus and prioritization placed on that, for whether it's frontline or leadership teams, or even those that lead above you, in your city or your county organizations, you have to drive that education. You have to be willing to do it yourself. So for me as a director, right, my role is to be in the community. My role is to ensure that we're collaborating with our partner, responders in our community and making sure everybody's needs are being met. For us, that's where we first embraced the video, right? We had our deaf and hard of hearing community really, really struggled with the fact that they felt like 911 services were not approachable for them. So for me, that's a failure in our mission, right? The emergency response wasn't available to a core piece of our community. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to drive that? How are we going to make that? And then you have to have those forward thinkers, those people that continue to educate themselves on your team. And you have to be accountable as a part of that to not let that lapse. So it's constantly providing additional education. It's constantly encouraging networking and those types of things within your organization. And for your frontline, it's no different, because they are the future, right? Individuals that are going to be sitting in those seats and making those determinations. They should start having that voice in the seat that they're in currently. And if they can't lead from that seat, that's where we're failing them there. So it's that continual education, whether it's internal or external, they're owed that fully, so that they can develop those thoughts, so that they can then drive that innovation. So I truly think it's in so many ways, but first and foremost for me, it's vulnerability, being able to educate, not looking at, okay, we just nailed this down, we've got this, now we're just done. And we're not going to change anything for a while. That's not how 911 works anymore, right? And that's where I still struggle with this black and white policy procedure thing, right? We have to be a little bit more flexible. I'll say it, when we first did the video, did anybody else have this great policy that you will use it on this kind of call, this kind of call, this kind of call, and this kind of call? Whew, that had to go by the wayside, because we were tying the hands of our telecommunicators who really, really needed it, right? They just were in a situation similar to what, Bonnie shared, these day-to-day things. They're like, I could truly do what I'm here for, to help people. But, Jessica has in this policy that I can only use it on XYZ calls. That's not fair. So again, it has to be safe to be vulnerable, to bring those things forward and say, I appreciate this, but I think this is right, and I have to be willing to. do that. So, again, education, vulnerability, that's.
So I thought I heard a real interesting theme there emerging amongst many, but one was educating the public. I hear that that's a huge challenge, and I'll admit I'm part of that public. So, but you know, and we hear it all the time because how many people call 911 for non-911 emergency, you know, non-911 things, and I'm hearing all the head shake and yes, and you know, and I get people, you know, all the time saying, well, yeah, but they're the people that have the answer. Yes, they do. But do they have the answer to that question? There's somebody else that has that answer. And so how do we educate the public to do that? And that's some of the call handling things and diversion and other things I don't want to get into. But I also want to say that that change management that we've talked about is very good inside the centers. And there's lots of things processing. And yes, this is going to be a little bit of plug for IJIS without intending it to be. But we need to have that change management flow out of the centers back into the vendor community, back into the other sectors. And I think that's something that collaboratively as an organ, you know, as a group, we need to work on. And because again, where does the innovation come from? It's the centers. Yes, the vendors have it, but it's the centers that need it. So Tim, before I ramble on too much and get on my own soapbox, I'm going to let you jump in on that.
Well, I definitely agree with you about the vendors. You know, when you go to Nina or APCO and you go to a CAD vendor, they want to show you their CAD and everything it'll do. You know, CAD should be intuitive. Once you've seen one and worked in one or more than one, let me ask you, can your CAD do this? Because that's a problem I'm trying to solve, right? I don't care, you know, what your spiel is, but you need, like you're saying, you need to hear it from the people that are going to be using that system. And when you get, you know, your different levels of local government involved, your IT people, you know, they have their concerns about security of systems, things like that. I'm sure that that's all great. I'm sure that everybody's compliant with whatever they need to be. But, you know, what problem are we trying to solve here, right? So here's a problem I'm trying to solve. Show me if your software, your solution will solve that problem. And, you know, so as a manager, I look at it that in a 911 center, our two primary functions are answering 911 calls, emergencies, and dispatching resources, right? The communications part of that, getting them the resources they need, getting the correct assignment out the first time, and then giving them any additional resources. And then you're the documentarian, right? You're just tracking events, things like that. So as a manager, I look at what are my people doing besides that basic function and how can I get that off their plate, right? So I came here 3 years ago. I was a fly on the wall, asked a bunch of questions, and then I looked at CAD, right? I was like, somebody get me into CAD. Somebody show me how to pull a report. So when I pulled a report from our CAD, what I found sadly was that our primary call was related to towing. And our second highest call volume was related to FPREs. So if you're not familiar, in the state of Virginia, if you have a fire alarm system, you have to notify the fire marshal, not 911, the fire marshal that your alarm's out of service. As far as towing goes, you have to notify the police. Again, the police, not 911. But who gets saddled with those responsibilities, right? So we're a 24/7 organization. We were probably once the child of a police or fire department. So those things get passed down to us. They get hung around our neck. We have the responsibility for it. It's not really what our function is, right? Our function has evolved. And those police and fire departments don't really see that. So part of that is, as a manager, intervening, saying, look, how can we redirect this? How can we solve this problem and relieve our people from all these ancillary duties? And for us, again, it was the AI solution that allowed us to do that, taking those tows almost completely off our plate. We're working with another vendor right now, so we'll be totally out of the towing business. And that is probably 50 to 60,000 events a year that we're not going to be dealing with anymore, right? So as I alluded to in this next iteration that we're going to with AWS, the product will be able to interview somebody. So when you want to put your fire alarm out of service, what's your name? What's your callback number? What's the location, right? And because AI does have some problems with background noise, things like that, we'll probably ask them to repeat that for verification, right? Any of you that have ever protocol to call, you're familiar with that statement, right? So we get 2 bites of that apple, and then what's the reason? So that's the basic rote information that everybody takes, every call taker takes on any of those types of calls. We'll get the AI to do it. The AI will then make a call out and say, is this a good verified address in Arlington County? Yes, it is. Give me the Latin long for it. Pull back the Latin long. Create a JSON file. Push that over through a RESTing API to our new CAD product, which will be Hexagon. So once this is built and Hexagon's built, we'll be able to push that over and it'll create a closed event call in CAD. So that's probably another 45 to 50,000 calls a year that we don't have to deal with. It'll just be done behind the scenes seamlessly. When I look through the utterances and the information that we collect on why people call that admin line, it's ridiculous, right? The one that's the winner so far is, I need help getting my cat in the cat carrier. I don't know what we were going to do for that person, but they call our admin line, and that's the utterance that was picked up, and I verified it. That's what somebody called about. So if I can build a solution where I can give you a URL and have that scraped by AI to go to the animal welfare page and say, hey, here's our hours of operation. If you need after hours assistance, you can contact this number, and that call never goes to the floor, just like towing and fire alarms. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to leverage technology as a force multiplier to get those ancillary duties, those crazy callers, so to speak, off our plate so we can concentrate on what we're there to do, which is answer 911 and dispatch resources.
I'm going to throw a curveball at you all for a moment. And it's coming from the responder side. So most of this conversation has been talking about innovation, dealing with the public. Does any of this change when we talk about the other side of the center? When it talks about going to the field and going to the police, the fire, the mental health, and all the first responder side of it, and dare I say, and I say this intentionally, the second responders, without trying to upset any of the police or fire in the room. So does any of this discussion change from an innovation, from a management, from an expectation side, and even the crazy requests that I know fire and police give back to the communications center going, hey, I need you guys to handle this. And sometimes it's like, and why, what do you think we're going to do? So I'll throw that out there kind of as let's change the perspective a little bit and let's look not from the public side, but from the first responder side. So anybody want to jump on that one? Since it's a curveball, all right, Bonnie says she'll jump on it first.
Well, we started talking in what we call, to differentiate a little bit between alternative response, which is the buzzword right now for 988, mental health, all that kind of stuff, right? To response alternatives. What can we be doing? Automation, bots, the tow service, all of those types of things to take those calls out of dispatch, right? So that's the call taker. But there's also things that still do, there's things that do need to be dispatched, right? Still, but you're looking for the right resource to go, or the right number of resources. So where I'm going with that is, in the response alternative space, things like nurse navigation, right? You're introducing a new resource into the system. So instead of having to send fire trucks, EMS, all that out to, what probably may be a stub toe instead of a heart attack, if you go through your protocols, you can send that over to a nurse triage line. Now, it doesn't take away from the call taker initially having to handle that call, but it does alleviate the dispatch side of the house, which then alleviates having to send fire EMS out to a call unnecessarily. Now you're impacting cost as well, like on maintenance for these vehicles, which city elected officials really like if you can reduce costs. It's also impacting your workflow of your traffic. So highway safety, safety, because you're not sending these vehicles, traffic lights, all that kind of stuff. Also wake effect accidents. Wake effect accidents, when the fire truck runs through the red light and now you got.
Wait, the
accidents
fire
behind
truck
that.
exercise due regard while going through the intersection?
Yes, that term. But now that's gonna cause more traffic issues and injuries and possible lawsuits and things like that. But not having to send even with 988, if we can shift these calls over to 988, then you're reducing the number of unnecessary police contacts with folks that actually need a different type of care. So there is definitely a correlation with what we're talking about here. Some of this is supported by technology, some of it is not. It's just a new way of handling that processing of that call. Absolutely has effect on field personnel.
Tim or Jessica?
As far as how it's impacted what I would call our partner agencies, right? Yes, all of the things that she just shared, all of those great things, again, where we're focused, I still feel like that somewhat focuses back on, right, us as the 911 professional, what we're able to take off of our plate. I do know that it's wonderful to be able to connect our community members with the right resource, right? So our partner responders community has grown exponentially as we continue to leverage, their expertise. But when I circle back to that fear factor thing that we had started with, and as a 911 professional, you're telling me all of these things are being stripped away from us is what I would describe it as. I'm not going to answer this call anymore. I'm not going to answer this call. So we start to unintentionally, again, they love it, but at the same time, it does get feelings of like invalidation because it's become a part of their identity. Flip that around to our partner responders. And for so long, they don't see us. We're on the radio. Or maybe they call in and they communicate with us. Every once in a while, we get those officers or those firefighters or EMS professionals that stop in and converse with us. These new technologies and the innovation that has grown in our industry has shown them what 911 is. It has validated what we have been doing for so long. And for so long, everybody in the room, I'm certain we're more than ready to be given the title of protective service occupation that should have been given long ago. But I am watching firefighters, officers, regardless of profession that somebody is in outside of 911, stand alongside of us now and champion for us stronger than they ever have before. Because the video technologies, the AI, all of those things are very visual for them. They're tangible for them, right? They're seeing it on their MDCs. They're seeing it on the way to the call. So they are joining alongside of us in those efforts, and they are really recognizing and thanking, like, thank you for taking that. I didn't realize for so long that that's really what you're doing, unless they've sat in and realized that it's just not their reality. They're out in the field. So for me, that's what that change has done for us as far as when we look at the other side.
Tim, do you have any comments?
So Bonnie touched on like nurse triage, nurse navigation, things like that. Those are great tools. Like if we can send somebody an Uber or give them a cab voucher instead of sending out an ambulance, that saves everybody's resources. The locally here, the police department, they are understaffed. They're down on their numbers. There's probably a lot of agencies that are out there like that. So it's just not impacting 911 world. It's in those other responders genres as well. So the thing about the PD and the fire department is that they can like reduce services in some capacities by using tools like online reporting. So online reporting is something Arlington County has a very robust online reporting portal. The thing is, a lot of people don't know about it. So, that public education piece is definitely paramount. And again, we're able to refer people to that. So when we can make referrals where, hey, an officer really doesn't need to go out and contact this person. You can satisfy your insurance company's requirements if it's, you know, damage to your vehicle, property damage, accident, hit and run, you know, parking lot door ding. We don't need to tie an officer up on that. They appreciate that, you know, us being able to intervene. Again, you know, we'll have AI do the intervening for us, but being able to just, you know, triage that call and refer somebody to online reporting, or triage the call using protocols to be able to send it to nurse triage, where they, you know, they can get contact with somebody who can help them make an appointment. We also have a co-responder unit here, so there's mental health people that go out on certain types of calls when they're available. And you know, because a lot of times it may be a referral to 988. Using protocols, we're able to have that, you know, as a response, that everybody's accepted as a response. But sometimes maybe just a mental health worker needs to go out and make contact with somebody. You come to your check welfare calls, things like that. So using those other resources that are available to try to reduce, you know, the amount of contact the PD has with people, or the amount of contact the fire department has with people, being able to conserve those resources through intelligently triaging and your call handling practices, I think is very important. And you know, that has an impact on those field responders.
We've talked a lot in this discussion about workload. We've talked a lot about fear. We've talked about innovation being good and bad. But in the core of it, we keep talking about the people. So I want to ask the panel thoughts on the health and wellness of the center people. And is innovation, how is that impacting? How is innovation, you know, either helping, hurting, potentially hindering? Just thoughts on what it's doing from a health and wellness standpoint. Because we've talked about fear numerous times. I know there are some people that are looking at saying, hey, can I tell if they're stressed? You know, by some sort of outside monitoring. So, but I've also had people say, well, the fact that they're going to try and determine if I'm stressed is going to stress me out. So is this innovation doing what we want it to do ultimately? And are there things that we need to consider from a health and wellness standpoint? And Jessica, I'm going to kind of give you the first one on this one, because I know the human factor is a passion of yours. So I'm going to let you speak first if you want to.
Our approach to the health and wellness aspect of these new technologies, or quite honestly, technologies that have been at our fingertips and we just haven't utilized, right? Lack of knowledge or lack of understanding. It's a mixed bag, right, on how that's going to impact somebody. And I think that as an industry, we've done awesome, right? If you can type so quickly and you meet the minimum words per minute, you can read maps, right? And you pass the testing and you come in and you complete the interview, and we know values-based, you're good to go. But if that's all you're looking at and you stop the conversations on what 911 is today, that's where you end up with your struggles with mental health and well-being for the individuals that are at the console. So I started over a decade ago, right? This level of change, this rapid pace of change didn't exist as it does today. So if I have not had conversations like I've been fortunate to have, not just with my leadership, but others in the industry, right? But that's just what 911 is now. But to reframe that perspective of this change isn't happening to me, this change is something that I get to navigate, that I get to utilize to make sure that I can do what I signed on to do, which was to help people. That's my choice, and that's how I get to use those tools, is my decision. Again, that flexibility has to exist. The video aspect for me may be the absolute right decision. It may not be the right decision for the person sitting next to me. We have to be cognizant of that. And we have to provide avenues of an officer expecting that video, right, that they can still obtain it without exposure, if that's something that is a challenge for them, until maybe they have an incident where they find that it benefits them. Because I will say personally, what I have come up with in my head over the past decade is much, much worse than anything that I have seen on video so far when I have utilized it in a call. quite the imagination. Most of us in 911 have a wonderful imagination. So I do think that mental health and wellness aspect is really a part of, again, circle it back to being vulnerable. We have to be willing to have the conversations. We also have to not be judgmental on people sitting next to us. We have to be open to supporting each other through these new technologies. We have to change that perspective, but it's constant change. It's just, quite honestly, new tools available in your tool belt. Done responsibly, right? I'm not going to add 4 more screens to bring on more tools. That's not okay. But I place that responsibility and onus back on our vendor partners. The other things, again, I just think as an industry, even in public safety as a whole, we do have more conversations as far as family life and what's happening outside of our 4 walls of our centers and how that can possibly impact us in our centers. So I think we're doing really, really well with that. I think you see you see APCO as those professional organizations that support us, encouraging that and creating many, many opportunities for us to take care of ourselves and to guide us through that. But I think it's that internal use of those tools where we have to do that with each other. It's not something that I've seen brought forward out yet nationally, but we're encouraging that flexibility. Again, everything we've onboarded, I've been handed. Here's all these sample policies from these other agencies. I very quickly learned, right, the hard way. I can't cut my team off at the knees. I need to let them share with me what works. But I need to remind myself that not everything has to be listed in a policy guidelines because I want to protect them 1,000,000%. They're protecting the community. My job is to protect them. But in doing that, let them have it and run. Let them share what's missing with our vendors. Let them have those conversations. Because if you're a vendor and you're coming in my center and you come straight to my office and you don't have a conversation with my team, for me, that's a no-go. That's a shame on you because you are missing right now 14 people sitting out on our floor that are going to give you an absolute understanding of how great your product is. And if they have an idea on how it can be greater, that's where it's going to come from.
Tim.
Anytime we look at a technology or want to roll out a technology or talk to a vendor, my first consideration is how's this going to impact the floor, right? Is this going to improve operations? Is this going to cause conflict? Is it, what are the implications of it downstream? So, when we first looked at and talked to people about the solution that we ended up going with for the non-emergency calls, there was a little bit of questioning about it, maybe some concern about it. But I can tell you, since we've implemented it, people are like, thank God I don't have to talk to tow truck drivers anymore. When people call to put a building fire alarm in test mode is usually in the beginning of the day, and that's during peak traffic hours. So you're working a crash, you're answering 911 calls, and then you get this other line that's ringing and you answer it, and it's Joe saying that, this address is going to be out of service. So I've gotten some really good feedback from the floor. I know when I was a telecommunicator in my younger years, especially, I wanted to answer the plane crash, the heart attack, the 2-alarm structure fire. When the phone rang, I didn't want to talk to somebody about how to go pay a parking ticket, So I think when they see us removing some of those ancillary tasks from them, using technology to do that, it's a little more like job satisfaction for them, knowing that, hey, my job isn't just, talking to people about cats and cat carriers. My job is to deal with emergencies, It also gives them hopefully a little bit more time back to decompress between calls, training time, because we do some on the floor training while people are out there working, they'll do some training assignments, things like that. So I have gotten good feedback. Of course, everybody is concerned about change in the beginning. Oh, no, it's the end of the world. How are we ever going to deal with this? And then later on, they're like, boy, we don't have to take those calls anymore. That's great. So yeah, I have gotten some good feedback, which makes me feel good because that was the intent. The intent is to not have them deal with those things that aren't true emergencies anymore. And it's working well. So
You made me think for a moment that the dichotomy between the older generation and the younger generation, because it's the older generation saying, let me tell you about how it used to be. And the newer generation going, but let me tell you how it should be and how we can do things. So it's just an interesting, that diversity that happens there. Bonnie, any thoughts on this?
I mean, they both, Tim and Jessica, they both hit on so many great things in there. Especially about, there's not a one size fits all for every agency or the people within the agency, right? So Jessica pointed out, I may be perfectly fine with video and my coworker may not. And so to kind of have to, like, everybody has to do it this way. I think something that you really great that came out of 2020 was that we learned that we don't need to do it the way that we've always done it. And sometimes we have to kind of be forced into some change. But for every new thing that we do introduce, we find other problems and things that we have to address with health and wellness. And I'm going to kind of a couple of examples. Jim, I was gonna say John, but Jim mentioned, but he's doing Charleston with Bob Finney down in Collier. Now I'm from Florida, and so we have these things called hurricanes. Yeah. Well, Bob and down in Collier County, they had Ian. I mean, they've had a bunch of other ones, but they've had that. So when Jim talks about what he's doing regionally with their, they're able to handle each other's calls and get the dispatch back. Fabulous. But, Charleston's been hit by hurricanes too. So what if you get an event that happens regionally where then your staff, they're all stressed about the impacts of having to handle their pre and post and hurricane and damage. Well, be able to have that technology in place. This has much broader implications than what's happening in a region, right? And I'm taking back to the health and wellness and continuity of operations of your center. The other one, and Tim, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned this yet, remote operations. Tim, yeah, there's a nod. What Tim has done in Arlington and what's happening in Alexandria, but it's not just an East Coast thing. Kitsap, Washington, Houston area in Texas, Colorado, Pitkin County. But it's all remote operations isn't about working from home necessarily. It's about working outside of your 4 normal walls. All right. And so again, if you take the continuity, I don't have as a staff member, but we have a big event and they're calling you, you don't have to make that commute, right? You don't, you could maybe get on a laptop, on your home station. Or there's a satellite center you can go to if you're in a remote area instead of having to come, drive on treacherous roads in the winter. So even from that perspective, and I'm not even talking about retention and the great things that Tim has going on in his center or getting to work from home. Just the fact that you don't have to have your whole life disrupted because of an unexpected event and things like that. So those technologies are becoming, more and more common as well. And we need to embrace them for health and wellness of our teams.
And did you just open up all kinds of fun there that we're going to talk about later? Because, remote dispatching, CJIS loves that,
And
there's.
places like Kitsap, Washington have solved that problem.
Yes,
by the way.
so, and there's panels on that later. So yes, that was a shameless plug of where we're going later. So let me take a few minutes to say, are there any questions from the audience? Phil hasn't waved at me, so but if you have a question online, please throw it up in the chat. So make sure we take a few seconds here. I saw a lot of head nods on some things, so.
Can I mention one more thing?
Absolutely.
Very cool. I'll make it quick. We talk about change management policies and procedures and these types of things. But this conversation today, the summit, crosses the entire ecosystem. And Jim mentioned again, calling it the evolution, right? And it touches on so many areas. The community, the PSAP, the field responders, even the farther out partners, the emergency departments and all that kind of thing. When we're talking about typical strategic plan or a technology plan or, whatever variety of plan you want to talk about. What we're missing though is an innovation strategy that takes into account all these different aspects of the ecosystem, right? It's much broader than just a CAD strategy or, next gen implementation strategy. It has blown up way beyond that. So looking broader at an innovation strategy. So how do we implement and look forward of what is coming, then leads into change management, but thinking broader than just a regular strategic plan.
No, you're not, because now I made a note of that, so with the committee next time, be ready for that one.
I saw Heather nodding too, so.
Yeah, so we'll talk innovation strategy. Any questions from the group at all?
Have fun.
Okay, let me have you hang on one second, because I want to make sure you have a mic so everybody online can hear.
That's when you can get in your steps today.
Thank you. It's just a thought, just something that struck me as like a red note when we were talking, Jessica was talking about people having the options to use innovation. And I wonder if we're moving less toward options and more toward you're going to be required to use these innovations to meet the call volume and things that are happening. Is it even an option? I mean, maybe there's more stress to the floor because it's not an option anymore. You have to move on. And I don't want to age myself too much. I love innovation. I have been with it since it started. Loved it ever since high school, ever since we first started having home-based computers and doing all that we're doing. But there are people my age that can't handle it. They're moving out of PSAPs because of the increased innovation. But I wonder, should we not be thinking about it as an option?
Interesting thought.
It's gotten so, always had this part of, everybody has to be able to do everything, which I think is part of our training issue, that there's mental congestion, the brain can only handle so much, right? I think we're seeing, I know from my perspective and how we're, we work with PSAPs around the country, is that we're seeing more bifurcation again, right? And specialties to where people like that would have options, right? And then that increases training statistics, increased retention, right? Job satisfaction, health and wellness. Yeah, I think you're definitely spot on with that.
I think I would add to that.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think I would add to that just the understanding. So I know that we've talked a lot about, right, the AI capacity on our call handling, on our ad, right? So if that's implemented, that to me, it removes it from the responsibility of the telecommunicator. No brainer, right? That's what it is today, and this is how we're moving forward as a team, and it's the expectation of that is how those tow calls are being handled, right? So that is a very clear expectation. But I think as we're putting these technologies in place that are not what I call critical to the call, are they great to have? Yes. Are they critical to the call? No. Does it get me the location? Does it get me the nature of the call? If not, I don't know that it's responsible of me to require that, right? Now, it doesn't mean that our, again, field responders are not becoming accustomed to the fact that we do have the video, we do have the translation services, right? We have all of these things as tools in our toolkit, but if I need the translation to get the location, right, that's my responsibility and that's a must. But I don't always necessarily need the video of the Chevy Blazer that looks suspicious in the parking lot. Is it great for that officer to have before they go? Yeah, it is. Will they ask for it? Possibly, right? So they may ask me to send that out. But again, I do have members of my team that I do have to respect, that not every video is going to contribute to their career. A video for like I said, a bad audio call, right? I've got to protect that person, and that can take them out of commission for a period of time. And then I have the accountability, right, on the health and wellness side too, to make sure that they're okay before they come back and they sit at that prompt again, because this is not an industry about us breaking people. It's about an industry about us helping others, but not breaking ourselves in the process. So yes, when I say flexibility, it's not a requirement, right? We don't have to have the videos. We don't have to have the AI translation in our centers. Is it nice to have? Yeah. But for us, third level of redundancy when everything goes down, we are working off of a bank of cell phones and a notepad and a pencil. So if that's what we're working on, it's very hard for me to justify the requirements of these other things.
Hi, really just picking right up on what Jessica was talking about. My question is, including to our real experts here in the front row, but are there any, so when you work inside 911 Center and you leave your home and all the technologies that you have that you use to communicate with your family and friends, is there any frustration on your part when you walk into the 911 Center, especially when you're on a real terrible call or a big incident, that you wish you had that you don't?
As you say, you can't see the faces, but we can right now. So.
I think it's a great one.
I don't want to put the Prince William contingent on the spot, but if anybody is, Michelle, are we okay to? Okay, all right, go ahead. Yeah, please.
Well, I will say, at least to try to respond to that question, I know earlier, Bonnie, you mentioned about the like the crash detections. At least I know it's across the board, because it's a very commuter heavy area. We do get a lot of calls where it's like an iPhone detection saying or talking about like a crash. And I will say, like, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought because I didn't expect myself to speak today. Trying to, I guess, have more of that information on hand, because a lot of times, like when that comes in, at least I know the very first time I got it, because I was trained like, oh, you ask these certain questions, you try to get the location, you try to get the make and model of the vehicles. The very first time I've ever had like an iPhone call do that, and it was just like an automated message, it stressed me out because I was like, oh God, like what happened? And trying to have those technologies in place, I feel like will be, and I know in some ways it has been very beneficial, because yeah, there's times I've gotten calls like that and I'm like, oh Lord, like did the person actually get help? Sometimes I don't try to take the workload to home, but sometimes it's hard to, or hard not to, because of course it's someone's livelihood, it's someone's family. So yeah, I think having those services would be extremely beneficial for a vast majority of reasons. So yeah.
Real quick, I don't want to be the person to eat lunch, but
I hadn't brought that up yet, Scott. Thanks.
I'm always on my phone. People yell at me for that. But here's my thoughts around that. 911 technology should be superior to every other technology out there, right? You go into a cockpit, like everything should work 99.9% of the time. Our missile defense systems in the United States, like they're ready. Our system should be like that. But on the other, to your question, they should work like TikTok works and Facebook works, where you don't have to dig for the information. You don't have to do 1,000 clicks. It kind of knows what you need to know. And to your point, yes, I wish our systems acted like Facebook. Yeah.
We got a question online, I was told. I'll let you read it.
Is there any concern that more and more reliance, I'm getting twice, 1 second. Is there any concern that more and more reliance on technology is pushing you further away from your customers? You are reducing person-to-person contact. Is this isolation a concern?
I just want to point out, this is a clear example though of not a telecommunicator. As soon as he heard himself, he stopped. And I'm not picking on you, Phil, but that's a big thing that people have trouble with. soon as they hear themselves. So, all right, so the question was, though, are we pushing ourselves further and further away from our customers? And are we letting technology drive us in ways we shouldn't go?
I think part of that is
I think
there's
I got
customers that
Summary.
don't want to have to talk to us. A lot of self-initiated activities. So I think for those, again, it's specific to the individual. Those that want to do a report online, or those that want to talk to a bot so they can get to animal care and control quicker. It's about the right response at the right time, that based on their individual need. And so for those that want to embrace the technology, I think they're happier probably for it as a community member versus the ones that don't. They still, it's 911 or the highway, right? And it crosses a huge spectrum, but at the end of the day.
I think honestly for us, sorry.
Sorry, Jessica, hang on okay, go ahead, Jessica. Sorry, we had someone in the room you couldn't see, so go ahead, but go ahead, Jessica.
I'm so sorry if I stepped over somebody. For us, it's actually deepened, I think, our relationship with our community. And that's because, again, I think it's very irresponsible if I were to put a new technology in our center and I didn't have that conversation with our public first, right? They need to be involved in that. I reflect back to, in New Orleans, where you mentioned the use of AI, even in some of those 911 incidents. Phenomenal, right? But I'm gonna tell you, if I'm in New Orleans and I'm driving and I call in on that accident and then I'm prompted by AI when I call 911, if I did not have an awareness of that, that's a different reaction that I'm gonna have in that moment than if I am aware of it and I've been a part of it and I feel like I am, as a community member, championing that change and a part of that decision. So I think that, again, it's really not missing that opportunity to educate the public. Because when we do that, I will be honest, I have heard so many things that I wouldn't have even thought of as far as additional features needed or desires in the technologies that we've implemented. Video technology being one of those, right? I know I mentioned deaf and hard of hearing, but there are other communities, English as a second language, but that has been a very instrumental and on the solution that we chose to implement. So we've got to make sure that they're heard and they're not left behind in the process. And when they dial, it's not a surprise, because that is the worst thing I could do. As far as our admin, I just don't know as an organization if we'll ever lose the, you want to talk to a person, you can. Because again, without that community, we don't exist. So
I was just gonna say the same kind of something similar to that is, as long as the technologies that are put in place, like the AI chatbot or whatever, allow someone who wants to talk to someone the ability to do that. Because I think honestly, until like my oldest son is 28, until his generation is where I'm at now, there's always going to be people who want to talk to someone, and we have to have the ability to do that. There's always going to be a mix of people who are like, for this situation, I really don't want to, I just want to report it and be done. Versus I want to talk to somebody, I want to have the feedback that what I'm telling them is actually being consumed and something's going to happen with it. So I think that that's really, and to Jessica's point, yes, you need to educate, but if you do go to somewhere else, you can't educate people outside of your jurisdiction necessarily. So having the ability to still get to what you want and the way you want to process it is very important.
Yeah, with AWS, we did a big public information campaign ahead of that. The news media got a hold of it. They interviewed Jake. He's our director. So people were pretty well informed about it ahead of time, but we do have a vehicle. So there's an attempt to capture that utterance is made twice. So when you call, hey, you reach Arlington County non-emergency line. If this is an emergency, hang up and dial 911. If it's not an emergency, tell me the reason for your call. If somebody says dispatcher, okay, it's going to say, I know you want to speak to a dispatcher. To better assist you, can you tell me the reason for your call? If they say dispatcher again, it gets transferred to our CHE. It goes through the call distribution and it hits the floor. So there is a way to opt out of that. But you made a good point. I have a 25 and a 20-year-old, and they use their phone for the news. They use social media for news. So one of the things that we'll be doing with this chatbot is we're going to replace the call us on this 10-digit with text your question to this truncated 5-digit short code. Because there are a lot of people out there that would rather just text than spend time on the phone. I'm in the 50+ crowd, I'll say that. And I'm good with that. If I can get the information, but there are certain people that, they do want to make sure, hey, are you hearing me? Yeah. So we do allow them, that we try to collect that data twice. If they're, determined they want to speak to somebody in person, then we just transfer them to the floor so they can do that.
Okay, well, I think it was a great conversation. I know I've got a lot of things that I'm going to digest out of it, but I want to take a moment and thank all the members of the panel for their time. So thank you very much for making my job easy and taking your time here. And Ashwini, okay, so lunch is here.
Yeah,
So
we're going to reconvene for the folks online. We're 50 or so online. We're going to start at 1:15. So take a break and we'll just.
Okay, so for those of you online, we'll be starting back up at 1:15. And for those of you that are here, lunch is served.
Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you, panelists, again. Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. So we're going to start with our next panel, which is going to be on the changing workforce. And we will have Ed moderate this panel. So Ed, why don't you take it over?
Sorry, you were stuck with me before lunch and now you're stuck with me after lunch. So if I didn't put you to sleep beforehand, we'll see how I do now. So as we said, we'll give Phil just a second here. I know you're working on getting Halcyon.
Just want to ask Halcyon to turn her video on.
Okay, so how she heard it.
She is.
Hey, Halcyon, good to see you. So, all right, so the panel here is as Ashwini said, on the changing workforce environment. We've kind of alluded to a little bit of this in the earlier conversations, but I want to welcome the two panelists that are here today. Cody had to drop out at the last minute. He had some travel conflicts. I did confirm that that's what it was. So nothing crazy serious, but just schedules as they are. And I'm sure everybody can appreciate schedule challenges in this room and as well as those online. But I do want to thank Michelle and Halcyon for being here for us, and I will give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. I'm not going to reintroduce myself. You're probably tired of hearing it from me. So Michelle. Okay.
Hi, I'm Michelle Surdam. I am the director of the Prince William County Department of Public Safety Communications in Prince William County, Virginia. I have been there for 35.5 years, and that will be coming to an end at the end of the year. At which point I will be at 36.4 years. So.
Yeah, not counting that extra little bit, that 0.4.
I was actually counting it out. I'm like, well, the 31st of December, that's the 4 months. So I might as well just get it, every little bit counts.
It's sad. I'm surprised you didn't push that at a 10th and 36.5, but so we won't push any further on that one. I will say, just from the little bit of my side of it personally, I'll say this now, you will be missed. So I know you've done a lot to help me over the years. And so I'm sure we'll have more discussion. I don't want to get into that sad stuff because I heard all the boos from the front row when you announced that. So Halcyon, please.
I am Halcyon Frank. I full-time am a consultant and trainer, doing my own consulting training firm. And then I am still part-time in a PSAP in Eastern Nebraska as a frontline telecommunicator. I've been in emergency communications for a little over 10 years now, about 7 of those training, and done a few different things in the center as well.
All right, well, welcome both of you and thank you in advance for that. As we discussed, this is about the changing workforce environment. So I'll prime the panel a little bit just with a question on what are your thoughts on how we see the tasks and skills changing within the tasks and skills that are needed within the ECCs changing and evolving as things are moving forward. Because we've talked a lot that there's technologies, there's all kinds of things. So how are those tasks and skill needs changing as the ECCs are evolving from what they were to both today and a little bit into the future?
So I guess I'll go first. So a lot. I mean, just looking at the workforce that's coming on now, and you know, I'm gonna just keep bringing up the fact that I've been there so freaking long that you know, when I started, and I think this was something that was said by one of the earlier panelists, is that, you know, what was going on when I started 35 years ago is nothing to what's going on now. I mean, I give huge kudos, and you know, Prince William County sitting right here in front of my face. The things that you guys are encountering is nothing like I had to deal with when I was on the floor. And the technologies that are evolving, I mean, I'd like to think I'm somewhat tech savvy, but you really have to have that ability. And with the younger generations, and I don't want to be generational, but to some extent it is, the younger generations coming in, having that technology and that, you know, from basically birth on, exposure, those are the things that are important. You know, you need to have that. I know that in some of the other conferences I've been to, talking about just the difference in using a mouse versus, you know, and I don't play video games, so, you know, the whole concept of doing something with my thumbs outside of texting is foreign to me, but having the ability to do things in a different way, but that makes sense to how they operate when they're not at work, is very important. And what are we doing to provide that for them? Because I had it on my head earlier. I need to write down, we need to follow up on that, you know, what other technologies are out there that make it easier for them to do their job, so that when they come in, it's a seamless, I'm going from my home where I do this to my work where I can do the same thing as efficiently.
So I'm laughing a little inside because of the thumbs that you talked about. I know there's still requirements to keep you know, words per second on a keyboard. And I do know an agency that started to let their people test on a thumb-based keyboard, because the current generation, and again, I'm not trying to be generational, but I'm like you. I learned this way on the manual typewriters, you know, with the teacher with the ruler smacking me if I look down at my hands. But you know, the kids today they're quick. I watch my children and they just blow me away as to how quick they are on the keyboards, but they couldn't get the legislation changed to remove the keys, the words per minute. So I said, well, nothing says I have to give them a standard keyboard. So it was just an interesting observation, and as you say, as things are changing. So Halcyon, please.
Yeah, I was just in a training class last week. It was kind of weird because as I'm, you know, coming into the workforce, typing was the big thing. And that was kind of, you know, a kind of a deciding factor for a lot of people, like if they could type, not type. And now that's going away. And it just feels weird that like typing is going away when that was, you know, the thing when I was coming up. And I always call it, like, we talk about legacy 911 and next generation 911 with the technology, but I think that very much applies to the people aspect as well. Those things that were kind of with the legacy, and we're moving into a next generation where the demands are just so much more when it comes to the technology and knowing how it operates, and almost to an extent to having to know more of the background, how it all operates, because we all experience, you know, technical difficulties, and IT never seems to be available as often as we need them. And so it also requires too knowing more of that background to be able to fix problems on the spot, and, you know, things like that, years past hasn't necessarily been as big of an issue. So I think it really, yeah, just the whole thing echoing what's been said with that shift.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about, I guess, some physical skills. What about knowledge skills? I mean, GIS has come up. Are there other things that you see coming into the centers today? And you know, Michelle, you talked about being able to just know the technology. Halcyon, you talked about the history of the technology. So are there other areas in a topic space that you think are today and maybe even tomorrow that we need to be looking at as this is evolving?
So, yeah, but I think one of the things that I'd like to touch on is just, because this is something I've been thinking about for the last several months, is that being someone who's been in a specific agency for so long. You know, there is that that tendency to, you know, kind of go down the same path and do the same things that have always been done. And in leadership positions, especially if you have been in the same place for a long time, is recognizing that you have to have flexibility to adjust to the changes that are outside of your control, which includes a new workforce and younger generation and the new technologies, and realizing that, okay, that worked when I first started, that doesn't work now because things are different now. And so having people in positions that are able to recognize that you can't always do the same thing. And you have to leverage the people that work for you and get the feedback from the people. But also, you know, and this kind of echoes back to some of the earlier conversations, is making the space safe for the people to bring to your attention. Hey, this isn't working in the way that you thought it was. Because I know I've rolled stuff out before and I'm like, well, the concept of that was really good, but now the actual process isn't working the way I thought it would. So we have to roll back, and recognizing that sometimes that's what you have to do. Is don't plow forward just because that's what you decided you were going to do. If it's not working, sometimes you got to step back and make a change so that it does. So allowing the people that work for you to bring to your attention, hey, this isn't working the way for me that you thought that it would, but also giving them the opportunities to come up with ideas for maybe how things could improve. So different forms for that. And that's one of the things that, you know, I really concentrate on at our center, is having that interface with our folks through various means, whether it's visiting, you know, the directors visiting with squads on a yearly basis, or having lateral staff meetings with representatives from squads who can bring concerns to our attention that we can address.
Hassan, did you have any thoughts?
It's interesting to me because I went kind of a different way perspective just from what I do, but kind of ties into that of like asking for feedback as well, because we've shifted so much to just mental labor with all the different programs and talking about skills and tasks. I think sometimes because when somebody does something physical, you can easily see the effort, the labor they're putting into it. But when I'm sitting at a console and I have to think really hard sometimes about what I'm doing, whether it's a new skill or task or a new call or a big incident, we don't recognize all the stuff that goes into that because we can't see them. Like we can't see in their brain and all the wheels moving and all the working. And so also part of it too, just how much more cognitive energy we're having to put in our jobs. And, you know, we think when we like go take our phone and step away from the console to take a break, that we're taking a break, but you know, doom scrolling is still using up, you know, that cognitive energy. And so I think that's also something is we can't physically see it. And so we don't even recognize how much, you know, effort and mental effort and energy is going into everything we have to do nowadays as well. And it's just as exhausting as, you know, the physical tasks.
So pulling on that a little bit then, is there a way that you think you could look to the workforce to help with understanding, or I don't need to say quantifying that cognitive load? Because I've heard that said numerous times, that the load that is being expected of today's telecommunicators is so much more than it used to be. You know, because besides the technology, you've got the other things that are being asked for. So are there thoughts on, you know, how the workforce is either evolving to do that? I mean, we've talked about that a lot of the newer workforce members are used to, you know, I got a phone going over here, I got, you know, a screen going over here because they're already doing that kind of stuff. But is there something that we can do to help with assessing or managing that cognitive load as the workforce is evolving?
Yeah, for me, I think one of the things, because technology is fantastic and there's so much good stuff coming out though, just the first thing that pops into my brain is staying away from that like shiny object syndrome. Like, oh, this program looks super great and I love it and I want to use it. But what does that actually look like in our workflow? And then again, going back to and being willing to listen to your people, and when they're saying, hey, it is a great program, but this is now 3, 4, 5 extra steps. It's not integrating with this one, it's duplicating or making, it's redundancy of this other thing we do. And so that kind of is my initial thing of making sure then we're using the stuff that actually is going to streamline instead of kind of being like, oh, that looks really cool, I want to use that. And then as well, the people who are using it day in and day out, making sure we're checking in with them, what's that look like for you? Is this actually helping? Or, is it just something that is a good program, but isn't the best fit?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Then on the other side of it, and I think that, where the previous panel, we talked about the innovation, but also the human side of it is realizing that, again, the workforce has changed. And where my generation was very much like, you come in, you do your thing, and work-life balance really wasn't the buzz. When I started, it was, that's just what you did. But realizing we need to make changes so that people have, I don't think there's ever truly work-life balance. There's a balance, but I don't think that it's like there's work and there's life. It's intermingled. But being able to somehow have a better harmony with that. And it's okay for people to take the time they need. But then there's also that part that's like, well, we want them to take the time they need, but we also need people to be here to do the job, to answer the calls, and all those things that go along with staffing a center 24/7, 365. So it's kind of navigating how do you meet all of those needs. And I don't think that any one need is met really well, but trying to figure that out is really important, because I think that it all ties into, the mental health and the cognitive thing. I used to joke with my husband, who, when we first got married, his was a very physical job, and he'd be very tired from that. And I'd be like, yes, but I've been sitting there for 12 hours having to deal with whatever. And it was all cognitive. If you're tired physically, you go to sleep. If you're tired mentally, sometimes it's hard to shut your brain off. So there's that whole thing. And, some of the things that we're trying to roll out at Prince William County, and this goes back to what John was talking about with Dr. Renee Thornton and leading high performance culture, is rolling out things to people to assist them with sleep and cognitive functions and all of those things, so that they can do the job effectively and be there when they need to be there.
I think
So I want to bridge that. Go ahead, Halsey, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it reminds me too, I think now more than previous times, people are looking for whole person workplaces. And I think especially because we do 12, 14, 16, 18-hour shifts, depending on what your staffing is, they're looking for that place that it's not taking care of everything for them in their life, but it's addressing the whole person and acknowledging, yes, you have a life outside of here. Yes, we want to do what we can to help you with the stress and that stuff. So when you have that life, you also can have some balance, and you're not just taking everything with you and then bringing it back. So that, addressing different parts that even 10 years ago when I started, there was no mental health, there was no stress management that have come up a lot in recent years.
Everybody's tough. They just do the job that's asked of them, and we're good.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's never been heard in any of the cultures around here. But it does lead us down a path a little bit of a underlying theme that has come up in all the panels, and I think is important, is there is a mental health aspect to this. And there is the need not only to recognize it, but what I'm hearing both of you say too, though, is also potentially train people that are coming into these roles to recognize it, to understand how to deal with it, and honestly, to accept it as it's a part of normalness. It's not abnormal. It's okay to say, look, I am burnt out, I am stressed, or I just did this and my brain's fried. So how is the training evolving? And we can talk first about, from a mental standpoint, but then I also do want to talk about the practical side of it, if you want to talk about them both together. But I I'll leave it there. So yeah, how are we having to change some of the training methods, both to handle the mental wellness and health standpoint, as well as all this new technology and things that are happening?
Well, I know that, my team, we talked about when you're looking at hiring people, how do you look for resiliency? That's an important aspect of what you're looking for when you're hiring is this person going to have the resiliency to be able to handle the types of calls that they're going to get? Because when it comes right down to it, and it's not a lack of sympathy or empathy on our part, but you're here to do a job, and there are going to be times that it is stressful, and you're going to hear something or see something that is going to be very difficult to deal with. But we can't afford for somebody to say, okay, I'm out. That was a hard call. I got to go home. Okay, but now you've left the people who are staying at work. They're putting more stress on those people because now they've got to handle all the calls. And what happens if all of them take a bad call? And tomorrow, who's to say you're not going to get another bad call? So the whole gamut that goes around that of how do we encourage people to use the resources that we can provide them with, obviously take them off the floor, take a timeout type of thing. But those are all things. And like we have a peer support team, making sure the peer support team knows that you can't encourage someone to go home. You need to encourage them to take a break and figure out how they can get to the point where they can come back to work. Are there going to be times where going home is really the best option? Yes, but that can't be the norm. So those are the types of things that we're looking at. And, those are things that are discussed in the training. And I have my training manager here, which is why I'm pointing to her.
We do stress first aid, right? We're very fortunate.
Can I actually stop? Let's just get you a mic so everybody can hear you. Make sure everybody hears you online. Sorry.
We do stress first aid. We're very fortunate to have a public safety resiliency center that our directors and our staff have really bought into. We have, yearly check-ins, monthly check-ins. We really do push about information is power, right? So not only are we empowering our citizens, but we're empowering our employees to know what resources are out there, knowing, hey, this has, I don't want to say the word triggered me, but knowing how to combat that, right? Like, because you can't just, like she said, you can't just break down every time. We're the first responders. It's our job to help save the people that, or give the resources to the people that need our help. So if we're having a mental breakdown, we're not going to be good for anybody else, right? So really stressing to our employees and our new hires, we're here for you. These are the tools that you have to utilize, and making sure to utilize them accurately and appropriately and not just be so sunken, if that makes sense. So we're really stressing that in our new hires and our training, and really re-putting that out there to our older staff, us oldies, but goodies, the 3 and 4 of us who've been here for plus a couple plus years, because the 4 of them have 2 years or less experience. And that, yes. So for them to come here and to kind of hear what other centers are doing and all of that stuff really shows good interest. But that is, we're really stressing that in our training and putting out there what else can be done and getting feedback from them. Hey, how can we change stuff? What works best for you? May not work best for everybody else, but what other things can we do?
Halcyon, did you have any thoughts?
I'm
sure
like,
you have
how
a
much
lot of
time
them.
do we? Yeah, I was like, how much time do we have?
Yes.
I'm trying to like, what are the high points? So, and this is something that I teach about. So I'm like, yeah, we could go 8 hours. First, I like to acknowledge the progress we have made, right? Like 10 years ago, I tell people when I started, stress management, mental health was an EAP poster in the break room on the bulletin board that they pointed to because they kind of felt like they had to. And maybe you read it while you waited for your food to heat up in the microwave. And that was as far as it went. It was Fight Club. We don't talk about it. And now we've made a lot of progress. We have wellness conferences. We're having these conversations, and it's fantastic. But really, it comes down to, like, we know that when we get into this job, we aren't used to this. Even if we have a lot of life experience, there's still going to be a lot of stress, new situations. And so looking at not only how can we like have stress management and those resources, but actually layer those skills in. And so just as I teach you, on that 911 call, ask the 5 W's, I'm teaching you, and here's how breath work at the console, because, if I get up in the middle of a 911 call, it'll be the last one I ever take. Here's how breath work is going to help you down regulate in that moment when you truly need it, or just as when you unkey that mic from the radio and you're stressed. Here's how this brief meditation or breath work is going to help you again down regulate. And so just even making those skills a day to day and making it a normal part to where when people start in our academies, if you have like a classroom, every day, 3 times a week, whatever it is, today, 8 a.m., we are starting with a meditation practice. And it can sound hokey to people and it sounds a little cheesy, but I think some of that is because we're not used to it and we're not used to talking about it. But they truly make such a difference. And it's so critical to training, because a lot of times people go, they're not learning this. I'm giving them feedback and then they just turn around and make the same mistake. And we assign to it that they must need more training, or they're never going to learn it, or they're just ignoring what I'm saying. But a lot of times we don't realize that they're just so stressed out that they may think, they're hearing what we're saying, or they may think they know what they're doing, but their body is just, in that survival mode of like trying to survive and get through it, that nothing we say is going to stick and nothing we try to teach them is going to stick. And it's not a performance issue in the sense of they need more training. It's that they're just that stressed. And being the new kid at a job is stressful. Not, life or death situations is stressful. Unfortunately, when you have toxic cultures is stressful. And so just the more we can integrate those skills in everyday practices. And again, just as I teach you how to handle, a CAD entry, I'm teaching you to down regulate, I think is where we're really going to see a lot of good, positive progress and more people being able then to adapt.
So is it fair to say we're training to a new normal? I use those terms kind of loosely, but that's what I'm hearing is there's been an evolution, and to play on the earlier teams, to not only what you're looking for in a hire, but what you're training for within those hires, because there's been that recognition of, hey, there is the stress there. So can you expand a little bit on your thoughts? We talked about, a little bit of the stress management, but what else is a part of that new normal? And I'm using that term very loosely, that needs to be in the training process. Is it just stress management? Is it the new tools? Is there more to it?
I think there's always more to it.
Yeah.
I think that you can't really say it's the new normal, because I think the normal is going to change all the time.
Okay. So I'm trying to play that a little bit. So are we training now to change and evolve?
I think I agree. Like, I don't think it's the new normal. I think it's when you know better, you do better. And not just in dispatch, but like as human beings, we are learning more about how we even operate, like at the individual level, cognitively, physically. And so as we can learn more about that, it's then on us to then start applying it, because we didn't have that information before. Even, so much as like studies and that kind of stuff still don't exist a lot for dispatch, but even on the field responder side, like those are all newer as well. So it's not a new normal, but I think it is where now that we actually have more, data and resources, we have to figure out how then we are going to apply them and actually utilize them.
And I think that Halcyon's point, when you know better, do better, is sometimes you don't know better. So having opportunities like this and opportunities to send people to conferences and to other agencies and just being exposed to something outside of what you're used to every day allows you to learn about what is better, so that you can then start to implement those things. Because I think that if you're very insular and you don't look outside of your own agency, and again, not to be harping on the fact that I think there is advantage to the fact that as you're coming up through the ranks, and I'm not saying this to any of you with the intention of you leaving, however, if you are thinking to advance through your career, there's probably a lot of good things about changing agencies or moving around to some extent to get exposure to other ideas and other centers and what other people are doing. Because if you're staying in the same place, unless you are willing to continue to learn and grow and expose yourself to things, there is the tendency to become very narrow because you're only staying here.
So not to pull that too far, but other industries have, the ability to do, an internship or to move and swap things. Is that something that, Michelle, am I hearing you say may have advantages if, in a regional area, there's an ability to say, hey, we're going to allow 2 of our dispatchers without necessarily leaving Prince William County payroll, as an example, go spend a year in Fairfax County or something of that nature? Is there?
So I've never thought of it that broadly.
Okay.
I actually started something maybe about 2 years ago, and just because of staffing, it really kind of died on the vine. We had a handful of people do it where we were doing an exchange program, like just a visit type thing with other agencies where, and in the Northern Virginia area, at the Northern Virginia PSAP directors level, I had brought it up to say, if maybe we can just have our folks go and do sit-alongs. And it was a 2-pronged thing. One, it was go and learn about what other agencies are doing and maybe see if they have best practices you could bring back. But there was also the side of it that was, the grass is not always greener on the other side. So we had, like I said, we had several people do it, but just because our staffing levels changed, we weren't able to continue with that. Once our staffing levels are better, I would love for that to start back up again. I know we had a few people from Fairfax come to visit us, and we've gone to a couple of different agencies, but that was really kind of the extent of it. It wasn't like, go work over there for a year and we'll pay you, and they come and work for us for a year, but that was.
Same idea though.
Mhm.
Yeah, and being able to do that. So as we look at all these challenges, and we've said that there is now not a new normal other than normal is change, what do you see coming in the future beyond what we've talked about? Is there anything else that you see is going to be a challenge from skills, retention? Technology is obviously going to continue to advance, and I agree completely with all the comments that have been made here of technology needs to advance for the right reasons in the right places and not just because it can. And we'll have a separate discussion on who should drive those changes, but so what are the challenges that you see coming in the future with all this evolution when it comes to the workforce, the skills that are needed, the training and the mental health that we've talked about?
I personally think that, and I'm not saying that I'm a proponent for it as a permanent solution, but I do think that there are going to be more cases of remote work. I think that will actually broaden the workforce to be able to do that, and maybe will more effectively allow for hiring and getting the staffing levels where you need them to be, because you're competing with the same group of people that may be looking for remote work in other industries. That if we can say, well, you can work for us and work remote, that maybe that will be an assistance for communication centers to bring on more people. So I think that's a challenge, because I think I personally have some concerns about what that looks like on a day-to-day basis for people to be remote all the time. Because I feel like there is a large advantage to having people sitting next to each other to support each other through events. But I know that other agencies who started it with COVID and have continued in one fashion or another are still doing it successfully.
Halcyon?
I think one of the things that I'm excited about, and was kind of fresh on my mind with recent conversations, is because of the resources we have now with technology, so many, like, we're all short-staffed. Even when we're fully staffed, we're short-staffed, right? Like, we still don't have enough people. And so the things that have maybe been pushed on the priority list, especially things like data collection and really using all the information that we're bringing in and, you know, that we get from our different programs and softwares that we use. I think going forward with, you know, the evolution of technology, we're going to be able to actually utilize that. And I think that's exciting that then we're going to be able to make more changes proactively, but also with some really good, solid foundation of why we're making those changes, because we're now able to get that data and really look at, like, what do we need, what don't we need, what changes do we want to make, versus in the past where a lot of that was anecdotal and it was just like, let's try this because what we're doing isn't working. Okay, that didn't work, we'll go back, maybe we try something else. And we don't, you know, people can focus more as we move on the human side, and then those tools are there for that stuff. So I think in that aspect, I'm looking forward just to seeing, like, all the different data and the things that we can come out with, just because we won't have to spend so much time and resources from the staff and the human side itself to get that information. And so I don't know beyond that specifically, the changes besides like what's been mentioned, I think that definitely is going to come up. But I think we're going to learn a lot here. I think it's definitely in the middle of a shift right now, and we'll be learning a lot in the near future.
Can I add just one thing to that? You know, when Halcyon was talking about you're never fully staffed, I think also a challenge is getting your jurisdictions to recognize that when police and fire are adding on to their staffing levels, that we also need to have inclusion in that, not just for the floor operations, but the larger your agency is, the more support you need. So we need more people in our training unit. We need more people in our tech unit. We need more people in our administrative unit. And right now, when you're trying to fulfill those positions, you're pulling from the floor to do that. And, you know, just saying, yes, we have vacancies. However, at some point when we're fully staffed, we still need to be able to support all those positions and all the functions that we need to do without pulling people from the floor to do it.
So is there, I'm not sure how I want to ask this question, but is there a need then to maybe educate the leaders that there's more to a communication center than just telecommunicators, people that answer phones and do and dispatch? I mean, because I know I've had a much greater appreciation for that, but I think most people, when they think about 911, it's, well, yeah, there's somebody that answers the phone, there's somebody that talks on the radio, and there's so much more to it. So, and as we're seeing with the evolution of technology, there's now places starting to look at, well, I need a data analyst, as you know, as Halcyon saying. So is that something that needs to help from an education perspective? And maybe that's a part of the evolution is, you know, rather than, you know, and please forgive me, you know, you're a telecommunicator for, you know, maybe now you're a data analyst, you know, or something, so that there's that broader understanding of this is a much wider skill set and service provision than just answering a call and dispatching a unit. I don't want to minimize that, but so I kind of answered my own question, but I'll throw that out for thoughts on, you know, is there a need to maybe look at some of the nomenclatures and the naming and bring that forward?
I would say absolutely, but you have to be careful about how you approach it, because let's face it, when you're dealing with political entities, you have to be in the political world and how you approach those subjects. You know, I can't just go and knock on the door of my Board of County Supervisors and say, hey, let me sit down and talk to you about this. It's a very, you know, you have
I wasn't trying to put the political bomb out there for you. No,
I will tell you that this especially this past year, April is the best month to try and get all that information out to your leaders in your jurisdictions when you're celebrating Telecommunicator Week, and you can bring them in and say, these are the people that are doing this job and what a wonderful job, and you know, posting it out on your social media and everything, and having them come and get pictures with everybody. It's like the best time to, you know, when the iron is hot, to get their attention. So
I think it's It's even bigger than that, though. Like, this job has been in the shadows for a long, long time. And I think in the last 5-ish years, maybe more, but especially we're now starting to come out of those shadows. And it's not even educating like the people, our boards and those things, or our field responders. It's everybody. And we're really in a spot right now where we can really work on creating what kind of identity do we want, not only for the industry, but for our own centers and our communities. And so especially, and it's not to say that like social media is the end all be all of that, but when you're talking about, agencies having Facebook pages and being very intentional about that, like what identity do we want to set up for our communities? Because then that's how they learn also what that role includes. Going to the job fairs, what do we want that to look like? And it's kind of, I say fun, maybe not fun for everybody, but like kind of a good spot to be in, though, where we really get to, decide what do we want this to look like to the public, to our field responders, to our decision makers, because we are starting to get more attention and people are starting to pay attention like more to what we do and the role we play, and also as a career. And so I remember watching the show Panic 911 and I loved it. And it never occurred to me that I could be a dispatcher. And part of me feels dumb for that. But also part of me feels like there's probably a lot of people out there. And so we're getting more where we do have more kind of face time. And so helping those people that see that stuff and then connect it to like, this is a real job that you can do. And we're at like a good point where we get to really help shape that. And so finding those different ways through public education, educating field responders, social media, working within our communities, that kind of stuff it's hugely important. One, for not only for us to take the calls and have better cooperation, but also on like the recruitment side as well, and working with other entities.
Well, and dare I say, forcing our way in. I think that, we have over the last year and a half have really been forcing ourselves out there, inviting elected officials to significant events. When we have a graduation ceremony that is combined with a promotion ceremony for, new telecommunicators and people promoted to dispatch positions and those types of things, we're inviting them to come and participate so that they can see the people that are going through this. But also in other forums, I worked with the Chamber of Commerce in Prince William County so that telecommunicators could be recognized for Valor Awards, separate from being nominated by the police or the fire department on events that they were getting recognized for. So this will be the second year that we have telecommunicators being recognized specifically for telecommunication actions that may or may not have police personnel involved in it. So kind of forcing the way out there and telling people, hey, it's great that, like with the, Scott and I were talking about it at an event recently, with the plane crash back in January. And then there was acknowledgement, and while telecommunications, the 911 center was maybe listed on the program or something, there was no mention of it. So if you're not verbalizing to my people who are sitting out here that these are people who should be getting acknowledgement as well, just because you put it up on the board, that doesn't mean anything. You need to actually say it, say our name.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. We have a few minutes, so are there any questions or any comments? I think I saw one pop up, Phil, but I don't know if that was a question or more just a reinforcement of what was being said. Okay, all right, anybody in the room have any comments or questions or anything?
One thing, say it nice and loud if I have to. We were talking about it during break. It's something I've been thinking about because we have been looking at the capabilities of other call handling equipment. Is that as we are diverting non-emergency calls to other applications, AI, so that it can take care of it, that the majority of the calls that our wonderful call takers are going to be handling will be high incident. There'll be life critical incidents, more of them not mixed in with the non-emergency, so they won't be getting a lot of this and a little of that. They're gonna be getting a lot of the now mental wellness requiring follow-up. Yeah, so that's the thing that I was thinking, you know, if we're gonna be pushing that out and that's gonna be handled and AI is gonna be taking care of this, they're really only going to be getting the high priority calls. So just a thought, because yes, we're teaching resiliency. Prince William County is incredibly fortunate because we have a resiliency team that's dedicated just to us in addition to our peer support team, which is great. I just feel like they're gonna be utilized more coming soon.
I think if I can jump in a way though, I think that's better because you're taking away kind of that mundane stuff that does add up over time and sometimes overshadows the big stuff. And so we don't take advantage of those resources because we don't have time to where, and I understand what you mean, then like all we're dealing with is like the really bad stuff. But it then kind of frees us up to actually take advantage of the resources, excuse me, but also to even realize what's happening. Like, oh, yes, I took this hard call and I know that that's affecting me versus like, I just hate this job because these callers are frustrating me and it all gets lumped together, if that makes sense.
So there was one question that came in, and Phil, help me if I didn't catch it real quick when it came up, but it was, how do you feel how can you better appeal to the younger generation to recognize that this is a job and all that it is? And House Down, you mentioned a little bit, so did you, Michelle, about, you know, it's more in the public. I mean, one of you mentioned, you know, the 911 show. Well, if you watch a lot of the public safety shows now, it's not just fire and police anymore. They actually start with the dispatch center. And I've seen shows, even Law and Order had one, you know, not to go, I'm dating myself, I realize when I say that, but where it was focused on the call taker relaying information to the field. So obviously mainstream media is starting to pick up on it, but are there other things that you all can suggest maybe for helping attract the younger generation into this?
I wish I could say yes, that I absolutely, obviously, we need an influx of new blood. Because the rest of us are leaving for whatever reason, you know, years and burnout or whatever. And so we definitely need that. But I always try to encourage people to, you know, if you have the frame of mind that you have a servant heart and that what you want to do is in some way serve the public or whatever, not everybody can be a field responder. Not everyone can be the person who is on the scene doing the hands-on work. The important work starts with the phone. And it's as valuable, if not more valuable in some ways. And that's where you can find your niche, if that's the world you want to live in.
Hassan, did you have any thoughts?
Kind of before training, but one, and this is sometimes tough, but we have to stop expecting people are going to work for 30 years at the same place. And sometimes that's hard to let go of. And so just recognizing, acknowledging that, you know, people aren't going to talk like when I'm here forever. And then the other thing is just learning is really personal and relationships and training are huge. And I wish I had like a just do 1, 2, 3 and it'll solve your problem answer. But so having those conversations, why'd you want the job? You know, what are you here? You know, and just really finding out about them and training them in a way that connects to what they already know, and that, you know, motivation for them being there can go a long way sometimes.
All right, well, Michelle, did you have a thought?
I was just gonna say one more thing, is that we really need to make sure that we are priming the culture of a 911 center to be an inclusive one. Because when you come to work there, you want to feel included. You want to be part of the team. And if the team is excluding you because of anything, you know, I'm not going to become friends with you until you've been here for X amount of time and have proven yourself. That is not the thing that's going to keep people in their seat. And we are the ones who are sitting there saying, we need more people. We need people to come and work here. But
Say
if
it
you're not
louder.
doing anything to welcome them and make them feel like we're glad you are here, thank you for being here, they're not going to stay. We are our own worst enemies. You know, we eat our young. And unfortunately, that is the case a lot of times, is people don't leave because they don't like the job. They leave because of the people that they're working with. Is, you know, the whole negativity in a workplace that needs to stop. It needs to stop at every level. It needs to start stopping at the lowest level.
I think that's a
Preach.
strong point to end on. So please help me say thank you to the panelists for their time. Thank you very much for supporting that. And I will turn it back over to Ash Winnie.
Thanks, sir. All right, so hopefully, Phil, do we have all the panelists on? All right, so I'm gonna actually change this a little bit. I'm gonna actually ask Jeff Cohen also to join me in this discussion. So for this panel, this is the perfect topic after lunch to wake you guys up on interoperability. So joining me in this discussion is Bob Finney. Bob is online. Dr. Dorothy Spears-Dean and Renee Gordon, and then I also have Jeff Cohen. So before we get into the discussion, I would like to just start with folks online. Bob, why don't we go to you?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person this time. My name is Bob Finney. I'm the Director of Communications Technology for the Collier County Sheriff's Office, which is in the Naples, Marco Island area of Southwest Florida. Been in the 911 business now for about 30 years.
Thanks, Bob. Dorothy?
Good morning, everyone. Apologies for not being able to be there in person, but I am working out of my remote office today, also known as my car. So I'm actually out of the office, but this is always such a great event. I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to participate and to learn from all of my colleagues. For those of you who don't know me, Dorothy Spears-Dean, I'm with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, a Deputy State Coordinator.
Thanks, Dorothy. Jeff?
Hello, Jeff Cohen, founder of Mountain Peak Strategies, where I provide consulting services to the public safety community, but most recently I was with APCO International as its chief counsel for over 12 years.
Thanks, Jeff. Renee? So while Renee is trying to work that, just saying Renee is with First Net Authority, acting board chair and she's from City of Alexandria. We'll start with our discussion. So one of the things is that I know throughout this discussion, and we have used the word interoperability. So one thing that I would like to pose a question to our panelists is like interoperability is such a broad term, right? It's such a loaded term that we use it everywhere. So I would like to, before we get into the next level of discussion on interoperability, what exactly interoperability mean to you also? I'll start with folks online. So Dorothy, you want to start?
Thank you. So looking at the term of interoperability, from a personal perspective, it applies to all of the components of an initiative. So it refers to the governance, it refers to the technology, the data. It also needs to refer to your policy plans and standards. I've heard the term nomenclature throughout previous presentations. That's very important. We all need to be calling something the same name. Interoperability is critical when you look at things from a technological perspective. You want to make sure that things are fitting together appropriately. We talk about this term over and over again, but understanding what it means from a discipline perspective, what it means from an application perspective, and what it means from a functional perspective are critical. As we continue on this technological journey, we need to make sure that all of the pieces and parts that are part of this interoperability ecosystem, if you will, are well defined. So we all understand what it is that we're talking about, because these are the foundational pieces to making the system, the network, whatever it is that we're working on, work seamlessly.
Thanks, Dorothy. Bob?
Yes, thank you. And in that same vein, but maybe coming down into the weeds a little bit, 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago still, interoperability in public safety and emergency communication was really focused on voice communications, right? I mean, we know APCO Project 25, I got Jeff on the panel. So I won't embarrass myself, but that's been around and working on that since the late 80s, early 90s. And it's taken us quite a while to get where we are today, using the same, and Dorothy referring to the SafeCom continuum, I believe, but the different elements that are required in interoperability. Now, we're moving kind of beyond voice. We're moving into the data amongst first responders, data from citizens in the field, whether it be pictures, being able to receive additional supplemental data to an incident or alongside with an incident, and getting that to responders, which obviously ties in the 911 systems. And as we move to next generation 911, and listening to the last discussion, I in the last panel at the end there, Ed was making talking about some of the movies we see and how they depict 911. Public's perception of 911/emergency communication, it's the whole ball of wax. They don't care all the different silos and elements we've had. They just want to get the help there in the most efficient way with the information that they provided at the outset. It's not like a game of telephone where you start out with one thing and then the responder is expecting to get to something completely different than what the call taker said. So it's a huge lift for us now, but it's kind of exciting in that it now is bringing in all the technology and all what we refer to in the industry, I guess, as silos between 911 data and voice communications.
Jeff, you want to share your thoughts?
Sure. So I think of it in conceptually, and then I have a more technical way of thinking about it. But conceptually first, everyone that's here, everyone that's online, we're interoperating with each other. It doesn't matter what device, network, what have you. Renee was having an operability problem, not an interoperability problem. I also sometimes pull out the hand puppets and I talk about, imagine, three clouds. In the center is 911. Another cloud is the public. Another cloud is the field responders. And you want all those clouds to be able to seamlessly talk and exchange information with each other. And right now, 911 is an island where everything comes to a screeching halt. And then finally, the more technical definition, in the Public Safety Next Generation 911 Act funding legislation that's been kind of floundering in Congress, but preceding that, there were many meetings and negotiations among APCO, where I was before, NINA, the industry, and we came up with definitions. And the very first definition, I think, that it was ever created of interoperability specific to 911 was invented there. And it's in the bill, but just to paraphrase, and it kind of makes sense, right? It's the ability of any, I'm always going to say ECC and not PSAP. PSAP is too limiting. I've told people that before. Interoperability is the ability of any emergency communication center to share any kind of data, voice, multimedia, what have you, with any other emergency communication center or field responders. And here's the operative part: without the need for a proprietary interface, number one, which is what's plaguing public safety, and regardless of jurisdictional boundary, equipment, device, service provider, software, or any other factor. It's as simple as that. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. So now we've got Renee back. Renee, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's
Yes.
working.
Okay, I'm on my phone now.
No. So Renee, we're just talking about, from your perspective, can you share thoughts what it means to be interoperable, or what does interoperability means to you?
So if you look at the definition of interoperability in the dictionary, it usually refers to like a computer system, a device, or a software, and just to make use of good information. Interoperability requires a much broader definition. And so we have to look at it differently than what the dictionary says. So communications that are siloed, that's not interoperability. It prohibits the customer from receiving the absolute best outcome, but it also causes friction for the call taker who is trying to deliver the absolute best outcome. So at the basic level, relationships and MOUs that support those relationships are how we support interoperable communications between the centers. And our biggest issue is that our governments require autonomy, and when we're trying to operate in that form of fashion and keeping your own identity, it prevents the centers from working together. And so jurisdictions sometimes make it harder for us to be interoperable because of this autonomy that we all feel like we need to have. And so it forces us to operate in silos, and we've got to break that chain. So that's kind of where I see it, is that we have to continue to build relationships. And in Northern Virginia, we do a great job, but we still got to do better. We've been working for years on some of the same things, some of the same MOUs, but we're the only ones that can really do it. And so interoperability is not about the machines; it's about the people.
Thanks. So I think we all agree that interoperability is more than technology. It's about people. It's about processes, it's about policies, right? So the question I have is that we have been talking about interoperability for good, I would say 20, 25 years. And I go back to even Jeff, you brought the whole where the interoperability term was going. I even go back to SafeCom, maturity model, right? There's an interoperability baked into that. So my question is that we have been working as a community to address the interoperability. So from your perspective, have we made progress? Are we going forward? Or are we going backwards? So can you share like what we have achieved so far in our last 15 to 20 years when it comes to interoperability and public safety mission? Sure, Jeff.
I measure it by what can we do today? And so on the radio side, yeah, there's been progress, but the problem with, the way Ashwini teed up the question, once you have systems deployed that are not interoperable, it's really difficult to turn that major battle group around. And we're experiencing that still. With NG911 and especially SCNets, we're early enough still in order to try to bake it in. Right now, interoperability is poor, or interoperability among SCNets at least. And we're just talking voice communications and IP networks. And that's not a knock at all on the public safety community or the vendors. There's a lot of structural reasons why that's happening. I mentioned the definition that was crafted in this funding bill. There are certain things that can happen that will force the industry to go in a certain direction. The prospect of a lot of money and a grant condition that you shall accomplish this or not. And then lastly, what's really interesting is the Federal Communications Commission, for the first time, has proposed rules that would require interoperability, at least among SCNets, across state boundaries. And that's something that, while I was at APCO, I helped lead to cause the commission to do that, because either you need a big pot of money and a condition on it, or a requirement, or something else to kickstart the process.
Thanks, Jeff. So folks online, any thoughts?
I'll just add, I mean, Jeff summed it up very good. I mean, there's no, even if we have the standards, there's the teeth, right? And usually teeth come with money, right? There's strings attached, and I don't think, many of us, many of the regions and 911 authorities and such, we're bound. There's a couple things that I think need to happen in the industry, and it's a better education of what we need. I mean, this is a very technological approach, right? And most of us in 911 authorities, decision makers may not be the most technical. So we talked to many of the, partners we've had before, and we move forward with a solution. Oftentimes, maybe it's a cost decision to move the solution. We may think about, hopefully we're thinking about the jurisdictions that we deal with every day, right next to us, and maintaining our interoperability with each other. That's not always the case. Again, and we end up with solutions that aren't interoperable. I mean, again, interoperability is the buzzword, just like with P25 was the buzzword, but once you could put it to a test, actually go and test and certify against it, that helped to be able to make sure that the systems work together. Nobody's putting out, I don't think, systems that intentionally don't interoperate, but because we're so new with EZNets and with core services and working across providers, I think that's just something that it hasn't worked its way out yet. So we're in an exciting time. I think it can be a stressful time too, because we're looking at spending a lot of money to implement, the core and the foundation of our next generation systems. And at the same time, kind of on another little, I guess, rabbit hole, but because 911 for so many years just we didn't even have location for wireless calls for such a long time. So there'd been a lot of disruptors and innovators out there that have brought along some really good technology, but a lot of it is proprietary technology, or it's technology we need to figure out how to integrate into the call flow and into, a next generation IP infrastructure, as we're getting very close to, being able to do that with the FCC report and order and things like that. So it's taken us a long time, but I think we're at a good jump off point if we can make these decisions with our neighbors and make sure that we're fully thinking about where we want to be in 5 to 10 years.
If I could jump in and add to what Bob and Jeff have previously said, what I hear us talking about is the macro and the micro. So the macro is taking each of those emergency communication centers, 911 centers, or PSAPs, however you define them, taking those entities and putting them on an IP network. And that's the macro. That's creating that statewide resource or regional resource. But where the micro is, it alludes to what both Bob and Jeff said in terms of the legislation and the standard in terms of connecting those ESI nets. So that's really getting to those details in terms of, okay, you've created this very large system where you have various nodes within a state or region connected to it, but how do you expand that? So I think in the last 20 years, we've made progress on both levels, on both the macro and on the micro. And we have a narrative now in terms of that interoperability journey, and we have a better sense now of where our challenges are in the future.
Thanks, Dorothy. So I know you all have mentioned EZNet, right? So, and a few other things, and you also use the term proprietariness. So my question is, as our ecosystem is growing, right? We had a whole discussion on technology innovation. We're buying more technology. So what are some of the standards that exist out there, right? First of all, I know we've talked about EZNet as one of the examples. So what are some of the standards that exist out there? And second thing is, for example, if I'm a solution provider who are coming to you all and selling a solution, how are you actually validating that I'm going to use EZNet as an example, I'm EZNet compliant or not? So where are you going to actually test that actual compliance or conformance to that standard? So my question is, what are some of the standards in our community that we should be looking at? And do they exist or they don't exist? And if they do exist, what does conformance or compliance looks like?
I'll go ahead and jump in here. What I hear from members of the 911 community in Virginia is that we talk about NG911, we talk about the ESI now, but we need to continuously talk about 911. We need to be grounded in 911, and we need to focus on those minimum requirements that it takes for 911 to function. Whether it was in a legacy world or a next generation world, what are those pieces and parts that are integral to keeping things moving forward? So many of the standards that we need for the future are grounded in those basic minimum requirements, those basic 911 capabilities and services. The delivery format has changed. It's coming through as IP, but the services and capabilities that we've had historically are the same. We may have turned changed our nomenclature or the terminology. But that's where I see that those standards work being so critical, being grounded in those foundational elements.
Others?
I wouldn't really say that. Oh, sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I tend to not get bogged down in particular standards, because you remember when I started, I talked about how we're all communicating right now. And that's because the broader communications industry has figured it out. Why did they figure it out? Well, it was dollars and cents to them. Their customers wouldn't be customers unless they could communicate with each other seamlessly across so many platforms and apps and all that stuff. So actually, again, going back to this legislation and negotiations that preceded it, we came up with several really important definitions, like what is next generation 911 even. But there was a definition and a term there that the FCC is now picking up on too, called commonly accepted standards. It's just a placeholder to talk about the fact that when it comes to interoperability, you've got industry-specific standards in the 911 community, which is more of an architectural form. And then you have all these standards out there in the world that are making everything else work. And then again, getting back to my hand puppet island thing, there's no reason why 911 shouldn't use the standards that are used by that are serving the public, which are the same standards that FirstNet is using, and other competing public safety broadband network providers. And then in terms of demonstrating whether or not SENets can interact with each other, interoperate with each other, I personally prefer the term conformance testing, but again, something that the FCC picked up on something that APCO had said and is asking for comment about is maybe it's a little simpler. And it's just to say, well, you can prove that you're compliant or conform to a new FCC requirement by showing that Fairfax County ECC can communicate with at least 3 other 911 centers across the state boundary, something like that. How you actually show that and demonstrate it could be practical, where someone here just tries to do it. Or you could have something, and I think you should have something that also kind of allows the conformance process to be developed and shown.
Bob?
So how do I follow that? No, and I like the idea of comply or being able to show conformance with like a minimum of 3 different systems, right? So there's some legislation in Florida. Legislators are great sometimes at getting laws out without really looking at the underlying effort. But in Florida, it's a home rule state, so there's 67 counties, and we could really have 67 different systems. Right now, we have, as far as core service providers, we've got, I think, 5 within the state, and some are just countywide, and some are a few counties either around the state or within a region. And this legislation requires, and a lot of this came out of the Marjorie Stoneman Commission after the terrible event down here several years ago. And the ability to be able to transfer a 911 call or text and all associated data, which we're talking, NG type stuff here, between one local PSAP and any other local PSAP within the state of Florida. And that's upwards of about 200 PSAPs or ECCs, right? So, and that's really something that we should be able to do nationwide. So I think there does have to be guardrails. There are standards that are being developed. I'd say some of the standards are very early, and some of them may be very theoretical and haven't been tested to a great degree, at least against interoperability. There's been some testing. Department of Homeland Security, has kind of seeded a next gen 911 interoperability task force to pursue something similar to what was done with P25, where that became a federal initiative, and having labs and being able for vendors to be able to go pay and test. And I think that was, I mean, it proved successful. And hopefully this is something that will fly. I think it would be nice, because I don't want to build a system and be so, and Jeff said something, I'm trying to remember how he said it, but or maybe it was Dorothy earlier. You may implement a system, but several versions down the line, is it still interoperable? You know, I mean, as things upgrade and things change and you do upgrades, does it still actually interoperate? Because we don't want it to fall apart. And so I don't want to be the one responsible for the local interoperability testing with X number of ECCs. I want that to be something that is certified, and so I guess a little different take on it than maybe what Jeff presented, but we're kind of building this 911 airplane as we go. Again, there's a lot of standards out there. I think there's good things. You know, but I do think there need to be those guardrails, and at least try to tie some of the to some of the standards that are out there, so that we don't get these proprietary solutions that do work in a small region, but then don't work outside the region or outside the state. I always use the example, a basic example. If I have a streaming, you know, doorbell, and I'm here, I happen to be in Fort Lauderdale at a state meeting right now, and if I see on my doorbell that, hey, somebody's breaking into my house, and I live on the other side of the state, and I call 911, and I get, of course, someone here in the Broward County, Fort Lauderdale area, and there's like 30 ECCs here, so I don't even know who I get. And say, hey, somebody's breaking into my house. Okay, what's your address? And they say, oh, Bonita Springs, I have no idea where that is. So what do? They'll use the EPRC, you know, the NINA EPRC perhaps, or I'll tell you what, a lot of folks will go to Google and say, okay, what is it? Where's Bonita Springs? What's your address? They're resourceful, right? These telecommunicators, they'll pull it up on Google and say, okay, here's the 10-digit number. And now I'm calling on a 10-digit number and providing all that information. Again, a non-emergent number, maybe waiting in a queue for a while to pass on this information that someone's breaking into my house. When an ECC had that information, it was all there, maybe even the video, and could not send that across the state because there was no manner to do that. So I don't want to get proprietary regional or local solutions, and you know, so I guess that's all I have to say about that.
So Renee, I have a question for you, right? From the FirstNet Authority perspective, because we have two things going on, right? We talked about standards, then we also had a dedicated network, public safety network, i.e. FirstNet Authority, right? So the question I have is that from FirstNet perspective, what are you seeing from interoperability perspective?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Good. So from the FirstNet perspective, I think as a board member, I agree with everything that Jeff and Dorothy and Bob are saying. And I think that we have to stay on top of legislation to make sure that, because the relationship between the FirstNet Authority and AT&T is very good. But we also have to make sure that it's good for public safety. And that means that, you know, AT&T has a business model, just like all the other carriers that they have, that they follow in order to make money. But for us, it's about interoperability for public safety. So there's a balance that we have to have in between them making money and us providing a service for public safety.
Thanks, Renee. So I know that Jeff and Bob, you said something, right? Talked about standards, right? So my question is on just building on the standards. Since we have so many standards, right? Can we assume, or have we validated that these standards interoperate also? Because of course, we're talking about solutions to actually leverage these standards to interoperate, but now we go and build one standard after another. So are we looking at that, how these standards can be interoperable?
I guess I could start before handing over to Bob, but again, I just go back to the standards, 3GPP and everything out there that's enabling the commercial marketplace that AT&T FirstNet completely embraced in order to create and serve out its mission to be an interoperable network. And there's an example of legislation that created FirstNet, gave a pot of money. It had objectives in it, and we'll get to this a little later. One of which primarily was interoperability, because that was fundamentally the 9/11 problem, right? And that's what FirstNet grew out of. And then look what happened. There was legislation, it was, and it was very basic. It wasn't like, the legislation itself didn't have a technical, didn't even list standards in it, actually. It just said interoperable. Like, of course, we know what interoperable means at a high level. And then FirstNet and its partner went ahead and did it, and it's an interoperable network because it's interoperability, the capability to do that in communications has been around for decades. So I tend to shy away from being specific about standards and talk more about what's going on in the commercial marketplace. And I know, Bob had made a good point earlier, that we have to be able to keep up and keep pace, and not lose that interoperability. I think it was Bob, but if public safety, though, also joins on the commercial marketplace standards bandwagon, then in theory, as the commercial technology evolves, so does public safety's technology, and we stay in that space of interoperability along the way.
So as part of the interoperability discussion, right? So I know I like what Dorothy said, and then Jeff, you about the 3 clouds, what you were talking about, right? So when we look at macro and micro level, when we're going and we have all these solution providers who come to us and say, hey, look, I have this great technology that you all can benefit from. And then we go, we procure, or we put an RFP out. Are we doing a good job in our RFPs listing some of these capabilities around interoperability? For example, if I'm going to go buy a CAD and I put all the requirements for CAD, but are we doing a good job of asking the right questions in our RFP around interoperability and associated standards? I'm going to just put those two together.
So I'll jump in on this one and I'll say no. Easy answer, no, we're not. And in that this isn't global. Obviously, there's some that have put a lot of thought into RFP. The problem is in public safety, traditionally, we're not super innovative. I mean, we don't like change, right? In any discipline, really, we're comfortable with how we do it. It's worked, so why change? And oftentimes, and I mean, I've been a victim of the same thing. You write an RFP basically stating, I want this new system to do all these things, and they're all the things pretty much we've done before, and I'm telling them how to build it versus allowing just saying, hey, this is what we want to do, more of a use case type scenario, and show globally what is an agency or organization we want to do and allow it to be built. And we have a lot of innovative players now. And so it's different. In the past, you buy a 911 system, it was, do you want chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry? But now we can go beyond that. And because of fear of change, and then just sometimes, again, thinking outside, we have enough bad scenarios. We have hurricanes down here. They've tested every use case I've had, and several have failed. And so it's proven that, okay, we need to do better at this. And then other incidents across the country have shown that we need to be able to do it. Usually right around, 0 day when these events are happening, we're thinking about that. But as time goes on, sometimes we lose some of that thoughtfulness and not just us, not just in public safety, but I mean, decision makers, people that are spending money kind of forget what we've gone through and what's needed to get there. So we start cutting back or shying back. So it's something that, just circling back to the question, that we oftentimes aren't getting into RFPs, and some of us will do anything to not have to write an RFP to be able to procure something. So then we better be sure that it's going to do what we want, because we're not putting in an RFP, whether it's a sole source or another purchasing method. So short answer, no. And then the rest is my long answer.
Sure. Thanks, Bob. Anybody else?
So I think, and I hate RFPs. I think we write the RFPs to be interoperable with how we operate today, and we've got to go beyond it. We got to think about how we're going to operate tomorrow and the next day, because by the time we get what we've put the RFP out for, we're long past that. Technology is moving so fast that we got to think ahead. We have to stay on top of what is happening in the next year or so. And so that's kind of all I have to say about it, is that we got to write it for the future, not for today.
Great point, Renee. John?
The only thing I would add is, Bob mentioned use cases, Renee's talking about future-proofing it, and it gets down to, I think, writing RFPs from an objectives perspective. Instead of saying, these are the specific requirements we have, which are important, obviously, but introduce objectives, and I like Bob's way of expressing it too, with use cases, so that the vendor community then, they're the ones that have the technical and technological know-how, can look at what you're looking to achieve at a high level, and then try to produce solutions that hopefully also are future-proof, as Renee's talking about. FirstNet, what it did right away, which was unique for public safety, when FirstNet put out its RFP to search for a commercial partner, as the law required, its RFP was completely objectives-based. It was complex, and it had a lot of objectives, but it laid them out. And that's the first example I had ever seen in the public safety community writ large of doing it that way. And it's something that, at least while I was at APCA, we tried to encourage too.
So thanks, Jeff. So I'm going to do this because I know we have Scott Gillum and Scott Box there. We also have Jack and Michelle, because before I ask my other question to the panelists, I would love to get your perspective on interoperability as a whole, with the whole innovation going on. What are your thoughts about procurement and interoperability itself? So I'm going to bring the mic to you guys. So who wants to go first?
I think my thinking is a little unconventional, but we should be doing, from this point on, everything, we should be doing it regionally or statewide. We should not be doing things county by county by county. We're not individual, I'm not going to even word PSAPs anymore, but 911 centers. We're a force in a region, in a state, in a country. We all have to operate with the same technology, with the same standards. And when somebody drives through the United States, they deserve to have the same service. And so we cannot operate in our own centers anymore.
So really, that's my job, is to provide solutions that every one of my members, by the way, I work for the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, if you don't know, and so we're a 24-member jurisdiction, a 24 jurisdiction nonprofit organization, and I do regional work. So what Scott was talking about is actually we have started doing now, and we're trying to figure out ways not only to provide a vehicle for you to purchase something, but also during that procurement process, do two things. Number one, require that those vendors are interoperable with each other. And the second thing is we try to do multi-awards so that you're not forced into choosing one particular product, that there's more than one option. But if your neighbor chooses the other option, by contract, they're required to be interoperable with them. So really, in my opinion, the only way you're going to get the vendors to be compliant with this is to have a contractual requirement around it. And that's what we're trying to do, is build out procurement options that are inclusive of interoperability, but they also meet the needs of all of the ECCs in the region.
Steve has. There you go, Steve. Second.
One concept that we're going to introduce, and this is for the benefit of the entire state and anybody else that's on the ESINet, is we participate in recompeting the RFP for our ESINet. Is we're putting in a request for grant money And what we would do with that grant money, the RFP would actually require the vendors to take their solution into a lab here in Virginia. And that lab has agreed that they will run a cyber and an interoperability test for each of those solutions. So as long as the state gives us the grant money, we'll actually have some demonstration of interoperability coming out of the award process. We may make multiple awards.
And before we move off this topic, I just want to piggyback on what Steve McMurray just said. Part of the question is not so much the questions are included, but who should be asking those questions. And Steve alluded to the Fairfax contract that was leveraged for the statewide NG911 deployment process. And if you have a strong partner and that is asking the right questions, leverage that partner. You don't need to keep reinventing the wheel.
Jack Mark from the state of Maryland. In addition to being the statewide interoperability coordinator, I also chair the Maryland 911 board. And we were fortunate to work together as a team and build in those requirements when we did our next generation contract, that for the final completion of acceptance, that interoperability had to be demonstrated in the live environment. The test environment is wonderful, but there are things present in the live environment that if you don't do the testing, components are great, but until you assemble the system and have it deployed, you really are still at risk until you complete that. Happily, we have 15 PSAPs on one vendor, 9 on another. And at the end of May, we're expecting to have full network-to-network interface transfers in place with those 2 vendors and be working with Pennsylvania to bring in a 3rd vendor to that conversation. So I applaud what Steve and Fairfax are trying to lead, because we need to keep pushing the vendors. Had we not put it in the contract, they would have been happy to declare success and standards compliance and walk away. So if we can get with Scott and COG, we can make this happen, but we have to push it as part of the requirements. If they can't get around any one of us, they have to get around all of us. We win.
I would say I agree with what everyone has said. And when Scott was talking about, looking at regional efforts rather than individual efforts, the thing that came to my mind is, if you are working with a partner who, and I'm just thinking in terms of our agency, we just became our own agency separate from police and fire a few years ago. So now we are able to focus on Prince William County Department of Public Safety Communications as its own entity, not part of something else. The focus is all on communications. So if you have a partner agency that is not in the same position, encouraging them and pulling them along with you so that they're included in these other agency groups that are independent of police and fire, because I think that's where a lot of times they aren't necessarily out mingling in the same fashion, because that's just not their environment. And making sure that when we're working regionally, that we're talking to those groups of people to say, hey, we need to be looking at the bigger picture here with all of us, not just with those of us that are standalone.
That's a great point. So I think what we're talking about is public safety interoperability, right? Interoperable to anything, because if we go from 911 to CAT to an RMS or whatever, right? We have to think about that. I know since this morning, we have also talked a few times about artificial intelligence, AI. So one of the questions I have for our panelists is that as we look at AI, and we are already venturing out on AI, how does AI impact interoperability?
Some of the 911 directors in this room know I'm a big proponent of AI and the potential for it to serve 911 systems. And one thing I was thinking about is when we talk about CAD to CAD. So think about email for now. You know, like I started at the beginning, I could email someone and I don't have to worry about what network, what device they have because it's working and what their provider is. I mean, we've had that for a long time. But if I speak English and the person on the other end is speaking Japanese and I don't speak Japanese, I have interoperability, but we're not communicating. And I think that when it comes like to CAD, I think part of the problem is it's technological. Okay, there's proprietary interfaces but there are standards looking to address that, but it's also the language. You know, each fire department, each 911 center, you know, and it's fine. You should be able to have that customization to speak the way you want to, in incident speak, I'll call. So the ability of AI with its large language models to be able to ingest all this data about how you communicate the language that you speak, and then use AI then to kind of do the translation for you, like this universal translator concept that actually now exists. It used to only be in Star Trek. That's one way, Sweeney, I'm thinking, and there are people that are much smarter than I am about AI and its potential from a technical perspective, but that's in the 911 community, that's one thing that occurs to me right away.
Thanks. Dorothy, Bob, or Renee?
I'll start with, I love the concept of AI. The things that I get concerned about is who owns the data and who has access. And we have so many small companies that are brilliant and that are coming up with all these great ways to use AI. But I think we really need to be able to have a way to make sure that there's cybersecurity if we're going to use them, because we all like the shiny new toys, but cybersecurity is real, and we have got to make sure that if we're going to use these tools, that we're safe, because AI doesn't matter if we're shut down.
Yep. Bob or Dorothy?
Yeah, go ahead, Dorothy.
So I was going to say that I really need to learn from my stakeholders and constituents to be able to answer this question. It's something that is on my radar screen, but Jeff, your concept of framing it from a communication standpoint was spot on. It I think is a way to conceptualize AI in terms of 911, and the distinction that you make between interoperability and communications is a very important one. So it's one that I will take away from this event and think about some more.
Thanks, Dorothy. Bob?
And yeah, I think there are places we can use it, you know, responsibly within public safety. You know, you think about one of the early uses of AI was video analytics, right? To be able to monitor cameras around a community or around a city, whatever. No human can monitor that, and it's been amazing what's happened with video analytics, which uses an AI model, and within the PSAP, even more now with transcription, conversation analytics. And you know, I'm a dinosaur. It's been a long time since I've been on the floor. We did things very differently. You know, if you missed a call or you missed something on the radio, or you missed something a call taker said, you hit the instant playback recorder and you go back and you know, we were really adept at that, being able to go back and find it and fill in what we missed. But now, you know, we have transcription to where we can see what's going on, and it doesn't matter what language it's in oftentimes either. The language, like Jeff said, and that's great. And the call takers now, talking to we've got a lot of new young telecommunicators, and they love it, because then they could just look at the screen and you know, I think just how much easier it is than going back to that call playback recorder. And so see, you know, at first I didn't know necessarily if it would really have you know, a lot of buzz to it, but if it would really have a use. But seeing that there really is, and it's helping even trainees as they're first coming out on the floor learning, to just have a little bit of confidence as well. And then the other thing I was thinking about, radio transcription. You know, how many talkers are there that agencies tend to build out a lot of talk groups. I'll say a lot of fire departments do, because they have to have talk groups for the events for, ICS and the big expansion, and a lot of the talk groups go unmonitored, or there's calling, even within the 700 and 800 megahertz plan, there's a lot of requirements to monitor the hailing or the call channels, and oftentimes, sadly, that doesn't always happen. But what if you can have a system monitoring and listening to that and alerting you if there's traffic on a radio channel, or maybe if a mayday is being called out, for example, on a radio channel, maybe a firefighter slips to a talk group that's not regularly operational, not being used, and a mayday is called out. Hey, that would be great to be able to identify that and bring it to someone's attention so that they can determine if there's an emergency. So I think there's really legit places we can be using it now. And then I think in the future, we're talking about analytics and, even forecasting, call volume and events. It may be interesting what comes out in the future, but there's a lot of considerations with that personal information, CJIS type, but I think there are legitimate ways we can be more efficient and provide a better solution even today.
So I think what I'm hearing is that from AI perspective, we still have to see how interoperability is going to play, but there's definitely a lot of opportunities. But as long as Renee, as you said, right, putting the guardrails, ensuring the data ownership, looking at the cybersecurity and privacy issues is something that we have to be mindful of. So I know we have a few minutes left. We'll open up for the questions. So folks in the room, or Phil, do we have any questions online?
Yeah, online. Hey, thanks. Gabe Elias, I'm the Virginia SWIC, so I'm going to make up something called SWIC's prerogative in an interoperability conversation and then abuse it. So I have some thoughts on this presentation, this conversation, which I appreciate, and they're good thoughts, right? I think we've hit so many pieces of what people like Jack and I lose sleep over, but also where the opportunities are. We've talked about procurement, and I think one of the challenges with procurement is that when we talk about interoperability, we hear a lot of, well, we need operability before interoperability. And I used to say that, but I challenge people not to say it because it closes those doors. So if we're going to write an RFP, even if we can't purchase the product, we should be writing and considering that interoperability up front. That's how we prop those doors open. And then I think also, you mentioned FirstNet and interoperability, and to your point about how we don't define the terms, in one way, yes, it's absolutely interoperable, right? Because it's 3GPP standards, we can make voice calls, we can do all the things that you can do with any other cell phone, except we have priority, but the priority isn't interoperable. Now, revisionist history, hindsight's 2020, I'm making up requirements that didn't exist at the time, and that's not fair. But you could turn that definition of interoperability on its head and say, well, the one thing that this thing does that's special is not interoperable. The things that this network does for us today, push to talk, other technologies, those things are not inherently interoperable. And we didn't know that at the time, right? So it's not fair to hold 2012 us to that standard, but what are we going to do about it? I think that's on us. And finally, to the overall discussion, there's a lot of opportunity, I think, for these policy solutions to make a difference. Standards and the way that we do rules and procurements and mandating, a lot of it comes down to practice. And I still hear too many times, why would we need to do that? And I hear that from agencies, right? Well, have you considered CAD to CAD? Why would we need to do that? Okay, well, then we need to have a different conversation, right? But then also to your point about the vendors, right? And if they can work through us and around us, right, then we can't hold them to account. So then the vendor version of that, no offense, sure it wasn't you, was, well, no one's ever asked us for that. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. But if we don't talk to each other, so we need to continue to do that. The COG is an excellent example. I'm biased because I'm from Virginia, but I think it works really well as a way for doing that. So finally, I to practice versus policy, at the end of the day, all of these things are amazing. But if you hand a radio to somebody and they say, oh, I have a guy that does comms for me, or that's too technical. If we hand these to our leaders and they look at their radios or they look at their phone systems, they look at their cell phones and they blush, because they're embarrassed that they don't understand it, then we have more work to do. And it's not just yelling at them and saying, well, you train on your gun and your hose and your needles, right? Which I do. I yell and I spit in the wind. But I think also at the end of the day, interoperability is a conversation about changing the channel and the obstacles in the name, right? We talked earlier about how hard it is to change CAD, change phone systems, change fire trucks, change weapons. And we are asking people every day to change off of something that they work on. So we have to do, I guess we would call it today, do the work, right? We spend a lot of time on mental health. We need to think about what are the consequences of what we're asking people to do when we ask them to do this? Because if we could do all this policy work, but if people show up to the meeting and don't know why we'd want CAD to CAD, by the way, I just has a great CAD to CAD paper on procurement and standards and things you should say and things you shouldn't say. I just read it, so I'm very new to it, but it was incredibly helpful. So pitch for that. Finally, AI, and I promise I'll stop talking because it's not fair. Everything I agree with that everybody's already said. I think we need to think a little bigger too. One of the challenges in interoperability today is with radios, right? Patches. We have all these solutions. We have gateways and channels, and it's complicated, right? I can sit down at a chatbot and write software, and I don't know how to write software, but it's working so far, right? My little game is coming together nicely. So if AI can write software, if AI can write complicated programs and solve complicated problems for us, why can't we say to the AI, either directly at the console or over the radio, hey, I need to talk to, and then that internal model, right, to all Renee's points about data and security, we don't want that stuff exposed to the outside. We can train these things to answer those questions. We can train them through agentic AI, through model context protocol, through all sorts of things to take action on our systems. But if we show up to the conversation with, why would I need to do that? We're never going to get there. But I don't see why we can't ask a radio to patch itself. That's something I think AI can do for us.
Thanks, Gabe. That's great. Any question online? Okay. If not, as you can see that we can actually spend a whole day or 2 days on this topic. This is something that I just have been working for a long time. And you're right, Gabe. I think one of the big things that I think we as a community, like we learned a lot of new stuff here, right? Educating and raising awareness of all the good work that's going on. I think that is something that we should take as an action item and figure out how to share that knowledge, share that good work that's happening. And that's something we all struggle with sometimes in our day-to-day jobs. I'd like to thank our panelists and Jeff. Sorry for pulling you at the last minute here, but thanks, and thanks Dorothy, thanks Renee, and Bob had to drop, but thanks everyone. And I'd like to, let's give them a round of applause. So next, I would like to invite, we're gonna go to the next discussion on legislative priorities. We've talked a lot about policies and lawmaking. So we do have Ben Bodden from Brooks Bodden Moore here. He's going to share his thoughts from the federal and perspective. Then we also have Paul McAllister online, and Paul is going to talk from the state and local perspective. Paul is also part of the APCO. So I will turn it over to Ben and Paul to quickly do the introduction and then get into the topic and share your thoughts. So Ben, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ashwini, and good to see everyone. I'm sorry I didn't come until just about 20 minutes ago, so I missed all the rest of the day. But there's stuff going on Capitol Hill and in the administration that is keeping us busy morning, noon, and night. So Ashwini, should we do quick introductions?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Ben Bodden, and my firm Brooks Bodden Moore is a DC-based consulting and government affairs firm, and we focus exclusively on public safety, mostly in the law enforcement space, but bleeding into everything else. So we represent 8 different national law enforcement associations and a number of nonprofits that are in the public safety space, like IJIS, and a number of others, some academic groups. And then we also have another view on things because we represent a number of folks in industry, all in public safety. So a lot of technology and tool developers, software developers, devices, a whole bunch of other things, investigative technology, and a lot of other types of issues. So we're working on everything from corrections and how that whole process works to emergency communications, to investigations, to forensic science, to a whole bunch of other issues. We'll talk about a couple of these things and give a quick update on those today. So, Paul.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul McAllister. I work for Metro Nashville Department of Emergency Communications. Been with Nashville, just celebrated my 5th year this past weekend. Been in communications since I retired out of the military as a communications director in Dixon County and neighboring outside of Nashville. Came to Nashville in 2020, and we'll talk a little bit today about how Nashville has tackled the local reclassification of our telecommunicators here inside Davidson County Metro Nashville. So glad to be with you today. I wish there was someone else with me so my picture wasn't so big on the screen for you guys, but sorry about that. That's all you get. It's really huge.
Yeah. So and I don't know if you can see us here, but so If it works, I'm happy to give a quick rundown of a couple of issues with budget. I know a lot of people are thinking about grants, especially people in areas that are deemed sanctuary, like around here, and a number of other places. And then a couple of policy updates, and then hand it to Paul, if that works. Personal update. So first on federal funding support. Those of you who have a foot in the criminal justice law enforcement space probably are aware that the Justice Department terminated 300 programs around there 2 weeks ago. Overnight, no notice. Even Justice Department component heads had no idea until they were forwarded a message from grantees saying that DOJ had terminated their grants. So this kind of Doge activity is just going to continue. We understand that there are additional cuts that are terminations that are forthcoming, and they touch on some things that are really core public safety functions, training and technical assistance programs that law enforcement, public safety more broadly really relies on. There was no regular policy coordination process or policy development process. It was literally a Doge operation. And if there were certain words that were detected in the grant narratives, you're out. They do have an appeals process. There's a formal appeals process, and then there's the side process to make sure that the Attorney General understands that there are certain things that are being impacted that are not good. So the Attorney General has turned on several of the programs that were turned off overnight. But the percentage that has been turned on is not like, 10, 15%. It's like 1-2% so far. We'll see what happens with the next run. Also, FEMA, we talked about the COG and the UASI dollars that come down, the SHISH-GAP dollars that go to the states through the FEMA preparedness grant programs. I know everyone is trying to understand what it means when the administration says it's going to eliminate FEMA. And they have made no bones about that. Secretary Noem has made it clear in multiple testimony just recently. We do intend to eliminate FEMA altogether. The question of what happens with all the grant programs that the emergency communications community and all of public safety has grown to rely on, and I use that word deliberately, because at the heart of a lot of this is a fundamental ideological disagreement by the current administration, the new administration, and a lot of the folks at the top about how these programs have developed over the last 20, 30, 40 years. In some of those folks' views, state and local governments should not rely on grant money to fund operations. And a lot of folks would say that they rely on. And so there's this real fundamental ideological disagreement that is fueling a lot of this stuff. It makes it a little bit tougher to just develop the message and bring a whole bunch of uniforms to the table and say, we need this. And they say, we know you need this. Go talk to your state legislature. Go talk to your city council. If it's so important to your community, they're the ones who should care the most. And so we're going to give you a good reason to have a tough conversation with them, because we're going to shut off your money. If you don't like the fact that you can't get, you won't be able to apply for SHISH-GAP, UASI, or JAG, or COPS, or any of the other programs because you are a sanctuary jurisdiction, go to your state legislature, go to your mayor, and tell them change your state laws or change your city ordinances. Then we're happy to give you all the money that we know is important to you. On the other hand, if you're in a jurisdiction that's not sanctuary, there's a decent chance that you might have a little bit more to apply for this coming cycle, FY25, as these NOFOs come out, and then going forward, FY26. At the end of the day, I think that the courts will determine how this all looks. And we know that there are things pending all around the country. But in the meantime, the administration absolutely intends to move forward regardless of any opposition by any governors or any mayors or any police chiefs or any sheriffs. So it's an interesting dynamic. I think one of the things to consider is, and many of you may have heard this, at a meeting that Secretary Noem had with the governor's Homeland Security advisors probably 3 weeks ago now, when she was talking about how they're going to eliminate FEMA, they asked her a few more questions, and she ultimately said something to the effect of, we want to consolidate all of this grant funding, and then we want to push it out to the states essentially as a block grant for the next couple of years. And that would be the transition period before there would be no grant money coming out of FEMA. For the preparedness grants and probably also for the other programs as well. That was the indication that she gave. That was the feeling that a lot of the HSAs took away. That's now been spread around. DHS has tried to tamp that down a little bit, but just shows kind of the uncertainty for this grant environment. But the idea again was, you see this ideology. The states and the locals know best how to respond and prepare. So they should be funding it. We'll do a block grant for a couple of years, use that as a transition period to go lobby your state legislatures and have them pay for the stuff that you're currently using federal grants to pay for. And then sanctuary jurisdictions, I think you all probably saw last week and a half ago, the president signed another raft of executive orders, among which was a directive to develop what we're calling naughty list. So lots of people question exactly who is on the list of sanctuary jurisdictions, counties, cities, states. There are a number of nonprofits that have their own designations out there. But the administration is now in the process. They have 30 days to do it. So the clock was ticking starting last, I believe, Tuesday, to develop the naughty list. And they want to get that up fast before the rest of the DOJ, DHS solicitations come out over the next month or so. So if you're wondering, you'll find your name is on the list or not within the next 30 days. Just a quick note on some of the policy efforts. And Jeff talked about the Next Gen 911 public safety effort. Broad coalition, it's been 5 years now since we all have been trying to find a way forward. We've come close a few times, got great support across a bipartisan set of members of the House and Senate. As with everything, how do you pay for it? And that was a tough question over the last 4 years. And now in this current environment, it is a super, super tough question. The last version of this would have used proceeds from spectrum sales to pay for this new time-bound grant program. But now they will do spectrum sales, but the proceeds of those are expected to be used to pay down debt or do other priorities. It's a matter of racking and stacking what those spectrum sales are going to be used for. And of course, the environment has changed significantly. That did not change the fact that public safety needs nationwide forklift upgrade to Next Gen 911, according to the language that Jeff kind of mentioned in that bill. So we collectively, the associations that I represent are part of that, along with APCO and fire groups and EMS and a bunch of others. So we're going to continue messaging. We are messaging constantly, and that will continue. The question is, how do we ultimately find the resources, and how do we work with Congress to find the resources to pay for it? But we are not giving up. And then the other big one that's in front of us in the next 2 years, slightly less than 2 years, is removing the sunset date for the FirstNet Authority. And that's an ask that has no cost. So in theory, it's a much easier ask. So groups of associations have been going up on the Hill over the last couple of months, and we'll continue to do that. I know there are meetings set up even next week during Police Week to make sure that Congress understands that despite all odds over the past decade plus, this network that is public safety's network has been developed. The only problem with the legislation is that there's a sunset date. And if they don't remove that, all of the work is threatened. So those are two big things. The other piece, and it relates to what you talked about at the end there around artificial intelligence. And of course, IJIS has been a leader across the entire public safety community in helping frame up how public safety can tackle AI from an implementation standpoint and a policy standpoint. Congress is looking at both of those things very intently. The data privacy argument is intertwined with the AI argument from a policy standpoint. We're deeply engaged on the data privacy side of things. And we would strongly encourage everyone in your community who is today making good use of artificial intelligence that might be baked into your core tools, or is looking at something down the road with some transformational technology that integrates artificial intelligence. Lots of great promise. But if policymakers and lawmakers get definitions of terms wrong, or don't look at those definitions or the language through the lens of public safety, then there's a good chance they can get it wrong. And that could lead to stumbles for public safety integration of artificial intelligence tools. So we're working hard on that. There's a brand new working group in the House Energy and Commerce Committee that's been established this Congress to look at data privacy. For anyone who was involved last year, there was a American Privacy Rights Act, which was a big, broad, comprehensive data privacy bill, hugely problematic from a public safety standpoint. Would have threatened significantly a lot of the tools public safety uses, just because public safety was an afterthought in the development of the terms. We don't want to have that happen again. Thankfully, there's a new regime at the House Energy and Commerce Committee. They've made it clear to us that they are not starting from the APRA starting point. They're developing a new data privacy framework. And they are holding their first set of stakeholder meetings now. We're bringing in a group of law enforcement folks who are here for Police Week on Monday to have a discussion with them about those issues. And it's going to be a pretty intense discussion over the next few months. Strongly encourage the emergency communications community in particular to have discussions with that group. Make sure they understand how artificial intelligence is used, but also how data privacy principles really apply in the emergency communications context. So I'll leave it there for now and come back for a couple of questions after.
Thanks, Ben, and thanks for bringing the data privacy. I just want to share my first-hand experience. I was actually on a panel discussion with the American Bar Association and Arizona State University Law School, and it was on AI using justice and public safety. And I used some of the examples that we discussed here on how AI is being used in public safety for language translation, right? For keyword listening. And I had a fortunate, I'll say what a fortunate or unfortunate or privilege to actually have a participant on panel who was from ACLU. And every example that I gave, I said, we're saving lives. We're responding in a timely manner. We're helping kids. And his answer was point blank, you use it, we are coming after you. If your agency use it, we're coming. He was not open to having a conversation or even understanding how AI is being used. So that data privacy is very important for us, that we educate community, we involve them, these advocacy groups. And to my surprise, I had a discussion with him after the panel. And I actually asked him to join our working group to understand where we're actually using this and how we're using it. So it's very important from the privacy perspective, if you all can share your thoughts, share your input, talk to your state legislators, whoever, we have to educate them, because it was very concerning to me that this individual was using facial recognition, body-worn camera as an example after example. And every example that I gave, he basically, you use it, we're coming after you. That was his message to everybody.
Yeah, I think it might be the same person that we're talking about, but I was on a panel with him and he said, well, this ACLU is paid for paranoia. So don't expect that we're going to be rational on a lot of things.
So it's just a quick question. Didn't he join the group that you asked him to join?
No.
I was gonna say, was he more receptive after trying
Yes.
to meet him?
Of course, because we've done this, even we have done the privacy session in the past. We have invited them, right? And we have shared our papers, we've shared our playbook that we just published. So our job is to keep educating them. And we actually went on record that we're inviting ACLU, we're inviting EFF to join the working group where we have everybody from justice and public safety working with us. So, yeah. So I'll turn over to you, Paul, to share your thoughts, what's happening from a state and local perspective and in your own state.
Well, I will tell you, in Nashville, we love trying new things. We actually, to stay on the AI, we have worked with Vanderbilt University here in Nashville to create a training simulator that is AI based. They have taken all of our street names, all of the incident types, and they've just done a database. We currently have it in use here in Nashville, where we can put 4 call takers in a training pod, and they will start the software, which is housed right now at Vanderbilt University, and it's online for us to use. But we have 8 call takers here currently working now till 2:30. All 8 of those, as they take non-emergency calls, they can practice these calls using an AI bot that was created by Vanderbilt, people a lot smarter than I am, to answer those calls. And you just say, they start off with Metro Nashville 911, what's your emergency? And this bot goes through every database of the voices we've used in the past, our calls, our addresses, and we'll just create a scenario of every call type that we've handled in the last 2 to 3 years of data that they pulled from us. And we are using that and training people repetitively on call taking at a pace that allows them to get the comfort of CAD coding, call coding, CAD entry, and call control, and asking the right questions on non-emergency lines before we ever give them the emergency. So we've separated our non-emergency and our emergency training using AI, and we can give them so many calls a whole lot faster than our call volume comes in, because we never know when the call volume is going to come in. But we can dictate that by using the training AI that Vanderbilt has built for us. And we hope to have someone partner with them and release this type of software to the entire nation, to where all of us can get those people to take repetitive calls as quick as we can. There's a QA side on the backside. We've used the APCO in telecom and QA process to build a QA immediately after the call finishes, just a few minutes. They can get a feedback on whether they passed the QA of that call or not. So it's a pretty great AI concept that we're using that really allows us to train our folks a whole lot faster and a lot more call volume during the day when you don't know when there's going to be a call volume for that person. Also, we really like in Nashville. I will tell you, we'll go back to the legislation part of the first responders and telecommunicators being public safety identified. Here in Nashville, about 2 years ago, we started to push locally. We started working with our local council members, and there's 40 of those. I think it's the largest council in the United States, y'all. It's hard to get something through a 40-person council. So we started doing that push locally to get our folks the public safety, not only telecommunicator recognized as public safety, but also the pension. Steve Martini, the president of APCO, is obviously the director here, and we're real passionate about making sure this goes nationwide at the federal level, which we know it passed the one committee and goes on to the full Senate now for a vote to get them reclassified in the naming part. But how do we continue that pace that we're on? And after we get the name, our goal was to allow a dispatcher to be hired at the same time a firefighter is in Nashville, Tennessee. And when that firefighter or that police officer goes home after 25 years of service, an age of 53, and it equals that number, then they get to go home too, because we've seen so many dispatchers stay in this seat as long as they could stay in the seat and physically do the job because they just weren't offered the same retirement. So as we continue to push these things through our federal legislators and our state legislators, that's the goal, is to get our telecommunicators on the same level as I was a police officer too after I retired out of the military. And I would have had a different retirement plan than a telecommunicator that sat down the same day. And that's unfair, because me as an officer, I may have answered 10 calls in one day, but that telecommunicator took every call every day. So it spreads out across 3 or 4 officers in an area, but that telecommunicator takes every call. How do we push that to our legislators? So as you are the voice of those folks going out and talking to those legislators, whether it's locally or it's at the federal level, let them know that what the telecommunicators do. Share your experiences, real life experiences with them. I had a great opportunity to sit with Marsha Blackburn when I was in DC, and Jeff Cohen. I appreciate that opportunity to travel with you at that time and speak to the end-to-end next-gen 911 system that we need in place today, and also the recognition of telecommunicators as first responders. And I think Marsha's done a great job of pushing that forward for us and helping that get through the process. So we just need to continue that at every level. When you're talking at a local level, the power of your voice is huge. Even at your local level or at your national level, you can visit those folks and tell those folks that those telecommunicators deserve the same type of retirement as those type of identification first, and then later on, hopefully we progress to where they can retire at the same time as a police officer or firefighter doing the similar public safety work. So those are some of the things we've done. I want to touch on the AI. Those keywords and what he was saying earlier about some people just being against it, it's an assistant. I tell all of our telecommunicators here, because telecommunicators worry about it also, it's an assistant tapping you on the shoulder going, hey, did you hear that? Did you hear they just said a green pickup truck? It saves us so much time as we see that transcription happening on the screen next to us. If we miss something or didn't hear something, hear things. We're having a kind of an unrest in Nashville, Tennessee with the immigration services this day, and I've got to run out of here in a few minutes to go speak about that also. But we've set up keywords, immigration, ICE, customs in this AI system that will send us an alert going, hey, there's a a rash of calls that are coming in with the word customs or immigration. So it allows us to focus. It also allows supervisors who don't hear the calls that every telecommunicator takes. A supervisor can be alerted to suicide or attempted suicide or gun or anything, a high stress level call. And it gives that leadership an opportunity to stop for a minute, whatever Excel sheet or report or whatever it is we got them doing in the world of computers and not peopling. It allows them to go, that's probably not a word in Scrabble, y'all don't try to use it, but they're not able to people. So it allows them to see a key word come up and flash on their screen and go, hey, you might want to go talk to Ben. He just took a call of a gunshot victim. And it gives us the opportunity as leaders to go, let's pause for a moment and give that person an opportunity. So there's some features in AI that can really assist our dispatchers and our call takers to be better, more fluent, and then also allow us to take care of them even better as leaders, like we're supposed to. So that's some of the things we do in Nashville, and I'm really excited about the training opportunities that AI in Vanderbilt has built, and how it can help us train our call takers in a non-emergency kind of way behind a computer system. So I'm happy to take any calls or questions. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Paul. Ben, you want to say anything?
No, thank you, Paul. I'd love to. I think we should do this next year in Nashville and have some.
Yeah.
Maybe do the.
Hey, you should come to our great city. We got a lot of good things happening besides.
I love
those
your great
nice-
city.
Yeah.
Particularly Tootsie's, but so just one other thing I wanted to remember, and it's for both industry, because IJIS has a really unique spot. IJIS is a mix of industry and practitioners and gets that mixed together often. And on the data privacy and artificial intelligence side of things, one of the things that I think is most important is when a law enforcement association or an emergency communications related association or fire looks at a piece of legislation, they may not see the same thing that a Motorola or name another provider in the industry sees it, especially the privacy councils that work for the industry developers and their outside councils. One of the strongest recommendations that we can make is make sure that you as a practitioner when you see bills at a state level in your state legislature that relate to data privacy or AI, or at the federal level, go ask one by one your critical data providers, your critical technology providers, for their take on what that bill would mean for them. Because if it affects them, it affects you, and either your ability to buy or the price or something else. So make that a part of your routine.
For bringing that up, Ben, I think one of the takeaways for us is, I think if you all agree, and I look for your folks on the call, that we should do a separate discussion on privacy and AI in general, because I think privacy is something that everybody's using as an excuse, especially when it comes to our community. In consumer-based market, we can put AI-based solution all day long, right? And when it comes to our community, that they're trying to tie our hands when it comes to leveraging some of these capabilities. So I think that we should definitely do a separate discussion just focused on privacy and AI. And we're gonna have an AI summit, but I think we should actually do a roundtable. And Scott, I'm looking at you. We can even do this in Fairfax or Paul in Nashville or even Prince William. We don't care. But I think that we should actually have a discussion on privacy, because this is coming fast. So with that, we will open up for questions. If anybody has any questions for Paul or Ben in the room or online.
If there's no questions for us, I have a couple of questions for the group. That's all right. I know you've got just a minute, but we're up on the Hill all the time. We're interacting with the administration all the time. We've got Police Week coming up. There's a whole bunch of other stuff coming up. If not today, then either through IJIS or directly to us, what are some of the key messages that you as practitioners and solution providers want to make sure that federal policymakers understand, in particular amid this chaos that's going on right now, whether it's grant fund related or other stuff? Please make sure you're flagging it for us, or flag it for IJIS, so they can flag it for us. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. This was really informative. Heather McGaffin, I'm the director of DC's 911 Center. I think one of the really important things is certainly location. It always really remains that. And I think one of the things that we're seeing out of the FCC is this thing about room numbers. associated with location and some of the rulemaking that's coming out. We're not getting good location as it is, so to kind of put the onus on 911 centers to have to upkeep things like room numbers is really tough. And I say the onus on 911 centers because nowhere in that rulemaking do I see it falling on anyone else. So ultimately, I think it defaults to us. And I think we just have to be cautious about how much we are asking 911 centers to do without being well-resourced or designated as first responders, honestly. So of course, we have the 911 Saves Act there. I also am the co-chair of the 911 Institute. And so we have a lot of bills there in front of Congress. But I think they're getting a little ahead of themselves in some things because I know the FCC chair is really all about location, and I love it too. I want us to get good location. But I think we're taking it a step too far without perfecting what we're really in dire need of, and that is just an accurate dispatchable location.
Paul.
Go ahead.
I agree with her point. I totally agree with we have to get the accuracy right first, and it's so much more to put that on a comm center is unjust for us. We need to get that from the carriers as precisely as we can first and foremost. So thanks for that comment.
Yeah, and
So-
sir, go ahead.
No, I was gonna comment on your question about what they need to know about our needs, and I think the 911 industry, meaning the 911 centers, I think we need to organize a little bit better than we're doing right now with organizing our message and our priorities. APCO and Nina, they're wonderful. They're our voice down there. But I have to say that the fire service, and they've been doing this for 150 or 200 years, are experts at navigating Washington and getting in there and getting laws passed. And I don't know if it's unfortunately or fortunately, we grew out of fire and police, and now we're our own family. But we need to figure out how to pull together 5,600 of us and go down there with one voice and with the same priorities, and bring along our I'm not supposed to say vendors, but partners with us that could fight alongside.
Don't hand this back to me. I could go all day. If I could just say one more thing. I think the other thing, especially in this region, we get a lot of staffers that visit our center, and that's phenomenal. And I will always keep the doors open to educate and to share. But 67% of our emergency communication centers are 2 seats or less. And right now there are 29 people answering the phone in Washington, DC, and how many downstairs doing that? That is not real, right? I mean, it's really just not real. And so we really have to do a good job across this nation showing that one ECC is one ECC. And I think, when we go to the Hill, when 911 comes to Washington, I love it. It's one of my favorite events. But I think we also have to remember when folks come to us that we need to take that opportunity and show them what is actually real in our communities.
Great point.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Ben. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll wait. The next, we're gonna go into a funding discussion. I know Ben set the stage on the funding and what's happening across the nation right now. So I'd like to invite Daryl and Jack to join me. So I know Jack is here in the room and Daryl is joining us via Zoom. So before we get into the discussion on the funding strategies and building off of some of the points that Ben and Paul shared, so why don't we just start with the introduction? Daryl, why don't we start with you? Please introduce yourself to the folks on the line.
Sure. My name is Daryl Branson. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Daryl Branson. I'm the Telecom Section Program Chief for the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, which oversees the 911 program for the state of Colorado. But probably more important for this group, I'm currently the president of the National Association of State 911 Administrators, which has members in 49 of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. These are the people who oversee the 911 programs for each state and territory in the country.
Thanks, Daryl. Jack?
Jack Markey, statewide interoperability coordinator for Maryland, and for the last 17 years, been a member of the Maryland 911 board and chair for the last 3.
Thanks. And I would like to invite actually Scott Grillman to actually come and join this panel too, because I know we hear some thoughts on the funding and the strategy. So of course, Scott already introduced himself while Scott is making his way here. One of the questions that I want to ask the panelists here is that we had a lot of discussion about the good work we do, right? And all the opportunities we have. Can you just set the stage for the folks who might not be there? How the current funding structure works, how you all are able to sustain your operations? So Daryl, why don't we start with you?
Sure. That is actually a deceptively complicated question. I think, most people will obviously think of the 911 surcharges that exist across the country in various forms, sometimes at the local level, sometimes at the state. Some states have both, like my own in Colorado, we have both state and local 911 surcharges. But in addition to that, there are agency fees. So the fees that 911 centers, the agencies that 911 centers dispatch, police, fire, and EMS will sometimes be charged fees for dispatching services. And then local governments also kick in a lot. How much is kind of difficult to say. So city and county governments will be, paying for some expenses for 911 centers out of their general funds. Which means property and sales taxes. But a lot of times those expenses are hidden because the 911 center might be using, for instance, the county IT department for its IT support and cybersecurity. And sometimes that may be reflected in the PSAP's budget and sometimes it may not. And they might be using part of the police department's building for their facility. And the value of that being provided to the 911 center might not be reflected in the costs. So just getting a handle on how much 911 costs to provide can be a complicated question, but those are the general areas of funding. There are also some state and federal grants that are occasionally used for special projects, but to my knowledge, there's no federal funding being used for ongoing costs related to 911. For state, it kind of varies. If it's a state-run 911 center, then yes, but otherwise it's all local money.
Scott or Jack? There you go.
I'll let you talk about Maryland because everybody's tired of me talking about Maryland. But in Virginia, there's a 911 fee. There's also a cable and communications tax, right, Gabe? And then another piece comes from general funds and 911 centers above that can ask for grant money for 911 equipment, for training, for radios, for other interoperability or regional projects. Every state in the country has a different model of how 911 centers are funded. I've heard some states, a lot of the money goes to the state police. Other states, they've raised the fee where all centers can function independently without a general fund. And so when the country goes through good fiscal times and bad fiscal times, the 911 center, which is the safety net of your community, is stable and doesn't have to reduce personnel or not buy an important piece of equipment. And so, and that's the model that I wish everyone had, where the fee can fund the 911 center without wearing if the county or the jurisdiction is going to be in a deficit or not. Because we are, number one, we are the most important service and the most important connection to the community. And we can't reduce services just because we don't have the money.
Yeah, to add to that, Maryland really has 4 principal sources for funding. There's a state 911 fee, there's the county 911 fee, and then we have prepaid fees, and then the local tax rate set by the counties. In Maryland, the 24 counties are responsible for the delivery of 911 service, with the state board as a coordinating and a grant issuing entity to help with equity. So everything Scott and Daryl said, it's unique across the nation in each state. I think one of the things that Maryland had been able to achieve over a number of years, Mr. Brillman, before he departed us, helped us, was to try to set a path where there was the local ability to set the 911 rate at a level that would support their local activities. And part of the ability to do that was having audits in place to show where that money goes and that it does go to 911 and not to other purposes.
So that's great. Thanks for sharing that. I'm gonna pick off what Ben just shared with all of us, right? What happened 2 weeks back. So in the current environment where there's a lot of uncertainty, it's not just at the federal level, state and locals are being impacted. What do you see as some of the resource issues or the funding issues in this uncertain time?
I think I'll start and then hand it back across. I think as valuable as that fee revenue is, understanding that that's great if you're a growing, thriving community. If you are a smaller, more rural community with a smaller tax base, a smaller user base, very sensitive to how high those rates can be. And in the current climate where we are seeing reduction in workforce, that can see a pretty precipitous decrease in that revenue. So that would be a concern right now that I don't think anybody knows the answer to, where this is going to lead us.
Yeah, I don't have the answer, but I am in meetings where we're talking about people leaving this area. And so that lowers the tax base. And so that will push the jurisdiction to cut, to balance the budget. But Jack, you talked about it. The real challenge is that we have large centers that handle millions of calls, and then we have small centers out there with the 2-seat dispatch center, and both of those centers need the same type of equipment. They need to be staffed. They need the same type of training, and so the challenge is figuring out how to feed money and that funding model to both of those centers. It's a huge challenge that I think it took years for us to figure that out in Maryland.
And I will echo what both of these gentlemen just said. There is a huge economies of scale when it comes to the providing of 911 service. And so, especially in states like mine, where we've tenaciously held on to local 911 surcharges, it's really hard to fund a 911 center in a small rural community with a small subscriber base, because they still need the same basic level of technology. It does scale up from there for larger communities, but there's a floor that you can't really go below when it comes to costs, because every 911 center has to have phone system. They have to pay for 911 call delivery. They have to have a minimum number of personnel to operate. So there is a bottom floor that you can't scale the costs anymore based on how small the community is. In addition to that, I would kind of go back to what I said earlier, that it's hard to know how much we're paying for 911 if we don't even know what all of the expenses are. And I wanted to mention that I think a lot of people in the room probably know that the Federal Communications Commission issues a report every year to Congress with data collected from the states regarding how much they collect in 911 surcharge fees and how much they're spending and what they spend it on. And what you'll find if you look through the charts in that report is that the amount of money being spent for 911 per capita varies drastically from state to state. And I suspect that it's not really that much of a difference. What's the difference is what they're counting as a 911 expense. Because some states are only counting the equipment, some states are counting the equipment and the personnel, some are including training, some are including everything, including facilities and utilities and everything else that has to go into running a 911 center. And I think until we get a grip around what our actual costs are nationwide, it's going to be very difficult to answer the questions about how we keep up with the challenges coming forward. Additionally, I also wanted to point out that the funding model that we have, the primary funding model being the surcharge-based funding model, is based on monthly phone bills, and we've kind of adapted that to include prepaid devices as well. But in the future, it's going to be harder and harder to work that model into a way to collect surcharges from all types of services. One example that's coming up now is multi-line telephone systems that are deployed across multiple states or multiple jurisdictions within a state. That has become a challenge already in determining, how many surcharges they should pay and to whom. And then as there is greater and greater demand for Internet of Things devices to be able to present calls to a 911 networks, not all of those have standard billing mechanisms associated with them. So it's going to be hard to continue with just a surcharge only funding model like we've had so far.
And Daryl, thanks for bringing that up. So the question I have is, from your last point, where you said Internet of Things, right? There are a lot of things that are now without the human are actually coming into ECCs. So we used to get voice calls. Now we're moving to text to 911. So how does this technology innovation is impacting the funding cycle? And do we have standards, or do we need to build the standards? Because Dal, to your point, if we don't know what it takes to run our ECCs and what the cost of operations are, do we need to have some kind of a baseline capabilities or the line of our expenses that says this is what makes the overall cost? Do we have a specification framework or a standard to do the cost modeling for the ECCs?
Can
So I'll start on. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
I was going to tee Jack up for this and use Jim Lake's message of next evolution of funding. But I think Maryland really dug into this and changed it to a device-based funding model. I'm going to tee you up on that.
Okay. During the period from 2018 to 2022, Scott and I both had the privilege of joining the Commission to Advance Next Generation 911 across Maryland. And that was a process of looking at all the funding challenges we talked about, starting before COVID, but actually continuing during COVID, to try to wrestle with how do we fund what comes next for 911. Maybe that's the other way of describing it. And so we looked at how we were collecting revenue. The state fee at that point was largely around phone systems and connectivity for the phone systems, no support for operations. Training was permitted, but not at a high level. And so as part of the work of that commission, we had a tireless champion, which if anyone has challenges in their community, for the 911 center folks in the front row, somewhere in your community, there is a person you have touched. They have experienced something with you. It could be a tragedy, it could be a save, but those people, particularly if they're elected officials, can be that advocate that leads the charge to say we have to consider things differently in this environment at this time. We were blessed. Maryland Senator Cheryl Kagan was the leader of our commission. And I think the greatest value she brought to the team, amongst many, but I would say is her ability to tell the story of 911, why it matters relentlessly in a bipartisan fashion in every format, in every place she traveled. And I think Scott mentioned in his comments out here, what do we do? How do we move this forward? That is what we need to find in each of our communities, in each of our states, have a coalition of those type of leaders who can be there by our side with the community.
And part of that message was what happens when 911 fails, right? We're all good at adapting and overcoming, and if somebody doesn't come into work, we fill their position and we kind of, everything's fine. But what happens if 911 fails? And what happens when 911 is not funded? And the consequences from that. And I think we could do a better job articulating that to our elected officials. And tell a scary story, tell a bad story, because that's how the message is going to get across.
Daryl?
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. I think, every time we've made significant advancements here in Colorado, it has been because we were able to identify a legislator champion who could do that. And it's a constant process. If your state is like mine with citizen legislators and they have a short number of terms that they can run, you've got a lot of turnover in that legislative body. So you have to constantly be recruiting new people to do that and asking your current champions to identify the next champions who can take over when they're gone. Another thing I wanted to point out, when it comes to challenges with funding is, and I think this is especially true now, although it has always been true, is that 911 funds are sometimes an attractive target for other purposes. And that's one of the reasons why the FCC does its annual report, is to identify states that are using 911 funds for non-911 purposes. But as the states become more strapped, as federal funds start to dry up, and you might need those federal funds for other programs within the state, I think we're all going to have to be a lot more diligent in making sure that our legislators understand why 911 funds cannot be used for things that are not 911, but even more basic than that, what constitutes a 911 expense? Because to the general public, and therefore to a lot of citizen legislators, everything public safety related is 911. So they think that 911 funds can be used to pay for fire trucks or body cameras or other things that are not related to getting the 911 call into the 911 center and dispatching first responders.
So I go back to the question that I asked, is like, do we have a national framework where to educate our lawmakers? I'm gonna come to that in a second. Do we have a baseline framework that says every ECC, or this is how we're gonna display all our cost of operations, right? So we have consistency, we have standardized mechanism to report this. Do we have that today?
No.
So
I would,
go ahead.
yeah. I would say we don't yet, but I think we've got the foundation and the bones for one, which is that the FCC just a couple of years ago issued rules creating guidelines. They're not binding on the states, but they establish what the FCC considers to be acceptable uses of 911 funds. So if the FCC were to go to the next step and say, in those annual reports, when you report your 911 expenditures to us, this is what we want you to include. We want you to include all of these things that are allowed under under our rules. Even if you don't use 911 funds to pay for all of those expenses, that list of expenses should be your baseline for what 911 costs. Then we'll be able to compare apples to apples across the country and get a better idea of what we're actually spending.
Sure. So I know you guys touched on this, but I'm gonna go back to that, is that to our community, to our stakeholders and to our lawmakers, telling that success story, having people from the community speaking on behalf of the center is very important. So are we doing a good job of educating our lawmakers at the local, state level, national level, in giving them, as Dal, you said, people are going in and out, right? You might be in that seat today, you was elected this cycle, next cycle you might be out. We have so we have a lot of new faces coming, right? They might not know anything about this community. So first question is, are we doing a better job? And I know Heather touched briefly on this in our comment earlier, on educating the lawmakers. Second, if not, then what do we gotta do better to educate these lawmakers so they do see the value of 911 operations?
The answer is we could do a lot better, but we have to figure out how. I wish there was someone anytime there was an election, that some, maybe it's the media that that raises their hand and goes, "Hey, have you sat in your local 911 center?" And that's the first question that you ask an elected official. That will get them to the center. But yes, we've been saying this for years. We need to get all of our county executives, our board of supervisors, our city councils to come through our center, to sit for a couple hours learning what we do. And it's a huge challenge that I don't know what the answer is, because we all have bosses, like you said, and the messages need to get there, but.
Yeah, I would echo that. I was happy to be in attendance during Public Safety Telecommunicator Week this year, when our county executive and county council created that 25-year retirement parity with law enforcement and fire and rescue. And the reason I mention it here, that would not have happened without a tragedy occurring in the life of our county executive, without a near tragedy, a save occurring in the experience of our council president, who knew it, who lived it, and said, I want to do something about this. The same way those of you that directly serve 911 do every day. They said, this is something I can fix. This is something I can do, and took action. And so I think, to Scott's point, we have those opportunities in our community, but we got to catch those people who can help us tell the story, who are the neighbor of the legislator, who are the mother of the child that was affected, and leverage that at every opportunity.
And I would say that, something we have done fairly well on a national level has been educating federal legislators on what 911 is and what the importance is. But the vast majority of 911 legislation in this country is not done at the federal level. It's done at the state level. And so things that we've done in Colorado, we've held 911 Goes to Denver events. It's very similar to the National 911 Goes to Washington event. We have reached out to individual legislators. We have published an annual report that goes over not just what has changed in 911, but the very basics, understanding that a lot of them may not understand how 911 is funded to begin with. And we've been really encouraging our 911 centers to invite their state legislators to come and visit the center. And we're developing some leave behinds for them that they can give the legislator when they walk out, so that if they have additional questions, they know who to ask, and they can look at this FAQ that will help them. But that's one state, and across the country, I think what each state is doing to try to educate its legislators is really going to vary. And we need to, through organizations like NASNA, give our state administrators the tools they need to engage in that way.
And back to where we grew out of sheriff's departments, we grew out of police departments and fire departments. And that kind of, we're very proud of our history, but that kind of holds us back. And one of the things I think we need to do is make sure our sheriffs and our police and our fire department and the unions that they belong to are on our side. I don't think we're going to get much done unless we have our partners on our side when we go to when we go to Richmond, when we go to Annapolis, to say, this is very important, we agree with this. And but if they're not on our side, not a lot is going to get done.
And I would add to that, as a field responder myself, before I got into the 911 community, you can't respond your way to success as the only tool. A lot of the work has to happen before. And so a lot of the coalition building, a lot of the risk reduction, a lot of these investments in what happens if we fail, what can we do to avoid that? What is the path to take those risks away? Is something that as a culture, we're good with making do with what we have in the moment and responding to the need. And as busy as everyone gets, the challenge is where do you get the energy and the time to do the proactive piece? And so that's.
To that point, that costs money, but it's so important that when we go down to try to pass legislation, we have a hold of the facts, and we know we've done the study already. We know the numbers, and so when our elected officials come back to us and they say, "How much is it going to cost? Who's going to do it? How's it going to work?" We have those answers, and if we don't, they're just going to punt it and say, you got to do a study, and they're going to punt it down the road. So we have to be proactive. We have to get a hold of the facts, and we got to go in prepared.
So does this beg a question that we need, I'm gonna use the term playbook or something to basically do a better outreach and raise awareness? Number one. Number two, I know, Dal, you're part of NASDA. Jack, Scott, you're involved in NAPCO, you're involved in NINA. So the question I have is that when we talk about the state legislator, are we working with National Conference of State Legislators as an example, right? Where we have one door in, and are you all as part of these associations having a collaborative outreach to NCSL, because they do have a Justice and Public Safety Committee. So are you working with them?
I think it's a great opportunity to move forward. There is a great legislative database through National Council of State Legislatures that's specific to 911. So if you're interested in a particular issue and want to see what other states are doing, it's real easy to mine that. But I think that's an important point for us to all consider is what are those different paths to success and who are those allies that maybe we haven't thought of because they're not NINA, they're not APCO, that can help us move forward.
So Jack and I, you and Scott both mentioned Senator Kagan from Maryland, right? And we always reference the support she has given to the community and tout her as example wherever we go. So have we done a national webinars from Maryland perspective to raise awareness that how the lawmakers, when they believe in this mission, how they can actually help us sustain the funding, but also believe in the mission? Have we basically done an outreach of the success story like Senator Kagan in Maryland, and I'm sure there are others, right, in Colorado, we have some in Virginia. Are we doing that through them? Are we doing any outreach to talk about why they did this and why they believe in this mission?
I would say I'm not sure that we have a collective set of them as well as we could.
Heather is saying yes.
So when it was funded, the National 911 program had the webinars, and Senator Kagan was on several times with maybe Daryl, even a lawmaker from Colorado, I believe, at one point. And so that there was buy-in there, and then of course the Next Gen 911 Institute that Scott and I are both on the board for. We do a lot of education there. And I think that's one of the things. The National 911 Office is really, really huge in these two things, in lawmaker education as well as data collection. But when they're not funded, that all stops. And that's where we're unfortunately at the latter part of last administration and this administration. So those things are kind of just on hold, but those are their priorities.
So Ben, that is one of the areas I think we should definitely discuss further, right? And I know we have new leadership there too in that office.
I was just going to say, I think we need to be leveraging outreach and education opportunities with our public safety partners so that they realize this isn't a competition of them versus us. We are all in this together, and their support of us, we support them. It's not, we're not on two separate sides.
Certainly feels like that sometimes.
So we just talked about NG91. So the question I have next is, as we move, I'm not going to use the word next generation as brought next evolution of 911. We will need resources, right? We will need funding. So what are we doing to basically put a plan together? We know there was, Ben mentioned that bill, right? But what else we're doing at the state and local level to raise awareness that to educate them as we move into this next generation, next evolution of 911, that we need resources.
Where's Jeff Cohen? You're probably the guy for this at the federal level.
I'll take the mic to him.
The bill that basically Ben is taking up with the partners I used to work with while I was at APCO, I mean, is your best shot. It's the language of the bill is great. So that's not an issue. It took a while to get there, but it's comprehensive and everything. It's got $15 billion in it. Ben mentioned we came so close the end of 2022, literally up till New Year's Eve. And it fell apart at the last minute, not for 911 reasons. Now, the current environment is horrible, and I get that, but Ben was describing we have to find where the money could come from, spectrum auction revenue. What had been the case before on the negative side was the amount that they projecting to come out of what they were considering then was still a lot, but they had other priorities ahead of NG911, which was frustrating, and probably would not have gotten fully funded anyway. Now, what they're talking about is being, they say scored, but basically, and you may know better than me, but it's like a 70 to 80 billion now versus 20s. But unfortunately, like Ben said, they're talking about taking all that money and just throwing it at whatever. I don't know, Ben will know better than me what it would take at this point. But me having exited this just for a couple of months, it's easy for me to say, you need to be screaming at the top of your lungs, every single association. For a while, the associations were a little timid about doing that. But now, I mean, everything you guys have been mentioning in terms of getting your fire chiefs and police chiefs and sheriffs involved, that's the best path. Because if you lose this opportunity, I don't have great answers for you at the federal level for a very long time. So that's my best advice. Ben is kind of nodding, so hopefully I haven't been straight too much.
Ben, do you have anything to add?
Just, yes, I'm not sure what else is on the table. There are no other options on the table necessarily, and so I think that the collaboration piece that you made, the point that you made, is essential. I mean, there are a lot of voices in this space because there are a lot of people who care about the mission deeply. They look at it from different angles, and there is a lot of coordination that happens in certain sectors. But one of the takeaways, and maybe I just can play a helpful role, is to improve that coordination, just improve the day-to-day coordination. I think a lot of this, obviously, everything in policymaking boils down to personal relationships. I don't think all the personal relationships are there that need to be there. Like the actual links are being made on a routine basis that need to be made. IJIS is a good forum for that. And then on the day-to-day, there are a lot of different coordination points. I love the idea about NCSL because the point is 911 related legislation is mostly state. Awareness by the federal public safety and other associations about that, I think, is important as they talk at the federal level. And so the discussion with NCSL, taking advantage of people, legislators at the state level, and actually providing them a platform, helping lift them up and giving them a platform so that there can be, whether it's model legislation or a particular spotlight on best practices that everyone else can take. There's definitely a need for that. Last point is, you talked about how lawmakers especially are terrible at solving big, hairy, long-standing problems that everyone recognizes are problems. They're terrible at it. They're really good at playing whack-a-mole when something flashy happens. And it sounds terrible, but those of us who care about moving the ball as much as you can on all these important mission-focused policy areas, got to take advantage of those flashy ones so that your average policymaker can whack it. For lack of a better term.
To your point, in Baltimore, I was taught never let a good crisis go to waste. And we did a lot of things when disasters happen. We just experienced a plane crash, right, in DC. You're right. We should have been broadcasting to the nation that thousands of calls were made throughout the week in DC from family members, from concerned community members. When the wildfires happen in California, for weeks, thousands, tens of thousands of 911 calls, lives saved. Our dispatchers and our call takers getting people out of their neighborhoods safely, getting them out of their house. These are the heroes, and I don't think our industry did a good enough job articulating that to DC, to the folks up on the Hill, of who we saw the firefighters, right? We saw the news interviewing the police officers, maybe we saw the military, but I didn't hear much about 911. They were doing a lot of work in these events, and we're not doing a good job letting these, I don't want to say taking advantage of these crises, but we're doing life-saving work during these incidents.
Yeah, that's something, I've thought about a lot. Part of the problem, right, is you do your job so well that it's a curse, because even before getting to NG911 funding, just getting what we started with, operational funding today, if a lawmaker at the state, local, or federal level is like, you go and tell them all you want about staffing and about technology and whatever it is, they're like, yeah, but I haven't heard a problem. You still, they don't know what you're doing to make up for it, right? But if there's a problem, a major incident, then I think what you do, it's kind of touchy. You don't want to show that you faltered, all right? So that's, of course, but what the folks in Nashville did with their horrible incident about a year ago now, and with the plane crash and everything that's coming up, you can show the differentiator. You can say, yeah, we did our job because we always do our job, doesn't matter what. I still can't believe how you do that. And I talk about you, I'm looking at all of you, but I'm talking about all your colleagues. But you can make the case, but if we had the funding and the money for these technologies that we deserve to have and need, then we could have done X, Y, and Z more.
2 minutes. What does 2 minutes mean? If you're on the Key Bridge, if you got the call, how quickly can you translate that bit of information into action? It's incidents like that, to Scott's point and to everyone's point, that we need to talk about. We can shift those seconds and minutes if we work together. And for those legislators, well, what's my role? Well, we need someone to be a champion for those who we serve. When we put the commission together, the focus was on those people who are being impacted, who we serve. That is a bipartisan issue, even in the toughest of times. I don't pretend it's easy right now, but that's the mission, is for us to keep that the focus and find friends on both sides of the aisle. The Maryland Commission was very bipartisan. It's never easy, but it is the work, just like 911. It's not always easy, but it's the work.
And I just want to give an example, and this is not the most pleasant thing to talk about, but if we keep talking about pleasant things, nothing's going to get done. But there are hundreds of shootings, mass shootings across the country. Do we ever hear anything coming out of the 911 center? We always hear about the response from the sheriffs and the police and the school, but I guarantee that when hundreds of calls come out of that school, many of those calls are misrouted or hitting other towers, going to other jurisdictions, and I bet that call is never getting back to the primary 911 center because of interoperability. And I don't want to, these are very sad incidents, but it's a problem that we need to solve. And I don't want to point to these incidents, but these are things that are happening hundreds of times a year in our country. We had one in Tyson's a few years ago. Everyone around us got 911 calls, and we were trying to keep up here, and it was hard to get those calls back to us. And I'm sure if it's happening in Fairfax, it's happening everywhere else.
And I can give a specific example of where that did lead to a change. Was we had a call in Denver, I want to say 2 years ago, where a woman was unfortunately shot in a public park from a stray bullet. The location where this happened was right on the border between the city of Denver and the city of Aurora. Some of the calls went to the city of Denver because of cell tower routing. Some of them went to the city of Aurora. It turns out, after they did the full investigation, that did not delay the call at all. But the fact that so many of the calls did go to Aurora and the callers were telling the media that made it a big media incident. It's like, why were these calls going to the wrong location? So it gave us an opportunity to explain to the media, how that part of 911 works. But it was also cited by the FCC when they issued rules requiring originating service providers, wireless originating service providers, to implement location-based routing. I'm sure the FCC was already working on that before that incident happened, but it gave the FCC, one more data point that they could use. As tragic as that event was, it created a new policy that will help prevent those types of incidents in the future.
So to piggyback,
sorry, go
on
ahead.
Both Scott and Jeff, with these large scale events, and I don't think that we can overlook those cases of the shootings, but even anything else that is going to cause an influx of calls to 911 is the lack of recognition of what the 911 telecommunicators are being faced with. It just brought to mind last year when we were doing Valor Awards, and I'm on the committee where we're verifying, are these valid awards for these separate groups? And one of the ones that was presented for communications had to do with brush fires and the number of calls, just the exponential increase in workload. And pretty much everybody on the call was like, well, isn't that their job? Answering the phone is their job, but that is not a daily occurrence to answer hundreds of calls and be pumping out hundreds of calls in a 2-hour period. And the fact that the media doesn't recognize that, because we're not saying, hey, you've got all these responding units and we can call other jurisdictions to come in. We don't have anyone else to handle these. We are handling these. So I think that it is on us to be elevating ourselves and telling people, like when we had that conversation about the recognition of the first responders for the plane crash and the fact that telecommunications was not being verbalized, is we need to say that is not right.
And I would channel Gabe and I's friend Charlie Gademi, DC SWIC, and say land mobile radio telecommunications doesn't always have a illustrious history of working well. Everybody can talk to each other technically, functionally, operationally. But in the case of this recent crash, that was not a topic of concern. And that isn't because it wasn't horribly complicated or complex or time sensitive. It's because work was put in over decades by people in this room and elsewhere to make it so that that was no longer a problem. And so we have that now, in front of us on some of the next gen issues. And so when it seems hopeless, when it seems like the hill is too high, there's a message in that. We've taken problems regardless of their size and put them down. And if we can come together, we can follow that same path for the next evolution of 911.
So I have a question, like, I know we have you guys all run the center. When was the last time a state senator or a congressman or a senator actually visited your center?
We invite, we try to invite as many as possible, and we get a handful a year. Local elected officials that we try to sit down. Last year, maybe 3 or 4 came through. Yeah. We need 50. And we are building, COVID, I don't want to speak to COVID, but it slowed us down a little bit, but we are building a terminal, a desk on the second floor back here to try to show the next generation of what 911 looks like, with body cam, with drone footage and CAD and 911. So when people do come through, we sometimes we can't bring them to the floor. We want to show them and sit them in front of 10 screens and wow them. That's what we need to do. We need to wow them to say, I can't believe you do this. What does telecommunicator mean? Telephone communicator? I don't know. We do more than that. Like we're 2% of the population can do what you do, and so we need to show them that.
Daryl, you were going to say something?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've worked in a 911 center, but even then we did have elected officials come through. I think it's more important than ever to encourage local 911 centers to do that, but not just to come and say, look at how many screens we have, and then they leave. There needs to be a unified message. There needs to be some takeaways, and I think that's one of the things that we're working on in our state, and I hope to maybe share that information through NASNA to our other members. So that we can all have a unified message when those elected officials do come and visit our centers.
So I know we have a few minutes left, so we'll open for questions. Phil, do we have any questions online while we're waiting, folks in the room? So we'll give a few more minutes if folks have questions, but to all our panelists, I have one question. What are the top 3 resources that you would recommend folks to look at as they look at the funding? Where to go look for funding? What are something they should be doing? What are the top 3 resources that you all use to get funding?
I think right now, those business cases are more important than ever. Where should the investment be? And I wish there was a magic place to go look for the grant money from the federal government that doesn't come, won't come, that we can't rely on. It really is through those, where does every dollar of tax money get you the most bang for the buck? Does a police car roll if 911 can't dispatch it? Does that EMS vehicle, that paramedic arrive if we can't make that connection? Can you provide that pre-arrival assistance to that person whose car goes in the water and sinking? If your answer is those are things that are important, then that funding has to be prioritized. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying that is where the money is. It's not we're making new money now. It's now every dollar, what are you doing with it? What's the impact of it? And so it's really, unfortunately, in some cases, being competitive with our other partners. And I hate it that it's that way. But in a time of declining revenue, you got to make your case. And that's That's what I would say about that.
You know, that's a trick question, because I was gonna say we should tap into Homeland Security funds, but but I think they want to tap into 911 funds at this point. But really, I think our founding fathers, whoever they were back in the 50s or 60s, set something up called the 911 surcharge. And they said, we need this to sustain this very important service. I think we need to look at this surcharge and adapt it to where we are today and where we're going to be tomorrow. They set us up for success. I don't think we even know that, but there's no other service in the country that has a surcharge like us. Maybe 988 has a surcharge now in some states, but we need to use it to benefit us. And there's no other service. Fire doesn't have a surcharge. Police doesn't have a surcharge, but 911 does. And I think we need to look at it a little bit differently. I think our community would be willing to pay 25 cents more or $1 more to get improved 911 service. I don't think they would be angry at that. And we can't be scared to approach that subject with our elected officials.
So I would say there are still some federal sources that you can and should consider, especially for specific projects. I was successful in getting FEMA funds through our county emergency manager for hardening of our 911 center when I was a 911 PSAP manager in New Mexico a number of years ago. The USDA still offers loans to rural 911 centers, which is not the same thing as free money, but sometimes when we are working with those economies of scale, the capital costs are what really are the biggest hurdle to overcome. So that can be helpful. And right now there is a Safe Streets and Roads for All notice of funding opportunity available. It's open through June 26th that 911 centers can apply for. However, for ongoing operational costs, it's 911 surcharge funds, and it always has been. So I echo what my fellow panelists have said. We need to protect those funds, and we need to make sure that those surcharges are applied in a way that makes sense with today's technology and today's devices and the business models that the telecommunications companies are using out there. And this kind of goes back to something I wanted to say earlier, which was that, while we're waiting for federal grants or federal funds through federal legislation, and I'm not saying that we don't need that, because we absolutely do, but the states have not just sat on their hands and waited for federal money. We've actually been implementing Next Generation 911 a lot slower and a lot more piecemeal than we would have been able to otherwise. But we have EZNets in multiple states across the country, which are the foundation of Next Gen 911. And some states are further along than others. And they've done that through the use primarily of surcharges. So we need to continue to protect those surcharges, make sure they don't get used for purposes other than 911, so that we have it available for those critical needs in our 911 network and in our 911 centers. Move on towards the future.
To add to Daryl's comment there, spurred something, the change in how communication services are provided through Teams and other cloud services. Daryl mentioned multi-line telephone systems that may span multiple states. As more and more of our services go into the cloud, who gets those fees? How are they allocated? It's an understandable force. It may even be a laudable evolution of technology, but if that then deprives us of 911 fee revenue, or if it's allocated in a way that isn't in our best interest, then that's something we need to pursue together.
So kind of going off what Jack said, we're experiencing that piece. And also, we used to get phone bills to our house. So when you moved, you changed your address, and then that changed where your 911 fee went. You don't do that anymore because your email addresses don't change, so no one changes it. So the amount of money that is being, misrouted is probably greater than the amount of calls that are being misrouted. So I think that causes some issue. Two things have kind of come up, and I just want to kind of know your thoughts on that. I was asked by council, like, what is the price per 911 call, which was wild to me, but I guess the fire service does kind of have a price every time the wheels roll. The police department kind of knows what it costs every time they respond to a priority 1 call. So trying to figure that out. And also with that, when we talk about the cost of a 911 specialist or, a first responder in a center, I think we talk about salary and fringe benefits, but we don't talk about how much it costs to onboard them, train them, continue to train them. And so then, I know for me, when I go to ask for the lowest 911 surcharge in the United States to be raised, it never gets the buy-in from council, because we're not talking about all of these other costs associated with good 911 service. So I've kind of taken a different approach because most of our calls don't come from residents, they come from visitors. And we are hopefully gonna get it through this council cycle with a hospitality tax of 90 cents a night on a booked hotel room in the district. Folks won't see it, they won't care, if it's $99 or $100. Don't ever stay in a hotel that's only $100 in Washington, D.C. Because when you're in larger cities, your residents aren't the folks that are calling as much. There are other avenues, and they know that. It does tend to be the visitors. So just kind of, I guess my question to you all, have you all seen the question of like, what's the price per call? Because I think the other thing that they're kind of looking at with a bunch of diversion programs is how can we make insurance companies pay, or kind of reimburse or soft billing as the fire department is doing?
I have a couple thoughts on that. First, the FCC report that I mentioned earlier, the annual 911 fee report to Congress that the FCC produces, does have a cost per call broken down in one of its charts in the appendices. So I would encourage you to take a look at that, but only so that you can see how much variance there is from state to state, because they're not all counting the same categories of expenses. So there is an attempt to come up with a cost per call on a state-by-state basis, but I think we're comparing apples to oranges, unfortunately, still at that point. But something else you said I think is very important is that a lot of locations, Colorado is one of them, we're a big tourist destination state. We have specific communities in our state because we have local 911 fees. They're trying to pay for a 911 center that can handle calls from 50,000 people with a permanent population of 5,000 people. Or even worse, San Juan County, Colorado, where Silverton is, there's a permanent population of 500 people, but in the summer it gets up to 50,000 people there from tourists. So we have to find a way to pay for 911 centers in areas that have higher populations than their permanent population would reflect. The District of Columbia has been attempting to pass a hotel fee for several years now. I don't know if they've been successful. Colorado did just pass one this year. Unfortunately, it mentions all of the other disciplines of public safety, but not 911. So I don't know if any of our 911 centers are going to see any of that funding. But that's the sort of thinking that we need for funding in those areas where surcharges aren't going to do it simply because the subscriber base isn't there.
Scott and Jack, do you have anything? Or Scott, you're thinking?
I don't have anything, but Heather has me thinking. I won't be able to sleep tonight.
All right, so I know we're almost at the end of this panel discussion, so thanks, Daryl, thanks, Scott, for pulling you into this, Scott, at the last minute. Jack, thank you. So let's give them a round of applause, and then Also, I know we're almost at the tail end of this discussion. Before we wrap up, I know you have been patiently listening in the room and online. We just want to actually ask a question is, what are the other topics that you would like to see in a future summit, or there's something that you thought we missed in this topic that should be discussed in short period of time versus waiting till next summit? So we'd love to hear your thoughts on what are some of the topics or what are some of the issues that you would like to raise? So who wants to go first? Ahead.
Thanks. I think just maybe bringing together the relationships that need to happen at this forum would be really, really helpful.
That there are lots of opportunities to do that. I think it does need to be a formal effort, but there are also lots of informal things that we can all do better at making sure we're including people. If there's a grand list that we should be including, for example, next week and during police week, there are a whole bunch of law enforcement folks in town. We would love to have some of the folks in this room who are from the area participate in some of the events, just socially, to get to know some of the folks. You're going to know a bunch of the people. I mean, if you're from DC, Maryland, Virginia, this area, there are a bunch of people at the events that we host and everything else. And so informal opportunities to do that too, want to make sure we're doing a better job of.
And that tour will stop by here, I think on the 13th at 10 o'clock. So if anybody wants to hang out here, I think they dress this room up in the helicopter lands and yeah.
Scott, I forgot what you said this morning, or what term you used this morning when we were talking about too many things on too many screens, too many icons. Would one discussion topic for another forum be trying to get those application providers in the room and talk to you guys about interoperability? I mean, the Rapids and Rave and everybody else has really useful information and really good stuff coming to you, but hasn't been consolidated yet. I mean, just
it's a great topic. We need it. I'm not sure the industry is ready for all these partners to work together. You know, I always say that if you have a Google phone and you have an Android and I have an Apple, we can all text each other. And our industry needs to start acting like that. So yes, we need that conversation. We need them all in the room.
you need a series.
We need a series of conversations, but we need our technology to work like that.
Any other thoughts, topics? Did you guys like this summit? Should we continue with this? Especially for the folks who are here for first time. So I know we have a lot of young folks there. We'd love to have you and your perspective next time, because that's something that we're looking, right? How to actually sustain the operations, how to develop the next level of workforce. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Maria Cardelas to wrap it up and share her thoughts from the IJIS perspective. Maria.
So I had a lot of great things to say, but over the past hour and a half, you've said it all. I say this in the fashion that the intention of the session itself had really been to garner your input, to understand where the gap was, to understand, frankly, where we as the IJIS collaboration community can address that gap. And it seems that this past hour and a half, on the one hand, we're at the end of the day, everybody's a little bit tired, but everybody is engaged, everybody's getting ideas, everybody's maybe staying up thinking about how we should, in some ways, tap the audiences and the networks that we have in place in order to do something a little bit more systematically. The reference to the cost per call made me think of develop the metrics, understand what it is on a state by state basis, understand the development of a rough business case, present that strategically, and I don't know if it's this administration, but present that strategically from a national perspective so that each of the states could revisit their numbers and their tariffs and their individual usage of funding for the not only best internal goals, but best and coordinated external tools, right? That's something not only that I think would help the broader circumstance, but that is something that IJIS can do. And then I think of Ed and I think about the committee, Phil, the committee and what we can do not only to try to assist that, but then draw some of you in. Volunteer you to be able to say, if you could just give us a couple of sessions and answer some questions, that would aid us as well. All of the other issues that were brought up during the session, whether it's the networking, whether it's the informal or the more formal networking. Whether it is certainly the reference to the current technologies. Jim, I think it's a great idea to bring the technologies in the room that have to do with the geography, the placement of all this data, right? We've talked, I think in the last session, we talked about how it, you went from the call center to the PSAP to the real-time crime center that's happening to the fusion center concepts. We're getting so much data. Human beings can't absorb that all at once. And technologists, if they could do it for the phones, they could do it otherwise. So even if it was a listening session to start the conversation, saying this is unacceptable, we've got to figure out a way around it. And maybe it is a 1 year or 2 year, 3 year plan, but at least the conversation has started. And again, that's something I just can facilitate. That's not over the edge, that's not over the top, and at least we can start those conversations. So I know that there will probably be many other topics that you all will think of over the next X amount of days and in conversations that you have independently. But know that we would love to continue to hear about these concepts. It's a one-liner in an email. If it's to the committee, if it's to Ashwini, if it's to any one of us, please feel free to reach out to us, because we don't want to let this drop and we don't want to just regroup next year. It's not that that's not valuable, but that's a lot of months of not doing things when we have the opportunities to bring these ideas to the fore. In the interim, though, I do go back to what were some of the original comments that we started out with. What you do for a living, what emergency service providers do for a living, first line, second line, third line, that is everything to us. That is how we live our lives. That is how we feel safe. That is how we feel valued. That's how we feel protected. So we are ever grateful. We're not doing enough for you, either individually, personally, organizationally, and we would like to do more. So I thank you for joining us. I thank you for your input. And most certainly, please let us know how else we can help.
Special thanks to Scott for giving us this nice facility. All right, folks who are online, we're done. Thanks for joining. And if you guys have any thoughts, please share your thoughts with us and have a great evening. Thanks.